Shiraz Durrani Kenya's War of Independence. Kenya's War of Independence restores Kenya's stolen history to its rightful place, stripped of colonial interpretations. In this expanded and revised version of his 1986 booklet, Kamati, Mau Mau's first Prime Minister of Kenya, Durrani covers Mau Mau's resistance to colonialism and neocolonialism and reacts on its ideology, organization, and achievements. He sees Mau Mau in the larger context of Kenya's War of Independence and looks at the unions of organized, radical trade unions as the engine of resistance, linking economic with political demands of working people. Additional chapters document the post-independence resistance by the underground December 12 movement Mwekenya. Durrani captures the dynamism of transition from colonialism to neocolonialism, imperialism replaced colonialism, African elites replaced white settlers, neocolonial government replaced colonial government. Resistance changed from the War of Independence to War of Economic Independence. Worker and peasant resistance is evident once again. History is on the march. E-movement Mau Mau was radicalized by a militant leadership that emerged from the trade union movement in Nairobi. The fact is that without their participation a sustained revolt would. Shiraz Durrani, a British Kenyan library science professional, is noted for his writings on the social and political dimensions of information and librarianship. His other books include Never Be Silent Publishing and Imperialism in Kenya 1884-1963, Information and Liberation Writings on the Politics of Information and Librarianship, Progressive Librarianship Perspectives from Kenya Trade Unionist. He is currently compiling another book to be published in 2018, P.I. Ogama Pinto, Associated Hero of the Anti-Imperialist Struggle in Kenya 1927-1965 and Britain 1979-2010. In 2016, Durrani edited Mackenzie, A Revolutionary Kenyan. His booklet, along with such classic accounts as Barnett's and Anjama's Mau Mau from Within, is a fitting tribute to the pioneers in the struggle against imperialism and their martyred leader. Dadan Kamati Egil Hajal Mervik Fight Racism Fight Imperialism 1993 Review of Durrani's Kamati. Compensation for what happened may be paid. An apology may be given but the lives lost. The villages burnt. The reign of terror the British imposed in a colonial era that was rapidly approaching the sunset will never be forgotten. Jeremy Corbyn 2012. Dedication. To all those who lost their limbs, livelihoods, and lives in the struggle for the liberation of Kenya. To those who have continued the struggle to this day. To the youth of Kenya, East Africa, and the world who are seeking solutions to ending exploitation, domination, oppression, inequality, and unjust distribution of resources of the planet. May the future bring justice and liberation. May the future bring justice and liberation. Note: the author is aware that the correct Gikuyu spelling for Kimathi and Kimathi Wasiri should be Kimathi and Kimathi Wasiri, respectively, and would have preferred to use these versions in recognition of the imperative of indigenous self-naming. However, since most search engines use the former spelling, this publication has opted to keep to it in the interest of accessibility. 7. Contents. Abbreviations and terminology. 5. Introduction. 11. Foreword by Dr. Willie Mudunga. 13. Part 1, Introducing Kenya's War of Independence. 17. Mau Mau and the Struggle for Land and Freedom. 36. Historical Context, Imperialism and Resistance. 39. Three Pillars of Resistance. 43. Explosion Inevitable, Resistance before Mau Mau. 54. Resisting Colonial Violence. 61. Resistance in Northern Kenya, the Somali Nationality. 64. Contradictions sharpen, settlers and home guards create chaos. 69. The necessity for armed resistance. 72. Terrorists or freedom fighters. 75. Illustrations. 1. Colonial Violence. 80. Trade Unions Light A Spark. 82. Trade Unions and Mau Mau. 82. Organizing for Economic and Political Rights. 88. Classes and Class Struggle. 95. Enter Mackenzie. 102. Kenya's TUS in the context of two struggles in Africa. 108. Workers and Peasants Unite for Armed Resistance. 110. Illustrations. 2. Trade Unions 113. Part 2, Mau Mau, 1948 to 1960 115. Mau Mau, the Revolutionary Force 115. Preparations for Armed Struggle 115. The War Begins 120. The Establishment of Liberated Territories 122. The Birth of Kenya Defense Council 127. 8. The Kenya Parliament takes control, Kimathi is Prime Minister 133. Elements of Mau Mau governance 137. Anti-imperialist ideology 137. Organization 140. Strategy 142. Infrastructure 146. Politics of information 150. Leadership 180. A movement of all people 183. Women 188. The Kamba nationality 193. The Maasai nationality 196. South Asian Kenyans 200. Illustrations 3, Mau Mau 214. The final stage, battles lost. Battles won 221. Forces of repression 224. Primary aim 228. Possible shape of a Mau Mau government 235. Reparation 237. Neocolonialism, the legacy of colonialism 239. A prison without walls 241. Sina Habari, Mwangwu, I have no news, my child 246. A brief recap 248. Part 3, Transition to Neocolonialism 271. Independence but not yet Uhuru 277. December 12, poem by Najmi Durrani 278. Opposition continues 283. Worker resistance 286. Peasant resistance 291. Student resistance 294. 9. Part 4, Uhuru, 1963, Underground Organist. Resistance 303. Underground Organized Resistance 303. December 12 Movement 303. Mwakanya 309. Resistance Goes Overseas, The Birth of Umoja 314. Kenya Committee for the Release of Political Prisoners 317. Illustrations 4, Underground and Overseas Resistance 322. Conclusion, Uhuru Bado 336. References and Bibliography 342. Appendices 361. A. Jeremy Corbyn, The Fight for Justice Continues 361b. Selected Documents 365. The Struggle for Kenya's Future 365. Kimathi's Truce Offer 373. The Kenya Terror 374. The Land and Freedom Army Letter 378c. Research Aid 381. Saleh Maman, Kenya Resistance, Repression and Revolt, A Timeline 381. Ladislav Venes, Mau Mau, A Chronological Outline, A Selection 408. Shiraz Durrani, The Other Kenya, Underground and Literature 414. Maina W. Kanyati, Forward, Ndigwe's Mau Mau Bibliography 434. South African History Online, Towards a People's History 436. Marx, Karl and Frederick Engels, Address to the Central Committee 437. The Kenya Land and Freedom Depository 438. Index 440. 10. Not sitting idly. As is the nature of all foreign occupations, the basic reason for all these invasions was economic exploitation of the local wealth and resources. But a free people who have been conducting and running their own affairs for centuries before the advent of foreigners couldn't be expected to sit idly by and witness their dignity and sovereignty being trampled. Umoja. The creators of fragrance and color. The earth belongs to those who soak the soil with their sweat. Under the open skies. Who, with the warmth of their blood, make fertile the earth. Whose touch Makes the earth silence to speak. Who seed the land and harvest the crop, but are left without even a loaf of bread. The ones toughened by toil, who never say no to work, are the creators of all this fragrance and color. Ahmed Faraz. Hungry man, reach for the book, it is a weapon, Bertolt Brecht 1. Such a lot is won when even a single man gets to his feet and says no. Bertolt Brecht, Galileo 2. Introduction. This book brings together two strands of writing on aspects of Kenya's history. The first, dealing with Mau Mau, started as a short article published in 1984 for Sauti ya Kamyakanji, a publication of the Student Union of the University of Nairobi. It then saw new life in the booklet, Kamati, Mau Mau's first Prime Minister of Kenya. This version continued circulating underground in Kenya and later formed the basis of a talk in London. A revised version was then published in the Communist Review NOS 67-69. New sections have been added to it over the years. The second strand, that dealing with resistance after Kenya's independence in 1963, is based on two papers, one, entitled, Pambana, The Legacy of Resistance in Kenya, 1963-68-3 and Voices of Resistance, Underground Publishing in Kenya, 1963-1990, an unpublished paper written in 1990 for Umoja in London. I believe that this long journey that this book has taken reflects the need for material for general readership in Kenya on the anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles by people of Kenya. Thus, one of the aims of the book is to present this history from the perspective of the working class and to make it available to people in Kenya, in particular the young people, and elsewhere. Most histories available through educational institutions, the mass media or other easily available sources reflect Kenya's history either from the perspective of colonialism or imperialism or from the perspective of the ruling elites after independence. This book makes no claims to such neutrality but is focused on looking at this history from the point of view of ordinary, working class people trying to resist exploitation and oppression. It aims to make academic and other research more accessible to the general reader. The style of the book reflects the aim of making it an accessible version of a part of history that is not easily available to the readers in Kenya. Long quotes are provided from various sources so that the voices of those who were directly involved are allowed to narrate history, and by using these sources in this way, this is an attempt to highlight documents and records that may not be easily available for political or economic reasons to many in Kenya. It is hoped that using these resources in this way will encourage readers to seek them directly for themselves so that they can build a true picture of the history of Kenya. Some of these documents are already available in the newly established PALI Act Liberation Library in Nairobi, set up by PALI Act 4 with the support of Vita Books and Mau Mau Research Center. It is expected that over time, more of the items listed in the references and bibliography of this book will be deposited there. Forward. Dr. Willie Mudunga, D.Jur SCEGH. Former Chief Justice/President, Supreme Court of Kenya. In writing foreword to this patriotic and revolutionary book, I can do no better than reproduce some excerpts from a lecture I delivered at the British Institute of East Africa in Nairobi. I delivered the lecture on February 18, 2017 on the 60th anniversary of the hanging by the British of the Field Marshal Dedan Kimathi Wa Wasairi. Dedan Kimathi was the leader of the Land and Freedom Movement and the Land and Freedom Army, both of the Mau Mau War of Independence, 1952–1957. The title of the lecture is Devolution, the Politics and Jurisprudence of Equitable Distribution of National Resources, which is available on the website of the Institute. Remembering Dedan Kimathi Wa Wasairi. 60 years today Dedan Kimathi was hanged at Kamati Maximum Security Prison. In an ASA conference in Washington, D.C. last December, Kenyan and foreign scholars participated in a panel on Dedan Kimathi and discussed his trial that took place 60 years ago. The panel was attended by Professors Ngugi Wa Thiong'o and Maisara Mugo, who were among the panelists. While serving as the 14th Chief Justice and first President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, I was privileged to receive a file of court records of the Kimathi trial, appeal, and the record of his execution from Professor Julie MacArthur of University of Toronto. Professor MacArthur has also kindly given us the Kimathi photographs displayed in this room. I was privileged also to hand over the copies of the file to Kimathi's widow, Mukamai, and her family. I also handed over another copy of the file to the Mau Mau Veterans Association that is led by Shujagitu W. Khenjari. 14. Kimathi fought for the land that the British stole from Kenyans. His struggle was national. It has now become clear that the Mau Mau War of Independence was a multi-ethnic, multiracial, and nationalist project. One cannot discuss the politics of devolution without discussing the politics of land in the counties. One cannot discuss the jurisprudence of devolution without addressing the colonial jurisprudence that our 2010 Constitution has sought to decolonize. As our politics and jurisprudence have to face up to the challenges of neoliberalism, both have to confront the politics of national interest that is limited by neoliberal global forces. Two clarion calls by Kimathi for the struggle for land and freedom remain relevant to our discussion today. Repeating a sentence in phrase of two sentences in the signature Spanish Civil War exhortation of the Great Basque Revolutionary from an earlier period, Dolores Ibarruri, he declared, "It is better to die on our feet than to live on our knees." The other sentence that Kimathi left out was, "They shall not pass." In one of his letters written in 1955 from his Nyandarua headquarters, he stated that only the revolutionary justice of the struggles of the poor can end poverty of the Kenyans. Clearly, neither Kimathi nor the British left Kenya. My lecture today historicizes and problematizes some of the ongoing struggles that pertain to the implementation of devolution under the vision of the 2010 Constitution. Indeed, the title of one of Ngugi wa Thiong'o's think pieces, Mau Mau is Coming Back, The Revolutionary Significance of October 20, 1952 in Kenya Today, now becomes one of the burning questions of our time. The agitation for a heroic burial for Kimathi has been sporadically, but consistently, going on since independence. It has always been assumed that both the British and Kenyan governments know where his remains are in Kimathi Maximum Security Prison. None of the governments has been helpful in this endeavor. The Grand Coalition government headed by President Mwai Kibaki and Prime Minister Raila acceded to putting up of a statue of Kimathi at the junction of Mama Ngina Street and Kimathi Street in the Central Business District in Nairobi. The struggle to give Kimathi a heroic burial continues. One of the locations for his burial has been identified at the Uhuru Park facing Jomo Kenyatta's mausoleum. Traditional religionists, and Kenyan revolutionaries, continue. 15. To tell us that Kimathi's spirit in captivity continues to wail for freedom. His heroic burial would be a fitting tribute to the words and spirit of the preamble to our 2010 Constitution. We, the people of Kenya, honoring those who heroically struggled to bring freedom and justice to our land, we would be breathing into life the patriotic words of our preamble if we dig up his remains and give him a heroic burial at the Freedom Corner of Uhuru Park, Nairobi. I believe I have a reason why both the British and Kenyan governments have not been useful in the 6 decades campaign for the search of Kimathi's remains and a national heroic burial for him. It must be the fear that his shrine will be a living and shining symbol of our land and freedom struggles, going forward. Such a struggle is anti-imperialism and also against its comprador agents in Kenya. 4. Conclusion, the politics of humanity. In this discussion on the jurisprudence and politics of devolution around the devolution of political power and equitable national resources, we should pay attention to issues that are apparent, but rarely analyzed. These are what I have alluded to as the politics and jurisprudence of national interest and public participation. Both are drivers of making clear that elite projects at the center and at the counties are subjected to the sovereignty of the will of all Kenyans. They also will reinforce the role of the judiciary as a fundamental institution in the issue. Through public participation in the implementation of decisions of the judiciary will become a political actor as envisaged by the Constitution. State power will be devolved to the majority of the Kenyan people. constitutional vision that all sovereign power belongs to the Kenyan people could become a reality, signaling our rebellion, reform, and revolutionary restructuring of national, regional, and global status quo. I end where I began. I pose the question whether Mau Mau is coming back. I believe we can discern a trajectory of resistance since colonial period, through the neo-colonial independent era, that continues into the neoliberal era. The economic, social, political, cultural, intellectual, and ideological contexts of course have been dialectical. The broad common 16. denominator has been the search for a just and equitable planet in which resources are equitably shared among the citizens of the world. Socialism and social democracy as alternatives to neoliberalism may have collapsed, but the vision that capitalism/globalization is a just and equitable system has never captured the imagination of the global citizens. Otherwise, the struggle would not have been continuous even after the system made concessions. New imagination of change by invoking the past revolutionary paradigms do exist since neoliberalism's financial meltdown of 2007-9, and which has not ended. I agree with Samir Amin and other revolutionary organic intellectuals that the new struggles against global status quo will revolve around solidarities of the citizens of the global North and global South. The World Social Forum slogan, "Another world is possible," is the revolutionary optimism of our times. Dr. Willy Mutunga, 14th Chief Justice of Post-Independence Kenya and the first President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Nairobi, November 2017. 17. Part 1, Introducing Kenya's War of Independence. Studies on Mau Mau. See history in almost watertight compartments with very few connections between different compartments and historical stages. This gives a warped view of history. In the context of Kenya, this approach sees Mau Mau in isolation from the history of resistance to colonialism by the people of Kenya from the earliest days of British, and before that, Portuguese, colonialism. Seen from this narrow perspective, Mau Mau appears on the scene out of the blue in a sudden realization that colonialism had taken over the country and needed to be expelled by force. In contrast to this common view, this book reports the historical resistance of the people of Kenya against colonialism and imperialism, during a long war of independence and liberation with many different stages. These range from the peasant and nationality resistance in earlier period of British colonialism, to resistance by various nationality-based organizations, followed by resistance by countrywide organizations. This continuing process of resistance saw a qualitative change when organized working class, led by militant trade unions, added a new dimension to the struggle, that of national resistance by organized trade unions guided by anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist ideologies. There was a realization that economic, political, and social demands could only be met as part of the struggle against capitalism and imperialism, thereby combining the economic and political aspects of the War of Independence. It was when workers' struggle and militant national political struggles came together that a new phase of the War of Independence began. This armed resistance movement, which came to be known as Mau Mau with its political and economic demands, was summarized as land and freedom. It is interesting to note that the cry for land and freedom that defined Mau Mau was also the slogan used during the Russian Revolution, as documented. 18. In the posters in the State Central Museum of Russian Contemporary History. Some of these are reproduced below from Panfilova as they show the similarities of demands. The slogan "Land and Freedom" was a key demand in both the revolutions. The Russian one added "Only in battle will you obtain your rights." Something that Mau Mau also took to heart in action. Armed men hold slogans reading, "Land and Freedom," and "Only in battle will you obtain your rights." Panfilova explains the poster. This comes from the leftist publishing house Paris, founded before the revolution by writer Maxim Gorky. Their posters were often created by famous poets and artists such as Vladimir Mayakovsky and Alexei Radikov. The top image shows a soldier defending the bourgeoisie with the caption "This is who the soldier used to defend." The second, post-revolutionary, image features banners bearing the slogans "Land and Freedom," democracy and the republic, and liberty. The caption reads, "That's who he defends today." It is difficult to decide whether such 19 slogans influenced Mau Mau, but it is clear that the demands of both movements were reflected in the slogan, "Land and Freedom." This new stage started roughly after the Second Imperialist World War, but this was reached as a result of learning from the experiences, the lessons, and the suffering of the earlier struggles. The primary lesson was that peaceful means of opposing colonialism and imperialism would not lead to meaningful change and that armed resistance was necessary. Thus, Mau Mau's resistance is linked to these earlier struggles, just as, too, are the struggles after independence. And so in the post-independence period, there started yet another phase of the War of Liberation, the War of Economic Independence. This was again waged as political and economic resistance, but this time it was against the Comprador regime installed by the departing colonial government as neocolonialism tightened its grip on Kenya. British administration, settlers, and companies were replaced by U.S. corporations and advisors aided by IMF and World Bank officials. This resistance against neocolonialism and imperialism continues over 50 years after independence. This book examines Mau Mau movement and one aspect of post-independence resistance that undertaken by the December 12 movement and Wakenya, as an indication that this resistance, like the ones against the colonialism, is likely to be long and difficult, perhaps bloody, if pro-people changes cannot be made peacefully. What's in a name? Imperialism controls the concepts, the consciousness, and terms people use to describe their ideas and experiences. If people lack the language to describe reality, they cannot understand the relevant links and connections attached to that reality, nor can they fully resist forces that are against their interest. Imperialism agrees to call USA's struggle for independence as its War of Independence. Algeria's struggle against French colonialism is sometimes seen today as its War of Independence. But colonialism and imperialism decided that Kenya's struggle was not its War of Independence. For example, the guidance by the British Department of Education mentions only the American War of Independence and 20. No similar mention is made of struggles against the British Empire by other colonies, including Kenya. It is interesting to note that none of the wars of independence against British colonialism in Africa or India are called by their real names. This is no accident, as colonialism deemed that giving these struggles their real name wars of independence, which reflects the key message and meaning, the very essence of the fight, would not only give legitimacy to these struggles but would also encourage other colonist and oppressed people to carry out their own wars of independence and liberation. They were thus referred to as emergencies or as dealing with communist insurgencies. It is no wonder that the Mau Mau struggle was not called Kenya's War of Independence, as colonialism decided that it had nothing to do with independence, everything to do with primitive people going mad in a frenzy of violence. Barber provides the economic reason why the name emergency was preferred to the term war in the case of Malaya. A war or an emergency? It was a war, but there was a curious reason why it was never called one. As the author John Gullick points out, it was a war, though out of regard for the London insurance market, no one ever used the word. This misnomer continued for 12 years, for the simple reason that insurance rates covered losses of stocks and equipment through riot and civil commotion in an emergency, but not in a civil war. That colonialism and imperialism manipulate language to misrepresent history is, perhaps, understandable. The wonder is when the newly independent countries also continue to avoid the term War of Independence. It is, however, not just the wars themselves that were not given their appropriate name. The combatants were also given derogatory names to create an incorrect impression of their motives for fighting. The most common term used was terrorists, indicating that the term is not a recent invention by U.S. governments but that it was used and popularized by British, and other, colonial powers. Again, the Malayan usage of terms for combatants by British colonialism is relevant. The guerrilla fighters there were initially referred to as bandits, but later called terrorists. The wars against terrorists by colonialism and imperialism are an important aspect of their need to deny people their liberation. India faced 21. A similar fate when the British colonialism trivialized their first war of independence by calling it the Sepoy Mutiny. The term, Kenya's War of Independence, restores Kenya's stolen history to its rightful place, stripped of previous colonial interpretations. Mau Mau and working class struggles followed generations of peasant, nationality, and national resistance against colonialism. They learned from previous experiences and marched ahead to anti-imperialist struggles in independent Kenya. Imperialism replaced colonialism, African elites replaced white settlers, neo-colonial government replaced colonial government. Resistance changed from war of independence to war of economic independence. Worker and peasant resistance is evident once again. History is on the march. The struggle continues. What names and terms are used for this march of history are important for those resisting oppression. Language itself becomes a battleground. This book attempts to capture some of the highlights of this struggle. Sinning quietly. In January 2005, Gordon Brown, the then Chancellor of Exchequer, said that he wanted Britain to stop apologizing for its colonial past. Instead, the Chancellor called for the great British values, freedom, tolerance, civic duty, to be admired as some of our most successful exports. For Kenya, such great British values included mobile gallows to pacify Mau Mau activists and Kenyans struggling for their independence. The reality is that facts readily available even in 1950s have been intentionally ignored by successive British governments. 3 quotes from Newsinger show some of these facts which have been hidden by the British establishment. 5 To erase all traces of the darker deeds of Britain's colonial enterprise, as Cobain puts it. 1. The defeat of the Mau Mau involved a degree of savagery that is quite unprecedented in British 20th century colonial wars. One really has to go back to the suppression of the Great Indian Rebellion of the 1850s to find a comparable episode. The reality was that in Kenya the flogging, torture, mutilation, rape and summary execution of suspects and prisoners were everyday occurrences. 2. One should not mince one's words about this. Elements within the security forces in Kenya, particularly the police, used the methods of the Gestapo at their worst. This is no exaggeration or hyperbole, but a plain statement of fact. 3. The government presided over what can only be described as a judicial massacre. Between the declaration of the emergency and November 1954, 756 rebels were hanged. By the end of the emergency had reached 1,090. A mobile gallows was specially built so that prisoners could be hanged in their home districts to provide an example. That British politicians could so blatantly misrepresent history is a matter of concern, not only for the people of Kenya and other victims of British colonialism and imperialism, but for British people as well. It is worth comparing the British attitude to its colonial past with those of other European colonial powers. Hugler reports on recent German reaction. Germany is to recognize as genocide the massacre of 110,000 of the Herero and Nama people of Namibia by German troops between 1904 and 1908 in a landmark admission of historical guilt. A spokesman for Angela Merkel's government said Germany would formally apologize to Namibia. The systematic extermination of up to 100,000 Herero and some 10,000 of the Nama people by German colonial troops is widely regarded as the first genocide of the 20th century, and a precursor to 23. The Holocaust. Tens of thousands of Herero and Nama were driven into the Namibian desert to die of starvation and dehydration. Others were sent to concentration camps where they died of disease and abuse. Many victims were beheaded, and their skulls sent to Germany for scientific experiments. Emmanuel Macron, the President of France, as a presidential candidate for the 2017 elections, condemned France's colonial past in Algeria, as The Guardian reported. On a visit to Algiers on Tuesday, Macron said France's history in Algeria was a crime against humanity. It's really barbaric and is part of that past that we must face up to also by apologizing to those who were hurt, he said. But Macron refused to back down, and in a video statement sent to Reuters, he said, We must find the courage to call things by their name, he said. Are we condemned to forever live in the shadows of this dramatic experience for our two countries? And yet France's record as a colonial power is no better than Britain's. Lwaitai provides some details. The revolution of 1948, which overthrew the monarchy and reinstated the republic, did not put an end to France's colonial enterprise, on the contrary. The current Fifth Republic was proclaimed with the 1958 Constitution, in the midst of the bloody repression in Algeria and while France was still dreaming of keeping its grip on its colonies. But the end of colonialism brought no assessment of what had gone wrong and what lessons needed to be learned. Rather, the country entered into voluntary amnesia without addressing this poisonous legacy. Indeed, France's ruling elite under the leadership of Nicolas Sarkozy attempted in 2005 to pass a law requiring the school curriculum to recognize the positive role of the French presence overseas. The relevant article was dropped after uproar from academics put an end. 24. To the initiative. The response of leaders in Algeria today contrasts sharply with that of the leaders of Kenya. While the latter remain silent or totally uncommitted about the attacks on Kenya by colonialism, the Algerian President Abdelaziz Bouteflika said Paris should be held accountable for crimes during its rule, adding, "My people are still demanding that their sufferings during the colonial era should be recognized by France. By remembering our tragic past due to the French invasion, we are actually exercising our duty to remember our ancestors, millions of whom fell in the field of resistance. Hundreds of thousands of others were imprisoned or deported, while millions were dispossessed of their lands and possessions." Telliser adds, the president also stressed that celebrating Independence Day is exercising a duty to remember 1.5 million of our sons who sacrificed their lives for the recovery of independence and national sovereignty. Kenya has no prospect at present of such assessment of the War of Independence. Such realism needs to come to British government policy too, in order to ensure justice for its colonist people. But President Macron was quick to change his tune once he settled into presidency, as any anguish shows. While still campaigning for the presidency, Macron called France's colonial history in Algeria a crime against humanity. But this centrist politician quickly changed his mind when his rebuke of France's brutal past was met with criticism at home. In a speech in the southeastern city of Toulon, Macron apologized for having hurt voters' feelings, and dumbed down his accusation to speak instead of the need for France to face its complex past. But what about the feelings of the millions of Africans you casually slur, Monsieur Macron? And yet this misrepresentation of history by imperialism is related not only to isolated incidents or events in just one country, the deliberate destruction. 25. And hiding of information affects all the colonies that came under British Empire. It is also important to understand the linkages between histories of Britain and its colonies and the impact that the history theft has had on both, the colonies and Britain. Cobain asks, how do we judge the final days of empire when we now know they were accompanied by an extraordinarily ambitious act of history theft, one that spanned the globe, with countless colonial papers being incinerated or dumped at sea? This conflagration was intended to erase all traces of the darker deeds of Britain's colonial enterprise. Thousands more files were spirited away from the colonies and hidden for decades in a high-security intelligence facility in the southeast of England. Cobain then looks at the impact that this theft of history has had on Britain and its people. The British state was attempting to protect the reputation of the British state of generations earlier, concealing and manipulating history, sculpting an official narrative, in a manner more associated with a dictatorship than with a mature and confident democracy. The British society itself is then faced with a democratic deficiency as well as facing moral decay at the heart of the state. These have led to what can only be called crimes against humanity on a massive scale. The impact of this is still felt on the surviving victims and their descendants in the former empire. Thousands lost their lives, lands, education, health, and livelihood to colonial plunder. In order to gain a stronger foothold in their former colonies, imperialism rewarded those local people who sided with them with power, land, and national resources, including those stolen from people who fought for independence. Then, as if to add insult to injury, the British establishment sought to change the history of the colonies as well as their own history as a means of falsifying records to promote a misinterpretation of their histories. This affects people of the former colonies as well as people in Britain today. Even when such manipulation of historical facts has been exposed, the British state continues in its time-honored practice of ignoring or denying facts by refusing to 26. Release even the few documents that had not been destroyed. Mosen examines the impact of such manipulation of historical facts on British students, and ultimately on the British public too, by quoting Dr. Mukulika Banerjee, Director of the South Asia Centre and Associate Professor of Anthropology at the London School of Economics. Students arrive at university completely ignorant about the empire, that vital part of their history. When we talk of Syria today, they have no knowledge of Britain's role in the Middle East in the last century. When discussing burning political questions today, they have no historical context to draw on links with Britain's own past with those events. Similarly, they have no clue about the history of immigration. They don't understand why people of other ethnicities came to Britain in the first place. They haven't learned any of it at school. So, in their second year at university, when my students discover the extent of their ignorance, they are furious. Mosen hints at the possible ramification, intended or otherwise, of this historical amnesia. I don't know whether this amnesia is due to embarrassment or fear of reparations or, indeed, a sinister desire to keep the electorate ignorant and pliable. When the British establishment can so casually allow ignorance among people of their own country, it is no surprise that they would care even less about the impact of this theft of history on the people of former colonies. It is only in 2016 that the full and real extent of efforts by the British establishment to hide its history has been revealed. It may have been assumed by some that such actions to hide and distort the colonial history were caused by an oversight, poor administration, or mistakes by a few civil servants. But as Cobain reveals, these were a direct result of British government policies which relied on secrets and lies to further its imperialist endeavours. The ramifications of this official approach were significant and serious for people of all the colonies. The history of Mau Mau, examined in the next section of this book, cannot 27. Be fully understood if not seen in the overall context of British colonial policy and practices. If these colonial actions are excluded from history, it then becomes easy for those who support colonialist interpretations of history to claim that Mau Mau were primitive people who turned to violence for its own sake, rather than seeing their actions as part of Kenya's War of Independence and the people's struggle for liberation from colonialism and imperialism. The ruling elites in Britain and Kenya share the need to project a distorted historical interpretation of the history of Kenya's national liberation movement as a way of maintaining control over people and resources. They thus influence national consciousness and terms of national dialogues to ensure that the facts revealed by Cobain and other historians are buried. People, then, in both countries remain in ignorance about the brutality of the colonial power, about resistance of the colonist people. It is important to understand fully that lack of awareness of the true situation on the part of people is not accidental, but has been officially sanctioned. Cobain examines the systemic use of acts of brutality against the people of Kenya. Throughout the conflict, those atrocities were always assiduously recorded by the authorities in Kenya and reported to the British public by a media that tended, very often, to take its lead from the colonial office. Any misconduct on the part of the British, in the prison camps and out in the forests, was hidden from view. As a consequence, British government ministers and officials had been able to maintain that any acts of brutality inflicted by the colonial authorities had been isolated and unauthorized, rather than systemic. It was a claim that took root and flourished, in the British national memory, and across much of the West. And of course, this interpretation flourished in Kenya as well, under the watchful eyes of the post-independence governments, thus consolidating this colonial perspective as the official history of Kenya, no matter that facts and evidence presented by many victims and some historians challenged this interpretation. Cobain continues the tragic story of the British establishment's game of lies and secrecy. In May 2011, the Foreign Office finally admitted the truth. It was 28. Holding a further 1,500 historical Kenyan files. The files had been concealed for years, held where no historian or lawyer or interested member of the public could find them. The files took up 200 feet at Hounslow Park. He then goes on to examine the reasons that they had remained hidden for so long. They detailed the way in which suspected insurgents had been beaten to death, burnt alive, raped, castrated, and kept in monocles for years. Even children had been killed. And it gets worse for the British establishment as Cobain reveals the connivance of senior British officials in crimes which would surely qualify as crimes against humanity. Among the most damning papers were a number of letters and memoranda written by the colony's Attorney General, Eric Griffith-Jones. At one point, Griffith-Jones describes the mistreatment of detained Mau Mau suspects as distressingly reminiscent of conditions in Nazi Germany or Communist Russia. Despite this, in June 1957 he agreed to draft legislation that sanctioned a new regime of abuse known as the dilution technique, as long as the beatings were carried out with care. Vulnerable parts of the body should not be struck, particularly the spleen, liver, or kidneys, Griffith-Jones wrote. Anyone who protested would have a foot placed on his throat and mud stuffed in his mouth, in the last resort knocked unconscious. While Griffith-Jones may not have been too concerned with the victims of this abuse, the papers showed him to care deeply about the future well-being of those who were to inflict it. The psychological effects on those who administer violence are potentially dangerous. It is essential that they should remain collected, balanced, and dispassionate. When one compares the above torture with that inflicted today on political prisoners by USA in the presence of British officers, it becomes clear that the techniques go back in time to the practice under British colonialism. Nor can it be claimed that the highest ranks in the British government were 29. Unaware of these crimes, as Cobain confirms. These proposed instructions were contained in a memo that Griffith-Jones sent to the colony's governor, Sir Evelyn Baring. If we are going to sin, Griffith-Jones advised Baring, we must sin quietly. The matter did not end there. Baring forwarded the memo to Alan Lennox Boyd, Secretary of State for the colonies, with a covering letter which asserted that inflicting violent shock was the only way of dealing with Mau Mau insurgents, records Cobain. British colonialism was meticulous in recording its activities in the colonies. And this included documenting murders and torture. Describing a case of colonial torture, Cobain explains that the colonial documents contained accounts of torture that colonial officials were writing and passing on to their superiors throughout the 8 years of the insurgency. One described how an African employee of Special Branch pushed pins into their sides, buttocks, fingers and, on at least one occasion, the head, and pinched the sides of their bodies, penis and scrotum with pliers. He crushed the fingers of one detainee. However, Cobain explains that the British government was careful to ensure they met the requirement that British officers and their African subalterns should escape prosecution for their acts. He gives one example. In January 1955, for example, Baring informed Lennox Boyd that 8 European officers were facing accusations of a series of murders, beatings, and shootings. They included, 1 district officer, murder by beating up and roasting alive of 1 African. All 8 received an amnesty. These are not the first recorded incidents of murder and torture that have come to light, as there have been many such records in the public domain, particularly from the victims, their families, and associates. However, 30. Cobain's revelations are based on colonial files, which had been deliberately hidden away. Many other files were destroyed by being thrown in the sea, so it is difficult to know what further damning evidence they contained. Cobain finally examines the overall picture revealed by the hidden files. With the disclosure of the Hounslow Park archive, the fiction that the abuses in Kenya had been isolated and unauthorized could no longer be maintained. The torture and murder had been systemic, choreographed, in fact, by colonial administrators and the colony's law officers, and ministers and officials in London had been fully aware of the details of the abuses for which they were responsible, abuses that the British public had repeatedly been assured, throughout the 1950s, were not happening. But the colonial files revealed not only the murders and tortures that the British colonial authorities carried out in Kenya, they also revealed the extent of their efforts to hide information that documented these murders and tortures. Cobain again fills in the gaps in official reports. From the moment that the migrated archive became available for public scrutiny at Kew in 2012, it was clear that it contained numerous other papers that testified to a worldwide purge of sensitive or damning documentation. There was correspondence that described the laborious burning of papers, there were telegrams from London giving precise instructions for methods of destruction, there were even destruction certificates, signed and witnessed by colonial officials to confirm that certain classes of documents had been incinerated. Yet these revelations, damaging as they are, come as a surprise only to those influenced by imperialist spin and propaganda. Such actions, as also in the case of slavery, were in the very nature of the exploitative system of capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism. This is emphasized by Corbin, who explains. Only a century ago, at the height of empire, Europe controlled 2/3 of the world's land. The empires were for mercantile demands. 31. Rivalry with others and for enormous wealth for a few. Settlement in Kenya continued, and the White Highlands resulted from the land rush and greed of the Europeans. Occupying land and developing a farming system that made them personally wealthy was part of the process, but also a social system separate from the huge African majority around them. Sustained by arms and arrogance, they thought these privileges would last forever. The history of Kenya can be seen, at one level, as finance capital and corporations working with imperialist governments and local allies to put into power those they could easily manipulate to serve corporate and imperialist interests. In the pre-independence days, this was done by the use of violence. After independence, subtler, but equally devastating, means were used. Vlchek looks at the use of culture as a controlling mechanism. Culture is used to re-educate and to indoctrinate mainly the children of the local elites. Funding and grants are put to work where threats and killing were applied before. How does it work? It is actually all quite simple. Rebellious, socially oriented, and anti-imperialist local artists and thinkers are now shamelessly bought and corrupted. Their egos are played on with great skill. Trips abroad for young and talented artists are arranged, funding dispersed, scholarships offered. Carrots are too tasty, most would say, irresistible. Seals of approval from the empire are ready to stamp those blank pages of the lives of still young, unrecognized but angry and sharp young artists and intellectuals from those poor, colonized countries. It is so easy to betray. It is so easy to bend. And so imperialist attacks continue, as does resistance to imperialism. It is time that Gordon Brown and current leaders of British government make public apologies to the people of Kenya, and make appropriate reparations, for these as well as earlier colonial crimes against the people of Kenya. The first step in the liberation of the country is the liberation of history and information on colonial and imperialist crimes against Kenyan people and on their resistance. 32. Colonial violence. A systematic study is needed on the various methods used by colonialism to control and subdue colonist people. At one level, these were brutal attacks on lives and properties of people. Some of the methods used have been well documented. Among these were the use of collective punishment of entire villages and towns for crimes supposedly committed by one or a few people from that area. Systematic sexual violence is another method. Women as well as men have been victims of colonial brutality at a number of levels. Not only have peasant and working class women suffered along with men from the ravages that capitalism and imperialism brought to Kenya, they have also suffered sexual violence used by the colonial administration as a form of punishment. Just as collective punishment became a norm as a weapon of war, so did sexual violence, particularly against women. The British state sanctioned such brutal means of punishing people speaks volumes for the moral standing of those behind colonial and imperial adventures of the British Empire. But the violence was not a mindless, incidental matter. It was part of the process of subjugating people and as much a planned activity as was the use of guns to kill people. Violence was the show of power over lives of powerless people and was intended to show who was in control. Bufacca comments on the effects of such violence. Violence makes the victims and survivors feel vulnerable, violated, degraded and inferior to the perpetrators of violence, morally and politically. Being the subject of arbitrary violence undermines a person's self-respect, self-esteem, and epistemic status. Violence captures the unequal relationship of power between perpetrators and victims or survivors, exposing the powerlessness of the latter. Violence is first and foremost a social act, characterized by the desire to establish a social relation of violence in which what matters is that the victim realizes that the aggressor intends to harm them. In performing an act of violence, one is inflicting harm on the victim with the concomitant intention that the victim becomes aware of the damage and of its author. 33. Colonial violence in Kenya included systematic sexual violence not only against women but men as well. That a so-called civilizing mission by the British state sanctioned such brutal means of punishing people speaks volumes for the moral standing of the colonial and imperial adventures of the 20th century. Mau Mau today. Mau Mau liberation movement was active in Kenya around the period 1948-1960. Its impact can be seen in Kenya even today as people look back to the unmet aims of an equal and just society that the movement fought for. But it survives in yet another way as well, as shown when the Mau Mau veterans sought compensation from the British government for the atrocities committed against them during the colonial period. The battleground, for the moment, shifted to British courts. In October 2012, 3 Mau Mau veterans were given permission by the British High Court to claim damages for the grave abuses they suffered when imprisoned during the Mau Mau Rebellion. The court cases have created a new interest in the West in the movement, and indeed in the entire history of British Empire and colonialism. A number of new sources of information on the period have become available in recent years. There have been new research reports, books and, most important, colonial files of the period that have been released recently. 6. All these throw new light on the subject. Prominent books include Caroline Elkin's Britain's Gulag, The Brutal End of Empire in Kenya and David Anderson's Histories of the Hanged, Britain's Dirty War in Kenya and the End of Empire. Jeremy Corbyn highlighted one of the reasons that Mau Mau remains in the news. We are in an era of historical rewriting of the whole role of empire and its alleged civilizing qualities. Empires are set up for military power, for financial gains, the brutality of the exploitation, the theft of land and the imposition of unfair laws is the price paid by the victim. To achieve this exploitation, the colonizing empire needs an ideology of racist superiority to justify it to its own population, and to enable its agents to carry out this process. The same reasons, military power and financial gains, drive USA and its allies, including Britain, to wage wars today against the people of Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, and possibly extended to North Korea and Iran if imperialism has its way. In this sense, the issues that arise as a result of the Mau Mau court cases have significance far beyond legal matter, as Riri explains. History will judge this case, not on the basis of who had the more powerful military and weapons of mass destruction during this colonial war, but who, the British or the Kenyans, had the right and justice on their side. But justice in this case can never be entirely done, as Corbyn maintains. Compensation for what happened may be paid, an apology may be given, but the lives lost, the villages burnt, the reign of terror the British imposed in a colonial era that was rapidly approaching its sunset will never be forgotten. Thus, the need for justice for those who were active in the movement is in focus today. But justice for the war veterans cannot be achieved fully until there is justice for their movement, Mau Mau. But there has been no justice for Mau Mau for over 60 years. It suited colonialism to brand the movement as cruel and primitive and to hide its real aims, cynically dismissing the sacrifice of millions as misguided, thereby hoping to justify its brutal repression of the people of Kenya. The movement was condemned easily, as were its supporters, activists, and sympathizers. But while individuals 35 can go to courts to seek redress, movements cannot, and without that judicial option it is all the more important to examine the movement and see what it represented, and to explore the impact it had, and continues to have, today. Speak 7. Speak, for your lips are free. Speak, your tongue is still yours. Your upright body is yours. Speak, your life is still yours. Speak, this little time is plenty. Before the death of body and tongue. Speak, for truth is still alive. Speak, say whatever is to be said. Mau Mau and the struggle for land and freedom. There has been much debate on the term Mau Mau, and about what it means and whether it is an appropriate way to describe the movement and its activities. The term Kenya Land and Freedom Army is preferable as it encapsulates the aim of the resistance movement succinctly while indicating that it was a national movement. It is not the intention here to explain or justify the use of one title or the other. But as Mau Mau is widely known and has developed its own connotation and social and political context of resistance to colonialism and imperialism, both in Kenya and internationally, it is used in this book. However, there are a number of points of caution that need to be addressed with regard to the naming of the movement either way. The term Mau Mau refers to the organization and its actions, political, social, and military, as part of the struggle for national resistance and liberation in Kenya. The movement was anti-colonialist, anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist. It sought political independence, but also aimed for full economic liberation from all aspects of social oppression and economic exploitation. It did not fight to replace white masters for black ones under the false pretense of independence. The term used to describe it, whether Mau Mau or the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, should not obscure this fact. The imperialist interpretation of the movement considered the movement to comprise just one nationality, the Kikuyu. Evidence shows that this was not the case as activists from many other nationalities joined to fight during struggle, including some South Asian communities which had often been used by colonialists and following the adoption of capitalism, with its policies of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer, by the ruling classes. It would be an incorrect interpretation of history if the liberation movement is seen as the activity of just one nationality. Almost every nationality in Kenya resisted colonialism from its earliest intrusion long before the Mau Mau phase, from the early years of British colonialism up to independence, and during the earlier period of Portuguese colonialism. The resistance was nationwide. 37. Another result of the boxing in of the national liberation movement under an unclear label is that it is seen as a movement of only a section of the population, whereas Mau Mau was a people's movement. Equally, the victims of British colonial policies were the entire people of Kenya, in the sense of the long-term economic, political, and social consequences of the policies of British colonialism. Making out that only Mau Mau were involved in the movement and were the only victims of colonial policies ignores the fact that varying proportions of the populations of towns and villages were active in the struggle. In the central province, hundreds of thousands were put into concentration camps. In other parts of the country, small elite groups were groomed to become leaders by British colonialists and the rest of the working people were victimized in different ways. Such victims included men, women, and children. An incorrect understanding of the struggle may not grasp the full implication of the actions of, or the impact on, the people as a whole. Many people's losses included lives, livelihoods, land, livestock, the deprivation of services such as education and opportunities for acquiring wealth and resources, not only for one but subsequent generations as well. This loss has not been compensated for. Of course, the British policy of divide and rule created a powerful home guard, comprador, force which was not involved in the struggle for liberation. Their actions have had a lasting negative impact on the people of Kenya. An important aspect of the liberation struggle that is often misunderstood is that it was led by organized working-class people brought together by a well-established trade union and working-class ideology, organizations, and activities. Many workers who had previously participated in peaceful strikes and activities had resorted to armed resistance as a necessity, as there were no peaceful ways of dislodging colonialism from Kenya, particularly after the declaration of war, or, as the British establishment called it, the emergency. This class aspect of the liberation that shows workers and peasants as the backbone of the struggle, is misrepresented in imperialist interpretations by many Kenyans as well as other historians. They gloss over the fact that workers in towns and countryside suffered as much as peasants whose land and cattle was forcefully taken, and that this was a contributory factor to the growth of the militant resistance. Mau Mau was thus a movement of workers and peasants from across the nation. That leads to another question about the movement: who can qualify to be 38 called Mau Mau? Was it the fighters in the forest alone? Or did others, such as the network of activists and organizers in towns and countryside who were active in other aspects of the struggle for liberation, play their part? How do we look at the workers who played an important part in organizing Mau Mau cells around the country, those women and children who took food and other material to the fighters in the forest, the South Asian activists who helped set up Mau Mau factories and provided food and shelter to the fighters and protected their families, the lawyers, the doctors, the political activists from all nationalities who opposed colonialism and supported the armed resistance or joined people's forces of national liberation? And who has the right to decide on such definitions? The reality is that many of those who were not involved in any aspect of the struggle, past and present, Kenyans and non-Kenyans, with power to reinterpret history, are often the ones who decide on these issues. And they come with the baggage of their class interests and positions of power and influence. Those who fought and sacrificed all, including their lives in many cases, are forced into silence by their lack of economic, political, and social power. Mau Mau had a clear perspective on this when the two wings were identified, the active fighters and the people's forces, which supported the movement in other ways. Each depended on the other and was part of the overall movement. While these questions cannot be answered in the abstract by a few self-appointed interpreters of history, one approach would be to let those who were active in many different ways decide their own role in the movement. In this book, the term Mau Mau is used for the organized force that actively sought the overthrow of colonialism and imperialism by economic, political, and military means. At one level, it included those who took up arms. At another, it includes thousands who supported the organization by supplying information, arms, food, and helped the armed struggle in various ways. It is the organizational aspect and activism within it that perhaps decided who was a Mau Mau. He mentions this aspect. The mistake has often been made of identifying the Mau Mau movement with only the group that actually took up arms to fight it out in the forest against the colonial authorities and their African 39 collaborators. The bulk of the membership of the Mau Mau, which supplied and carried underhand activities for the movement, pervaded every sector. Among the urban dwellers were to be found zealous Mau Mau followers comparable to the squatters in European farms. Supporters of the movement infiltrated right through the police force and even the notorious Home Guards. AR raises this issue in the context of South Asians. Caught up in explicating arguments about tribalism, nationalism, and neocolonialism, Indian voices have similarly died a second death in historical scholarship and popular narratives. These voices included Indian journalists who fought with pens in Indian-owned newspapers, members of the Congress who fought through rhetoric at public meetings, Indian lawyers who fought with words in courts while defending detainees, and individual Indians, entangled in their houses and sawmills with forest fighters and the police, who joined the Mau Mau's passive wings as suppliers of provisions or protected their Kikuyu employees from the excesses of the colonial state. While it can be accepted that such activists and actions need to be recognized as part of the liberation movement, there needs to be a word of caution that such arguments can be used by the Home Guards to implicate that they were hidden supporters of the struggle. However, it should not be too difficult to distinguish the genuine fighters for liberation from the opportunists whose only interest was personal gain. Historical context, imperialism and resistance. Colonialism and imperialism in Kenya cannot be seen outside their global context. Nor can resistance in Kenya be seen outside the context of resistance to imperialism around the world. They are indelibly linked, and they influence each other in ways that may not at first be obvious. Thus, in order to understand colonialism and imperialism in Kenya fully, one needs to understand them in their global, colonial context. Other cases of imperial destruction include the elimination of native populations in USA and Australia, the slavery of African people, the imposition of the state of 40. Israel on Palestine, the massacres in Malaysia and the recent attacks on the countries and people of West Asia. Destruction and atrocities in India carried out by Britain are well documented by the RUR and need to be studied to understand colonialism and imperialism better. British imperialism was directly or indirectly involved in all these destructive activities. But again, this needs to be seen within the overall context of European colonization and imperialism. Germany, Belgium, France, and earlier imperialist superpowers, Spain and Portugal, had all carried out massacres and looting of their own in their colonies, with Belgium having massacred over 10 million people in the Congo. History is sometimes seen in mutually exclusive time capsule with no links between the different periods, so links such as those between British atrocities over centuries, and the rise of people's resistance are ignored. Similarly, the disjointed events between different periods of history are not seen as links to Kenya's War of Independence. What is forgotten is that Mau Mau was part of a larger war of independence with many aspects in which all nationalities were involved. It takes on a new perspective when seen in its dynamic reality and diverse manifestations. Imperialism used similar tactics to control people and countries all over the world. This remained the same whether one looks at Kenya and Africa or Latin America or Asia. It is necessary to understand this common imperialist practice in order to get a correct picture of how and what imperialism was up to and to get a better global perspective of how imperialism managed to create a global system of exploitation. Petras and Veltmeyer record the experience that was common globally. By this time the sun had set on the British Empire, and the diverse countries and peoples that had been colonized and subjected, had begun to rebel and rise up against their masters, the guardians of the capitalist system, and the imperial world order turned towards the notion of development and the project of international cooperation. The aim of this project of international cooperation was twofold. One was to ensure that the emerging leaders of this decolonization and development process would not heed the siren call of communism, and to ensure that they would turn to capitalism in meeting the system requirements of national development. The 41. Other was to defuse the revolutionary ferment associated with an emerging class struggle for land and social change, against the forces of capitalist development. The situation that capitalism and imperialism created in Kenya becomes clearer when seen in a global perspective, not only of imperialist exploitation, but resistance to it as well. Resistance also needs to be seen as a response to imperialism, a theory explained clearly by Cecil Rhodes as an essential solution to the cries for bread among the unemployed working class of England, since it was the responsibility of colonial statesmen to acquire lands to settle the surplus population and create markets for goods from British factories. In the process, the needs, the land, the resources, the labor, and the very lives of people in the colonies were sacrificed in an unprecedented system of brutality. However, there needs to be caution when discussing who benefits from colonialism and imperialism. It is often assumed that everyone in imperialist countries benefited equally from colonial and imperialist plunder. However, while it is true that some resources were shared between the poor and working people, the reality is that most of the gains are enjoyed by a small minority of those in power and their friends in finance, business, and the industrial military complex. Aronovich answers the question who gains from the policy of imperialism, thus. Not the British people, but at all times the financiers and industrialists who stand behind the Tory party. They are opposed to the advance of democracy everywhere, and especially in the colonies. It is from the colonies that they draw much of their wealth and power. Theirs is the policy now continued by the Labour government. Its results can only be disastrous for the British people. A new anti-imperialist policy is vital for our peace and prosperity. An all-inclusive, dynamic approach to understanding historical events would make it clear that the massacres, murders, systematic sexual violence, burning and looting of property and livestock, the destruction of agriculture and industries, the stealing of land and natural resources in colonies were not isolated incidents but were at the very heart of the system of exploitation and oppression that resulted from colonialism and imperialism, in Kenya. 42. In India and in other colonies. British colonialism not only controlled these aspects during colonialism, but planted the seeds of imperialist exploitation after formal independence, as will be examined later in the book. However, the events in Kenya as well as in British Empire around the world need to be seen in the context of imperialist exploitation. The rather long quote below from Conboy, Lugo-Oquendo, and Eldridge shows a number of key issues in understanding how colonial actions make an impact that continues through time, and touches upon how the history of colonialism has been distorted. If truth be told, empire was a disaster for those under colonial rule. For Africans themselves, the British Empire was a Holocaust followed by genocide. It represented the destruction of entire societies, followed by perpetual oppression and exploitation. Moreover, after the end of slavery, the empire inserted Africa as a colonial market into the capitalist system, which still reproduces relations of dependency and exploitation in the name of modernity and civilization. This insertion of Africa into the world markets consolidated in the 19th and 20th centuries the structures of wealth distribution and inequalities that still today define the relationships between Africa and the West. The recounting of history, cliched as it may sound, is an accordion which contracts and expands, playing conveniently to the tune of those in power. It is easy now for the West to blame all Africa's problems on corruption and to point fingers at the tribal nature of its politics. In so doing, it is able to dismiss historical continuums and ignore direct links between the historical accumulation of wealth in Europe and the United States, and poverty and exclusion in Africa. Indeed, too often those playing history as a justificatory instrument forget that many of the contemporary issues in Africa are directly linked to the colonial legacy and the structures that were left in place by European empires, from the most recent Arab Spring and the 43 preceding authoritarian regimes, to the now not-so-recent problems such as land reform and its consequences in Zimbabwe, the conflict in the Congo and environmental degradation in Nigeria. These same voices which now try to revive the legitimacy of colonial rule also tend to deliberately ignore the reality that the British Empire was made possible not only through the use of military force, but also by those widely spread narratives that kidnapped and raped the popular imagination of the public in Europe, a discursive travesty that presented the British Empire as an emerging adventure of discovery and a quest for progress, modernity, and civilization. An imperialist record of history sees events as isolated, unconnected to other events happening at the same time. It tends to view some events as spontaneous actions by the few, brought on because some good or bad people drove them to it. This line of thinking encourages the destruction of progressive people and glorifies those who side with imperialism. Kenyan history, and indeed, African history, needs to be examined to check whether it is indeed an objective record of events and actions or it is a distorted version subtly glorifying or justifying imperialist plunder. 3 Pillars of Resistance. Mr. Lennox Boyd plans a new Devil's Island in the middle of Lake Victoria. He plans to transport there 10,000 or more unredeemable Kikuyus. The island is at present completely uninhabited and the Kikuyu will serve no fixed prison sentence. They will stay there until they die, and because most of them are illiterate, they will be cut off from everyone and everything they know. October 10, 54, Kenya Committee for Democratic Rights for Kenya, quoting from press reports. Mau Mau is perhaps not unique in being seen from differing and often opposing perspectives. That is a reflection of class divisions in the capitalist world where each class interprets history in keeping with its class interest, often ignoring facts or creating false ones. Ndigwe shows how different people interpret Mau Mau in Kenya. 44. As with any armed struggle against oppression, Mau Mau has been, and still seems to be, a very controversial subject. Various groups of Kenyan population viewed Mau Mau differently. To the freedom fighters and the ordinary Wananchi, the Mau Mau movement was a noble and patriotic cause that required dedication and devotion to one's country to the extent of giving one's life for it. They viewed Mau Mau as a last resort to a long struggle against the humiliation, oppression, and degradation of colonialism, and seemed the only way to restore back, fast disappearing land, lost pride and dignity, and foreign domination. Violence became a last resort to calling attention to the movement. To the missionary, and the African Christians, Mau Mau was an evil and heathen rejection of Christianity and a return to the savagery and barbarism that Christianity was trying to root out. But to the settler and the colonial administrator, Mau Mau was viewed as a move back to tribal brutality and cruelty, a rejection of civilization and progress. The settler and the administrator could not possibly understand why a people for whom so much had been done and sacrificed would want to revolt against, and reject, what could only be good for them. Each group, therefore, viewed Mau Mau from whichever angle benefited them in their varied interests, and so each group fought for what they believed to be right and just. When Field Marshal Muthoni was asked why people like her participated in the War of Independence, she replied, "To fight, of course. My father worked for a settler. I was brought up in a settler's farm. Once you had lived with them, you knew you had to fight. We felt it was better to die in the forest fighting them, than to live without our freedom. We wanted our land, and we wanted our freedom, that is what we wanted." 45. She continued. "We were in the forest fighting for our freedom. Our fellow black man was not our enemy, not even those who collaborated with the white man. Those who collaborated we knew did so because of their ignorance. The white man was not our enemy because of the color of his skin. No. It was because of what he had done. He had come and taken our land and was oppressing us in our own land. That is what we fought for, our land and our freedom." Misunderstandings and distortion of what Mau Mau and the War of Independence were all about sometimes arises from looking at the struggle in a one-dimensional, static way. Mau Mau and the War of Independence were different things at different times and involved many struggles within a larger anti-imperialist war. The particularities of each period and in each part of the country differed, but the overall aim throughout was to get rid of the system of exploitation and looting that colonialism and imperialism brought to Kenya. At the same time, different struggles contributed to and fed into the larger aim. In this it was no different from the Cuban Revolution, as Cushion says. In common with many conflict situations, a number of parallel struggles took place in the revolution, and most combatants participated in some elements but not others according to their political beliefs and class interests. The insurrection was a civil war, a class struggle, an anti-imperialist movement, a democratic revolution, a fight for national independence against neocolonialism, a campaign against corruption, and an episode in the Cold War. Mau Mau needs to be seen in the overall context of Kenya's War of Independence so as to understand the contribution of different streams of resistance that joined together to make up the overall flow. These streams included the active guerrilla armies in towns and forests, the non-combatant wing of Mau Mau, the different nationalities participating at different levels in the struggle, the organized and unorganized working class and their struggles for economic and political rights. It included those who saw armed resistance as the only way to fight colonialism and imperialism and others who were pacifists and wanted to wage a nonviolent struggle. It 46. Included those who saw their struggles in single issues, such as education or religion, as their contribution to the War of Independence. The earlier peasant and nationalities-based struggle for land, as well as struggles for labor, economic and political rights in later years were all aspects of the War of Independence. One cannot identify any one of these as the overall determining factor in the achievement of independence, all played their part to differing degrees. Thus in essence, the War of Independence was a movement built on three pillars of resistance to colonialism and imperialism. These can be seen as Mau Mau, the trade union movement, and the people's forces consisting of peasants, national and nationality political and social organizations from across the country who supported the War of Independence in different ways, not necessarily always supporting armed resistance. Missing from many history books is the revolutionary role played by Kenya's peasants and pastoralists as partners with workers in the struggle for independence and later, in the post-independence period, as forces resisting neocolonialism for land and against exploitation of their labor and produce. The period of the first invasion of Kenya by colonial plunderers saw massive peasant resistance, and this militancy continued right up to, and beyond, independence. Colonialism found it necessary to hide the peasant militancy as aspects of tribalism and primitiveness. Yet it remains true that workers, on their own, could not have driven colonialism out of Kenya. The support of peasants provided a solid foundation for a united worker-peasant front against a powerful enemy. Davis relates the role of peasant-worker alliance during the foundation of the Soviet Union and sees this alliance as crucial in wars against colonialism. The practical application of the concept of a worker-peasant alliance proved not only to be critical in Russian conditions, but has also been central to liberation struggles in colonial and post-colonial countries. It was an original development of Marxist theory because hitherto the peasantry had been written off as a reactionary force. 47. And yet, Kenya's official history ignores the crucial role of the united force of peasants and workers in the victory over colonialism. Colonial history, and those who follow its conclusions, did not show these three pillars standing together. Many may recognize one or more in isolation but do not see them working together as part of an overall, complex reality. They therefore created an incorrect or incomplete history of the country, and it is this incomplete interpretation has then permeated the minds of Kenyans even today. Similarly, a lack of clarity about the struggles also led to confusion and misunderstanding about the different methods used to fight the common enemy. Some fought with guns, others with ideas, others with newspapers and publication, songs, religion, education, economic and political system. An important clue as what Mau Mau stood for is in the name it chose when it resorted to armed struggle, Kenya Land and Freedom Army. Thus land and freedom for the people of Kenya were the aims of the movement, and as the British repression became even more intensive, the only method of struggle left was through an armed struggle. There was a long period before the Second Imperialist World War when the people of Kenya had sought to bring about change through peaceful means through petitions and pleas to the British government, but these brought no results. Thus, as the Gadar movement seeking freedom from colonialism in India said in 1913, the time will soon come when rifles and blood will take the place of pens and ink. While many organizations had started preparations by the late 1940s, the time for rifles and blood in Kenya was brutally ushered in by intensified repression through the declaration of the emergency in 1952. The TJRC report highlights the background to the militant stage of the War of Independence. The creation of reserves in areas deemed unsuitable for European settlement had far-reaching implications, both for the natives and the colonial administration. Underlying them was a policy of exploitation and oppression against the colonized people accentuated. 48. By land alienation, forced male labor mobilization, overcrowding, insecurity, stagnation in African agricultural production, massive landlessness, and rapid land deterioration due to fragmentation, overstocking and soil erosion. In the long term, the problems in the reserves led to unrest and eventually to a political uprising, the Mau Mau resistance movement that organized around the issue of foreign rule, land alienation, and political and economic inequality. Malabo provides the background to the contradictions created by colonialism in Kenya and also links the economic with political issues. Colonialism, and with it the introduction of capitalist relations of production in Central Province, caused the destruction of the traditional political economy. The resultant economic hardships, especially of displaced peasants and former tenants and squatters, complicated rural social relations and generated tension both in the rural and urban centers. But these economic problems were never viewed as distinct from political struggles by Mau Mau supporters. To them it was manifestly clear that the colonial state and its multiple demands and requirements were responsible for both the economic and political problems in the country. The colonial state's identification with European settlers was complete. In these circumstances, it would have been impossible to distinguish economic needs from political needs, for neither could be satisfied independent of the other. In Kenya, there was a problem of distinguishing between economic and political causes of the revolt, for after all, political and economic injustice were intricately intertwined. Roseberg and Nottingham explain the stages of resistance against colonialism that culminated in Mau Mau. At first Africans sought to obtain redress for their grievances within the framework of the settler-orientated colonial state. Following the Second World War, however, many came to challenge its very legitimacy. A nationalism of petition and constitutional protest ultimately gave way to a militant nationalism employing direct action. 49. In seeking a new political and social order, Mau Mau thus represented a fundamental shift from a passive, within-system peaceful approach to an armed revolutionary movement to overthrow colonialism and imperialism. It sought to establish a new equitable society based on principles of social and economic justice and to address the imbalance in power between different classes. Colonialism's response to this revolutionary approach by Mau Mau was threefold. First, it attacked Mau Mau with a massive build-up of military hardware. Secondly, it waged propaganda and spin warfare to misinform people in Kenya and Britain about what Mau Mau stood for. Thirdly, it encouraged divisions among people of Kenya along tribal and class lines and created antagonism among people by creating the privileged Home Guard force to undermine national unity. All these responses have had a lasting negative legacy from which Kenya suffers even today. The court cases by Mau Mau veterans highlight the effects of the colonial government's military response to Mau Mau, the effects of the other responses, misinformation and implanted disunity and tribalism, are also obvious in Kenya, where national consciousness, molded by mass media, the education system and policies of the comprador regimes, is not fully aware of the reality that was the War of Independence and also the reality of how the elite were groomed, encouraged, and supported by the departing British colonial government to seize power in the interest of the elite and imperialism. While the British courts have accepted the grave abuses suffered by the veterans, only a people's court is in a position to pass judgment on British colonialism for the damage it has inflicted in other ways. Colonialism and capitalism created unfair and unequal economic conditions and social relations during the colonial period which could only be resolved through an armed, revolutionary movement. It simultaneously failed to create suitable political systems and structures, which could perhaps have mitigated the harsh economic and political reality faced by the people. It was the failure of the political process which ensured that the only way of resolving social contradiction was through an armed resistance movement. Newsinger explains the failures of colonial policies. What drove the Kikuyu down the road to rebellion was the failure of the Labour government elected with an overwhelming majority in 1945 to offer any hope of improvement or advance. The moderate Kenya African Union repeatedly requested that the African people be given 12 elected representatives in the Legislative Council. Instead, Griffiths offered to increase African representation from 4 to 5. This left 30,000 settlers with 14 elected representatives, the 100,000 Asians with 6, the 24,000 Arabs with 1 and the 5 million Africans with 5 nominees. Even the settlers were astonished at how reactionary the Labour government proved to be. This shattering of hopes for peaceful change fatally compromised the influence of the moderates and strengthened the hand of the revolutionaries. This made armed resistance almost an inevitability. Wolfe sums up the contradictions of the colonial policy and practice in Kenya, a contradiction well hidden by a colonial interpretation of history. In Kenya, our professed principles and our political practice have contradicted each other ever since the beginning of the century. For 40 years the interests of 3 million Africans have been sacrificed to those of a handful of Europeans. But these handful of Europeans were not the working class from Britain. As WFTU points out about composition of the European population in Kenya, the sort of people who constitute the white population of Kenya amply justify the comment of Negli Farson, who says of the colony that it has the greatest proportion among its inhabitants of ex-soldiers, generals, colonels, majors, of any country in the world. It is thus the British military establishment, which indirectly influenced power and policies that the colonial government wielded on behalf of the settlers, together with some poorer, working-class British settlers who benefited to a much lesser extent. But the corporations were not far behind. Besides individuals like Lord Delamere, the leader of the settlers who acquired over 100,000 acres of the best land, and Lord Francis Scott, huge tracts were alienated in favor of plantation companies. The East African Syndicate was given 320,000 acres, the Uplands of East Africa Syndicate 51. 350,000 acres, and the Grogan Forest Concession 200,000 acres, as WFTU says. It is clear that the entire colonial adventure was used to benefit the UK establishment as a whole, and the handful of Europeans were allowed to take their share in return for managing the colony on behalf of capitalism. Wolfe recognized the presence of hidden but powerful forces behind the settlers and the Kenya colonial government. It is not the settlers, but the system, economic and political, and the government which maintains that system, on whom the blame for this situation must rest. It was this force of capitalism that dictated colonial plunder, murder, and massacres that became the norm in Kenya even after independence. It is the conditions they created that could end only in violence. And yet not everybody in Britain who sided with the establishment point of view on Kenya. Brockway, for example, shows that there were people in Britain who understood the reasons for the rise of Mau Mau. Fenner Brockway was an MP in the UK and became determined to show the reality in Kenya following a visit with another MP, Leslie Hale. As this is a clear indication of what drove people to an armed struggle in Kenya, it is worth quoting Brockway in depth as he identifies the reasons for the rise of Mau Mau. Mau Mau arises from a deep and continuing frustration, a frustration which is social, economic, and psychological, a frustration from which the African can never escape. It is inconceivable that the British government was not aware of these facts set out by Brockway as early as 1953 as follows. Social. The British have destroyed the old tribal system through which African instincts, thoughts, and emotions found expression, and have failed to replace it by a satisfying substitute. 52. The clan was compact and small. At its head was an elected council of elders. The Kikuyus were among the most democratic of African tribes. They did not have chiefs because they objected to personal power. We have destroyed these democratic communities. Instead, the tribes are administered by British district officers and chiefs whom the British select. They are regarded as the tools of an alien administration. Economic. Whenever one asked an African in Kenya what grievance he felt most deeply, the answer came without a moment's hesitation: land hunger. To the African, land is life. Livelihood depends upon it. Land hunger in Kenya is equivalent to unemployment in Britain, unemployment without benefits, children's allowances, or other social services. Of the 1.25 million Kikuyus, 500,000 have had to leave their reserve because there is no land from which they can gain a living. Over extensive areas there are from 500 to 1,000 people per square mile. The despair which arises from the physical suffering of land hunger becomes bitterness when the Kikuyus look from their congested reserves to the neighboring European areas, the White Highlands. Their reserve contains 12,000 square miles of cultivatable land, that is 1 European to a square mile. The bitterness of this comparison is intensified by the memory of how the Europeans obtained their land. Land hunger, supplemented by racial discrimination in how land is used, is the root economic frustration of the African population in Kenya. Brockway then explains the plight of the squatters on the European farms, the 500,000 Kikuyus who have been driven from their land, before looking at the third aspect of the deep and continuing frustration, psychological. When I first heard the name I thought they must be trespassers. Not. 53. So. They are the laborers on the farms. The name should be serfs rather than squatters. I know of no labor conditions in the British sphere of Africa closer to slavery. Psychological. Racial discrimination permeates every sphere of life in Kenya. Everywhere there is racial segregation. This is the source of the psychological frustration of the African people. It is probable that the humiliations of the color bar cause the deepest wounds of bitterness. Thus the stealing of land was one of the key factors that united people in their struggle against colonialism. It remains one of the unresolved causes of social tension in Kenya even today. A brief look at the land issue may therefore provide a better understanding of the land issue in Kenya and the underlying reasons for resistance in Kenya. 54. Explosion inevitable, resistance before Mau Mau. The climate of much of the territory is excellent for agriculture, and it is free from tropical diseases. These conditions, however, have encouraged the settlement of Europeans who have invaded the healthy areas and alienated the land formerly owned and tilled by Africans. The African population must now either perish or work for starvation wages on the farms they and their parents owned for countless generations. In addition, they are compelled to pay a poll tax to sustain the administration which has deprived them of their land. This situation has precipitated events which have since come to as Mau Mau, for when human rights are denied to any people, an explosion is inevitable. Frida Lasky. The struggle for land, labor, and economic, social and political freedom started long before Mau Mau, which carried on the earlier struggles to new heights by adding organized, armed resistance to earlier methods. Koinange provides documents from various nationalities showing their grievances against British imperialism. A few points from these are reproduced below to show resistance before Mau Mau. The Kipsigis grievances the power to intervene in countries where a minority are oppressing a majority and create the kind of instability that leads to trouble. The first district commissioner of Jericho at about 1911 to 1914 evicted indigenous people from all these inhabited parts. While evicting people, the government officials set fire to their huts. All their goods were burnt, properties were destroyed. In conclusion, leaving only 1/4 of our land in 1921 up to 1940, about 3/4 has gone to Europeans. Koinange and Wunko show the sham legal methods that the British government used to dispossess African of their lands. His Majesty's government had no power, under protectorate law in East Africa, to extinguish the rights of land ownership of the Africans, and yet this was taken. There was enacted the Crown. 55. Lands Ordinance. This dispossession meant the alienation of 16,000 square miles to 2,000 European settlers and the reservation of 50,000 square miles for 5.5 million Africans. Koinange and Wunko further show one of the consequences of the British takeover of Kenyan land. Thus we see in Kenya the creation of a European aristocracy which is founded not on innate superiority, but on monopoly of the best and healthiest land. A large part of the Africans, by contrast, must live in lands that are dry, hot, and unhealthy, in lands too small and too infertile to support their population. This creation of aristocracy and immense class inequality that started under British rule is continuing to this date, although the European aristocracy is now joined by the elite African aristocracy created and nurtured by British policies as part of the independence settlement. Again, this is another aspect of the colonial legacy in Kenya which has received little or no attention. One expression of the people's demands for land was shown at a mass meeting of 30,000 people in Githunguri in July 1952, when people came from all over the country in lorries, as narrated by Koinange, who provides the words of the song people sang at the meeting. Our fight for the land will never cease. It was ours, and it will be ours, forever and ever. We do not fear those who speak behind our backs. If they scorn us, they will not be here forever. We look for the day to arrive when great jubilation will reign everywhere, and the children of black men throughout the world will know happiness in the return of their rights. 56. Slaughter explains the land grievance that forced the people of Kenya to take up arms. By the end of the Second World War, 3,000 European settlers owned 43,000 square kilometers of the most fertile land, only 6% of which they cultivated. The African population of 5.25 million occupied, without ownership rights, less than 135,000 square kilometers of the poorest land. On the native reserves, much of the land was unsuitable for agriculture. The colonial divide and rule policies affected not only the lives of people but resistance to colonialism as well. Malabo looks at how such policies affected local and national politics in Kenya. The development of African nationalism was complicated further by the establishment of the African reserves in 1915. Each reserve occupied, as far as possible, a separate ethnic group. This had the effect of emphasizing the distinctiveness of each tribal grouping and limiting any chances of solidarity. Separateness led to suspicion and ill-feeling, some deliberately fostered by the British in their strategy of divide and rule. Problems affecting each community tended to be viewed in local terms, with almost no consideration given to their national dimension. This was officially sanctioned parochialism, and it was to be many years before territorial nationalism emerged in Kenya. Thus driven into regions, the struggle against colonialism was nevertheless waged in every part of Kenya. As the land grab had been the most severe in the land of the Gikuyu people, the fiercest resistance was also centered there. Newsinger provides details of how the land grab by settlers affected the Gikuyu nationality. By 1948, 1.25 million Kikuyu were restricted to land holdings in 2,000 square miles of tribal reserve, while the 30,000 white settlers held 12,000 square miles, including most of the best farmland. In the reserves there was considerable poverty, with almost half of the population landless. Only a small class of collaborators prospered. Outside the reserves some 120,000 Kikuyu lived as 57 squatters on the white farms, receiving a small patch of land in return for their labor, in effect a form of serfdom. The resulting resistance by the Gikuyu, and other nationalities, was inevitable, given the harsh reality of what colonialism was doing to people. Chech Kenya provides some background. By the late 1930s and early 1940s there were organizational links between the unions in the towns and the majority of our people in the countryside. Resistance to various aspects of colonial policy was often nationwide. For instance, the trade unions, and such organizations as the Kenya African Union, the Kavirondo Taxpayers Welfare Association, the Yakombo Members Association, the Tata Hills Association, and the North Kavirondo Central Association, all took up the issue of land alienation and demanded a better deal for the African people. Protests became more militant after World War II. Nationalist feelings nurtured by such bodies as the 40 Group, the Action Group within COW, and the unions under Cheikh Kibachia and Macken Singh, must be seen as a part of a general worldwide Afro-American movement against colonial domination. Such historical analyses from a working-class perspective have begun to emerge and needs to be seen as a legitimate interpretation of Kenyan history. Among recent revelations are documents that show how the British government manipulated land deals favorable to imperialism and to the incoming Comprador regime. Land grabbing by the successive KANU regimes of Kenyatta and Moi has been confirmed in the archives of the last colonial governor of Kenya, Malcolm MacDonald, and those of the former Vice President of Kenya, Joseph Muramai. The Kenya Human Rights Commission sums up the methods and effects of the colonial land policy as recorded by the Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission. The TJRC report identified that the colonial administration used irregular and/or illegal methods to obtain land from local communities such as, the establishment of native reserves, forced evictions of the Tala, Pokot, Turkana, and Sabayat communities, land alienation by 58. Multinational corporations and coercive measures such as forced African labor, forced taxation, and forced military service. These colonial policies, laws, and practices had both immediate and long-term effects on African communities, including permanent displacement. The colonial system created ethno-specific boundaries, which gave the impression that land rights within particular boundaries could only be enjoyed by certain communities, in certain areas. These ethnic ties to land continue to affect Kenya to date. These practices were then handed over to, and continued in, the post-independence era. The Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission sums up how the land settlement benefited the elite. The ex-Mau Mau fighters were thus shortchanged after independence. Even when the settlement schemes were initiated between 1963 and 1967, the Maasai who suffered the most got nothing and the Kalenjin received small areas around Sodik and Nandi. The squatters were not any better in their continued demand for cultivatable land across the highlands. Those living in the former White Highlands were evicted. In the majority of the settlement schemes in Nakuru and Nyandarua, the existing squatters were simply removed by force, with new claimants chosen to occupy the plots. The situation of the landless did not improve with the sale of larger farms under the willing buyer, willing seller model. A decade after the implementation, 1/6 of the settler lands were found to have been sold intact to the emerging African elite comprising Kenyatta, his wife, children, and close associates. These elites did not even need much money to buy settler farms, as they were also able to raise loans from government bodies such as the Agricultural Finance Corporation and the Land and Agriculture Bank. While the return of their land was the most important issue for Kenyans, it was not the only one, as Koinange and Wanko point out. Colonial development which seeks merely to produce more food and raw material for export, without reference to African needs, will fail. Cheap colonial food that relies on cheap colonial labor is not a contribution to development. Wages are already very low. The 59 lives and destinies of more than 5 million Africans are controlled arbitrarily by 29,000 Europeans in general, and 3,000 European settlers in particular. This arbitrary rule by a small minority raises many questions. Believing in full democracy, we aim at a common role for all the peoples of Kenya, to eliminate racial, religious and color discrimination. With these discriminations, there are others, so that in education, health, and many other aspects of life, the Africans of Kenya are placed in a position of relentless inferiority. They, alone of the inhabitants of Kenya, have to carry passes which control and restrict their freedom of movement. And these demands were the same that people all over Kenya had been making right from the time that British colonialism put the first step in Kenya. But such demands, mostly passed on by word of mouth or appeals in memoranda, went unheeded. Arming themselves in order to achieve these basic rights remained the only way to ensure real development for the people of Kenya. In January 1952, before the British colonial government declared a state of war on the people of Kenya, Koinange and Wanko saw the consequences of continuing such colonial arrogance. The African people are no longer prepared to be diverted by minor political or economic reforms. Although they look to world opinion and especially the British people for support, they realize that fundamentally they must rely on themselves for the achievement of full equality. In spite of all forms of oppression and persecution, the political consciousness of the people of Kenya has been growing rapidly. And it was this political consciousness and the realization that they must rely on themselves that made Mau Mau armed liberation movement inevitable. As serious as all the above factors were, there was an even more serious principle at stake, the right of Kenyan people to life. Colonialism paid no heed to this fundamental right. On the contrary, while paying lip service to the tenet of Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, the very existence of capitalism and British Empire defied this principle. Colonialism and imperialism made systematic and regular use of massacres. 60. Murders, the use of concentration camps, illegal imprisonment and murders of the colonist people, in addition to creating conditions of starvation in which hundreds of thousands of people perished. This happened not only in Kenya but in other colonies as well, notably India and Malaysia. Colonialism could not have survived without violence. No people would ever willingly give up their land, resources, labor, and lives to enrich foreign elite. Milner recalls that Mr. P.M. Koinange, a former representative in London of the now suppressed Kenya African Union, accused the British government of genocide, i.e., the murder of his people. Milner examines this accusation with reference to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, adopted by the General Assembly of UNO on December 9, 1948. He examines the actions of the British government and its laws, and mentions the killings and forced starvation, and ends with a question for readers: these terrible ordeals are being inflicted upon an African population. If you were an African, particularly a Kikuyu, would you call it genocide? The tragedy for Kenya and its people is that there is no global power that can freely examine facts and decide whether the British government was responsible for genocide there. Individuals can appeal to British courts for personal compensation for crimes of British governments, but relatives of victims of genocide have few chances of being heard. The moral responsibility of the past and current British governments remains. Milner concludes, British government flouts its moral obligation to observe recognized standards of civilized conduct. It is not within the scope of this book to examine the policies of the white settlers who supported and pushed the colonial government to even more extreme measures. It is within scope to look at their role in depriving people of Kenya of their land and driving peasants to provide cheap labor for the settlers' farms, and how the effects of this should not be underestimated in understanding the situation the Mau Mau faced. The settlers also made up a large proportion of the police reserve force, who were infamous for abusing their powers in torturing African people. But this was not because of a few isolated individuals getting out of control. It was directly the result of their policy of neutralization or liquidation of certain African leaders. This was indicated, for example, in a letter dated August 7, 1952 from the 61 Electors' Union, signed by its executive officer, Kendall Ward. The executive committee were very strongly of the opinion that the first task of government should be the neutralization of all known leaders of subversive organizations or any African leaders who are suspected of being leaders of subversive organizations. The executive committee accordingly were of the opinion that this action should be given first priority. 8. Progressive people in the world today are shocked by the use of such methods by the government of the United States against those they judge to be or suspect of being terrorists. But colonialism had already fine-tuned this tool in an arsenal against liberation struggles around the world, decades before their use by USA. Any objective study of history or politics leads to the conclusion that no self-respecting people would indefinitely accept the poverty and humiliation ruthlessly enforced on the Kenyan Africans. Pankhurst. Resisting colonial violence. Resistance started during the earliest days of colonialism, even going back to the period of Portuguese colonialism and continuing under the British. From the earliest times, people of every nationality took up arms at one time or another to overthrow intrusion. It was only the colonialists' brutal use of superior firepower and inhuman measures such as massacres, murders, imprisonment, concentration camps, torture, forced labor and confiscation of land and livestock that enabled them to maintain their bloody rule over Kenyan people. The Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission of Kenya records. The conquest of state and territory for British settlement and exploitation in Kenya was achieved through colonial violence. To force Africans into submission, the colonial administration in Kenya conducted punitive expeditions in the 1890s against what they called recalcitrant tribes. There were military expeditions against the Nandi in 1901, 1905, and 1906, against the Embu in 1905, against the Abagassi in 1904, 1908, and 1914, against the Kipsigis in 1905 and against the Abajishu and Cabras in 1907. Practically everywhere in Kenya, as was the case in the rest of Africa, the imposition of colonial rule was resisted. Such resistance inevitably provoked military retaliation from the colonial powers. Better armed and employing crackshot mercenaries, colonial powers imposed their rule by violence and or military expeditions. This was particularly the case between 1895 and 1914, a phase of pacification of recalcitrant tribes fighting for the preservation of their political, cultural, and economic independence. The period was thus characterized by an unimaginable degree of human rights abuses against defenseless Africans. The military expeditions were accompanied by crimes such as theft, rape, death, and destruction of property by the colonial soldiers or their associates. Such actions defy the view that the British colonialist used humane and gentle methods to impose their rule in Kenya. Saleh Mammon provides further details of these early struggles in Appendix C. The struggles of the earlier periods had taught the people valuable lessons in resistance. Some examples of such resistance are given below to indicate the scope of the resistance before Mau Mau. Resistance at the coast. It is important to see all resistance against foreign invaders as part of the larger resistance of the people of Kenya as a whole. This point is well made by Umoja. The British invasion of Kenya was resisted by many nationalities of Kenya. Between the formal declaration of a protectorate in 1895 and the outbreak of the First Imperialist War in 1914, the British colonial regime had faced armed resistance by forces led by heroic figures like Mbarak bin Rashid at the coast, Wyaki and Gakunju in central Kenya, Koitalel in the Rift Valley, Laualal and Katenchiang in northern. 63. Rift Valley, Ahmed Megan and Mohammed Abdil Hassan in northeastern Kenya, and Mikati Lili in the coast. These forces represented Waswahili, Mijikenda, Gikuyu, Turkana, Nandi, Somali, to mention just a few. Taken together, these nationality anti-imperialist forces amount to an all-Kenyan national movement against a common enemy. These heroic foundations of modern Kenya are the aspects of our history which have been suppressed. Indeed, the collaborationist loyalist sellouts like Mumia, Kinyanjui, Ali bin Salim, Lenina, Ambata, Kidito, Njinio Wamvua and the others are the ones which the colonialists promoted. Recalling Mikati Lili and the 1913 to 1915 Giriama resistance, Umoja recalls resistance by the Giriama which was very similar in aims and strategy to those of the Somali and Mau Mau in later times. The British wanted the land. They wanted the labor to work on the land. They wanted capital to develop the land. They wanted political power for the smooth running of labor on the land. The land grabbing and political power were to be gained by military conquests. The second and the third were to be gained through the actual exercise of political power. But no economic control or political control could be complete without cultural control. Under imperialist capitalism, free labor had, as it were, to acquiesce to its own enslavement. It was to the credit of Mikati Lili, this incredibly gifted organizer and orator, that she saw all this and acted to give the Giriama people's resistance a coherent political form. She had witnessed the British drive for land and labor and taxation. She had seen how the British were eating into the Giriama political power system by undermining the Giriama national government by appointing servile headmen. She had seen how the colonialists were carefully exploiting any signs of disunity between the youth and the elders, and between the different nationalities. She had witnessed the British intensify disunity among the Giriama by undermining their culture. Above all, she saw the dangerous role the collaborators like Nyongo Wamwabuo, Mkawa. 64. Wa Gabwi, Zairo Wa Luganye, Tsuma Waiha, Biawikadayo, played. Mikat Lili started to organize the women and the youth. She called the People's Assembly, the Kaya. At this assembly, people took oaths and swore to defend their land, their labor, and their culture. They denounced the colonial administration and the local henchmen. The assembly installed a people's government and administration led by the three patriotic elders, Wanye, Pembe, and Bagas Ho. The youth swore to arm themselves for self-defense. The people denounced Christian bourgeois anti-people culture exhibited by the few who had been to mission schools and churches. The people were told not to continue paying taxes to the colonial government, and the assembly swore people to an insurrection. The collaborators were terrorized into silence. The people of the coast have played critical roles in resisting Portuguese as well as British colonialism. Yet they suffer the loss of land and resources to this day. Resistance in northern Kenya, the Somali nationality. The Somali nationality are one of the minority nationalities ignored in Kenyan history, and their contribution to the War of Independence has not been fully explored. It is for this reason that this section provides a little background on these aspects, although they fall outside the scope of the period this book deals with. Nevertheless, their contribution in earlier years definitely strengthened Kenyan people's resistance to colonialism and so contributed in no small measure to the achievement of independence. The policies of all Kenya governments since independence have termed the Somali nationality in Kenya as enemies of the people and made it very difficult, if not impossible, to research or write an objective history. Umoja provides some details. From the first day the British set foot on northern Kenya in the 1890s until their departure in 1963, they encountered unprecedented 65. Opposition with heavy losses on the part of the enemy. Casualties could only be sustained by the continuous supply of recruits from other countries such as India, Sudan, Uganda, Nyasaland, and Aden. Such intense activities in northern Kenya must surely have weakened British forces so that other nationalities could have taken advantage and launched stronger attacks. This is confirmed by Umoja in connection with Mohammed Abdil Hassan. Mohammed Abdil Hassan waged what is undoubtedly one of the biggest challenges to colonial rule in Africa. He visited Nairobi in 1890, then a growing colonial outpost. He was shocked by the presence of white colonial officials there. He quickly returned to the interior to mobilize the people against the colonialists and stop them doing what they had done to Nairobi. Mohammed Abdil Hassan founded a politico-military front known as the Darwish against the British, the Italian, and feudal Abyssinia. The British and Italians suffered defeats at the hands of the gallant Darwish fighters. In the Battle of Dulmadobi in 1914, they trounced the Camel Constabulary and killed its commanding officer. The British beat a hasty retreat and moved their families and personnel across the sea to Aden. Winston Churchill, then an officer in the Colonial Office, recommended an evacuation in the face of Mohammed Abdil Hassan's attacks. Umoja takes up the story that then links with Mau Mau and the War of Independence. Political activity, however, continued underground. In 1957, a secret movement known as Horst came to light. Like KLFA, Horst instituted oath-taking in Garissa and Igiala. The development directly connected the NFD resistance to that of Mau Mau, which was known to have used oathing as part of its organizational authority in the War of Independence. There cannot be a clearer reading of history than this to see the War of Independence in Kenya as a national movement with linked organizations. 66. Growing up in different parts, all having the same aims and all contributing to the eventual achievement of independence. The Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission of Kenya recalls some aspects of activism among the Somali people and their organizations, beginning with the early period of British colonialism. From 1893 to about 1918, various Somali groups engaged in primary resistance to the colonial powers. Resistance at this stage lacked an explicitly positive political objective and instead centered on resistance to the British invasion of previously independent territories. It then goes on to examine Somali activism at a later period. The third phase of pre-independence political activity in northern Kenya has more direct connections to the Shifta War. In May 1943, the innocuously named Somali Youth Club was founded in Mogadishu. 4 years later, branches were opened in Wajir, Mandera, and Igiala. The club changed its name to the Somali Youth League. Membership was primarily Somali and more specifically, Herdi. Large numbers of non-Somali northerners, such as the Burji and the Borana, were also drawn to the SIL by a seductive and progressive manifesto that included promises to fight for better educational and health facilities. The paucity of schools and hospitals in the region was as much a concern in the 1940s as it is today. The roots of social and economic marginalization ran very deep. There was a political edge to some of the League's other objectives. For instance, SIL leaders sought to foster Islam. Although no further information was available as to what would be done to foster Islam, colonial officials came to view with a great deal of suspicion any efforts to increase the profile of Islam in the colonies. The colonial authorities deemed the Somali Youth League dangerous to its rule and declared it illegal, and its leaders were deported to Lokata in the Turkana district. And the reasons are clear when one considers the political campaigns of the SIL. The Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission of Kenya says, by the late 1950s, the Somali Youth League was most certainly in decline, adding some details. 67. The SIL branches in Kenya busied themselves with more local campaigns. While presenting itself as a social, charitable, and quasi-religious organization, the League's activities from 1948 onwards were more overtly political. SIL leaders began to advocate non-compliance with colonial policies, regulations, and laws. They urged followers not to take orders from government-appointed headmen. All matters relating to Somali affairs would instead be handled by SIL-approved appointees. Umoja provides a deeper understanding of the Somali Youth League's activities. By the end of 1947, the Garissa Somali Youth League was urging the people to prepare to take over the running of their country. During the first half of 1948, the activities of the SIL brought the whole region to a standstill. The party opposed colonial grazing control schemes and encouraged disregard of nationality boundaries. They also undermined the system of ethnic control through government-appointed headmen and totally destroyed the confidence of the provincial administration. The people refused to pay taxes, and the SIL set up courts and institutions which directly challenged the colonial system. Similarities between the actions of the SIL and Mau Mau are clear here. But it went further, as the progression to armed struggle also matched. Umoja continues. More alarming for the colonialists was the training of youths in the use of firearms. Former members of the Kenya Police Force and the King's African Rifles were involved in drilling. It is important to note this was the period when the Kenya Land and Freedom Army emerged in central Kenya. The SIL recruited from the police, the army, and civil service and was instrumental in the police strike of 1947. Kenyan workers were vigorously organizing to confront economic exploitation, political subordination, and racial discrimination. In Mombasa, the workers staged the general strike in 1947. 68. The political organization of the people tightened. The colonial government intervened by proscribing the SIL at the end of 1948. The state of emergency, which was temporarily relaxed after war, was renewed. The NDF was sealed off. This included the removal of all other Kenyans and people from Ethiopia, Sudan, and Somalia from the region. The SIL can legitimately be seen as a sister organization of Mau Mau, and the struggle of the Somali and other nationalities in the region needs to be seen as part of the Kenyan People's War of Independence. Umoja sums up people's struggle. The protected resistance of Somali, Baran, Orma, Rendile and the Turkana nationalities symbolizes our people's heroic struggle against colonialism. Foreign intruders describe the Somali as resistors par excellence, and indeed the NFD is full of examples of the gallant stand of our people and the failure of the imperialists to consolidate their influence in the region. It is this militancy that also explains why USA imperialism found it necessary to reduce Somalia to a state of chaos, pitting one group against another and creating poverty in a region that has survived for centuries in harsh conditions. It also explains the current Kenyan government actions in Somalia in answer to a call to duty from USA and Britain in return for their support. The Kenyan regime is also worried about its own staying power in the face of the militant Somali people's resistance to imperialism and their allies. This section highlights the need for more research on the resistance activities among all regions of Kenya and among all nationalities. Just because colonial, imperialist and the comprador governments have refused to explore such resistance does not mean that the resistance did not exist. Progressive historians and activists need to investigate such resistance and also to find linkages of these resistance activities with the Mau Mau resistance. Given the resistance history of people of all nationalities, it is not surprising that people of different nationalities were active in militant trade union activities and in Mau Mau. 69. Contradictions sharpen, settlers and home guards create chaos. The contradictions in the Kenyan society between colonialism and settlers on the one hand and people of Kenya on the other were sharpening even more by the middle of the 20th century, with each side taking on more militant position. The colonial government had always sided with the white settler community in Kenya, and the outcome was very likely to be what was already happening in southern and central Africa, with an apartheid government becoming an independent country. The political movement of the African people was getting stronger and organized under the Kenya African Union. Militant South Asian people had been challenging white domination in Kenya over a long period, and their activities supported the African struggle against the settler colonial government establishment. Added to this was the emergence of a militant trade union movement, as shown by Mackenzie. These anti-colonial forces became stronger and began to threaten the colonial status quo. It was then that the settlers, with the support of the British establishment, sought to nip the growing resistance movement in the bud and engineered the state of emergency against the people of Kenya. Pankhurst examines these opposing forces. For the last 30 years the Kenya African, in the face of the bitterest settler oppression, had gradually succeeded in evolving a democratic constitutional challenge to the settler system. In the post-war years this challenge was embodied in the Kenya African Union, which provided the broad mental climate of African nationalism. This peaceful move towards a majority African rule was seen by the settlers as a threat to their continued rule and to their hopes of a settler-dominated government in Kenya. At the same time, there was an emerging militancy among many Africans who saw the slow progress made by the Kenya African Union as a reason to take up arms against the colonial forces as the only way to achieve their aims. Such views were held by many who were active in the trade union movement. The settlers underestimated the power of the organization, ideology, and activities of the trade union movement coming together with the progressive nationalist forces when they sought to challenge their growing militancy. Pankhurst takes up the story. 70. Mau Mau was already several years old when in the middle of 1952 it was overnight seized upon by the settlers, who sought to use its existence as a maneuver in their long campaign to secure independence from Whitehall. While the settlers may have used the emergence of Mau Mau as a way to force the issue to destroy them, they certainly underestimated the strength of feelings as well as the organizational capacity on the part of Kenyans to end colonialism and with it, the settler domination of power and resources in Kenya. Inadvertently, they may have lit the fuse that blew apart the entire colonial experiment. The Kenyan people faced not only the might of British armed forces when they sought to liberate themselves. As is the custom of colonialists and imperialists wherever they go on their plundering trips, they create artificial divisions among people and set 1,000 fires to drain the strength of local forces. Thus, besides the military might, British colonialism introduced the settlers in Kenya, and they were the first internal hurdle that people faced when seeking liberation. The second hurdle was even more damaging as it created internal divisions among the people and which has had lasting impact on Kenya. These were the Home Guards, the comprador class aligned to colonialism and imperialism. Imperialism trusted the Home Guards to safeguard their economic interest when the militancy of the people made independence inevitable. It was to this British-created entity that Britain handed over the country at independence, and they have ever remained faithful to their imperial masters. With the support of colonialism they survived to ensure that Mau Mau activists were marginalised at independence or soon after. Kenyans saw the danger that the country faced from the Home Guards and alerted people in Britain to the danger in a letter entitled The Kenya Terror, which was published in the Daily Worker on September 7, 1953. The London-based Kenya Committee for Democratic Rights for Kenya Africans reproduced the letter in its press briefings. Relevant sections are reproduced below. This letter is to greet you and to give you news from here. Things here have grown terribly bad, and I am sure that you don't get the whole truth of how things are here. 71. The Home Guards you hear about are the greatest enemy of the country because of what those people have done together with the white settlers, a thing which no one will forget for many hundreds of years to come. Those among the Home Guards who had previously had disputes about land or cash crops or of any kind, took advantage of the emergency to eliminate their adversaries. If you happen to be well off and a certain Home Guard happens to be jealous of you, this is the time when they get rid of you. They find this is a good time to exterminate these people. The Home Guards are given permission to do whatever they like, to kill anybody without reference to any higher authority. Such things were happening more in places where people are less educated like Gethanuri, Kyamuangai, and Gatendu. In their meeting the Home Guards jot down names of those of who they want to kill, take it to show the district officer who gives them a motor car at night, and then they fetch every man from his home, put them in the car and then shoot them, some in the car, others at crossroads, leaving the bodies there, and others they take to the forests and shoot them there. Some of the bodies they take to Kiambu and in the morning they are said to be terrorists. This sort of thing has been going on for a long time, and those who are doing that work are both Home Guards and White Kenya Police Reserves. Another thing is that of people who have been detained in camps like Gethanuri, Kyamuangai, Uplands. Every night 2 or 4 of them are taken out by the Kenya Police Reserve to be shot. 3 young men from Bariyakiero were shot on July 18. These bad things are still going on. The post-independent Kenya government, consisting of many Home Guards, thus feels comfortable using the same colonial methods to eliminate those. 72. They want to deprive of life, land, property, or power. The seeds of impunity were planted under colonialism. The necessity for armed resistance. Besides the economic and political reasons, there was another reason why Britain needed to keep its hold on Kenya: military needs of controlling a vast colonial empire. In addition to the need to recruit Kenyan labor for its military needs in Ethiopia and Burma, Britain saw Kenya as a strategically important base, which needed to be controlled at all cost. Aronovich, S. and K. examine the military needs of Britain. In the eyes of the imperialists, the whole of Africa today is a vast military base. East Africa assumes a special importance. The strength of the national movements in India and Egypt has made Britain seek additional means of maintaining strategic control of the Indian Ocean and the Suez Canal. For control of the Suez Canal, East Africa shares with Palestine the honor of being a key base. The important matter is to have an agreement with the Egyptian government whereby we can maintain base installations in Egypt and can fly in British reinforcements, say from Kenya or Palestine, at short notice in an emergency. The military aspect is made clear by Lord Tweedsmuir, here quoted from Aronovich. In Mombasa and Freetown we have 2 great imperial bases. Given time and patience, we can build up a first-class African army. Who pays does not matter, at all costs, the War Office must command and control it. Lord Tweedsmuir, May, 1946. 2/3 of that empire lies in the African continent. That continent is now of vital strategic significance, and whatever the upshot of the talks with the people of India and Egypt, it will not detract from that significance, but may very well enhance it. 73. Thus for all these reasons, land, resources, control over labor, economy, strategic and military, Britain saw a necessity to put down, by whatever force was necessary, any serious attempt on the part of the people of Kenya for independence. The people of Kenya had realized as much over the entire period of British colonialism. Thus armed war was inevitable, as Kenyans had reached a point where subjugation by colonialism was not an option. Kagia provides one of the answers to the question why Mau Mau found it necessary to wage armed struggle. Far from being a Kikuyu primitive organization, as portrayed by our enemies, Mau Mau was an organization formed by cow militants who had lost faith in constitutional methods of fighting for independence. The strength of the colonial government and their vested interests in Kenya were well known to us. It was clear that the government would never give way in Kenya without a struggle. For a long time KCA and later COW followed constitutional methods. But instead of the settlers or the colonial government granting any concessions, behind-the-scenes policies were being enacted by the government to maintain settler control. Instead of gradually introducing changes to give Africans self-rule, the government was passing harsh laws whose only purpose was to curtail African political activity. In the reserves, forced labor trench digging was introduced to keep people from political activity. Chiefs were given the authority to ban meetings and public gatherings. The government was doing everything to suppress the political independence of Africans. Colonialism continued to consolidate its iron rule over Kenya. As the settler communities' claim over land began to be seen as their natural right, and as peaceful means failed to change the situation, armed resistance became the only way to challenge the colonial status quo. Of necessity, Mau Mau had to operate underground as colonial authorities banned not only countrywide democratic political organizations, but refused to tolerate any indication of a revolutionary demand for land and freedom. Kagia explains. 74. A new way of fighting had to be found. Given the settlers' hold on Kenya, the resistance movement had to be secret and underground. The oath ensured secrecy of membership and activities. Mau Mau operated underground, but used resources from legally allowed political organizations to meet its aims. Kagia again provides an explanation. The secret movement had to have a way of organizing. That is why we decided to hide under the umbrella of Cow. Adeksun is correct in saying that the colonial government, by creating conditions of siege, provoked the final armed confrontation with the government for which the revolutionary forces were unprepared. Adeksun explains further. A guerrilla action is the last stage in the development of modern revolutionary warfare, and it is not provoked until much has been achieved by the leadership by way of efficient underground organization, which aims at securing effective links with the population, adequate training of substantial numbers of cadres in the art of modern guerrilla warfare and psychological manipulation, and adequate accumulation of weapons and their continued supply from certain outside sources. Until the above objectives are achieved, a revolutionary leadership is invariably content with merely building upon the dissatisfaction of the population, gradually converting this dissatisfaction into subversive action and sabotage, but never large-scale guerrilla activity. Why, then, did the Mau Mau irregulars seek to regularize the conflict without being prepared in terms of the above three criteria? One explanation is that the emergency of October 1952 and the events following it, especially the arrest of Jomo Kenyatta and other political leaders which precipitated the armed conflict, took the revolutionary leadership by surprise. It allowed very little time for the generals and field marshals of the Land Freedom Army to train and arm their men, and as the enemy closed in on the forest where they were based. 75. The Mau Mau guerrillas had to choose between fighting and being killed. Naturally they chose the former, which meant regularizing the armed conflict without as yet having an infrastructure strong enough to sustain effective guerrilla activity. Malaba, noting that Bildad Kagia suggests that when the emergency was declared in October 1952, Mau Mau had not finalized its preparations for an armed uprising, goes on. Everything seems to have been in the preparatory stage, with emphasis placed on building intricate lines of communication and a chain of command originating from Nairobi slums and extending to far-flung rural areas of central Kenya. At the same time, it should be noted that Mau Mau was not entirely unprepared for a final armed confrontation with the colonial forces. As is indicated in other parts of the book, preparations for an armed conflict had been ongoing some years before the declaration of emergency, and in fact, the very act of declaration of emergency was itself an indication that Mau Mau forces were preparing for armed struggle in a different way. Given an ideal situation, they would have waited until all the conditions for armed conflict were in place, and in this sense Adeksun's analysis is correct. The scene was thus set for an armed confrontation between the largest military might at that time and a determined guerrilla force with the support of the people and a long history of resistance. Terrorists or freedom fighters? Anderson wants to see Britain hold an open debate and discussion of what happened in Kenya in the 1950s. There has been a serious debate over Algeria in France over the past couple of years, after admissions that the army was involved in torture and other violations. If the French can do it, so should we. 76. Kenyans who disagree on other aspects of the conflict concur. There is a sense of national denigration and anger, whether people were Mau Mau or not, that the British have never admitted the importance of what happened. The British government should recognize that it was a war and not merely a civil disorder, admit to the suppression that took place and apologize, David Anderson says. In the absence of an open debate, Mau Mau has been presented as terrorists by colonialists. So the question of who was the real terrorist in the Kenya's War of Independence becomes an important question. Field Marshal Muthoni gives Mau Mau's perspectives on this, and McGee looks at archival records to show what the British actually did in Kenya. The answer to the question, who were terrorists in Kenya under colonialism, then becomes obvious. First, Mau Mau's Field Marshal Muthoni poses a question for all. Who is the terrorist? Is it the one that fights back for their land and dignity through whatever means are available, or is it the one who forcefully takes that which belongs to another and treats them like dirt? Kenyans or Mau Mau never took any land belonging to Britain, but had to fight for their land and dignity through whatever means are available. She added such actions are not considered terrorism under international laws, which see them as legitimate struggles to fight enemy aggression and invasion. On the other side are the actions of the British government. Earlier sections of the book looked at the stealing of Kenyan land by British colonial authorities, who then gave it to European settlers free of charge or at a very low price, leaving the real owners landless. But British acts of terrorism do not end there. The brutality of the colonialists, hidden for decades, gradually began to be released and exposed as the real acts of terrorism in Kenya. Many records and books support this. First, Monbiot provides a succinct summary from Elkins. 77. Elkins reveals that the British detained not 80,000 Kikuyu, as the official histories maintained, but almost the entire population of 1.5 million people in camps and fortified villages. There, thousands were beaten to death or died from malnutrition, typhoid, tuberculosis, and dysentery. In some camps almost all the children died. The inmates were used as slave labor. Above the gates were edifying slogans, such as labor and freedom and he who helps himself will also be helped. Loudspeakers broadcast the national anthem and patriotic exhortations. People deemed to have disobeyed the rules were killed in front of the others. The survivors were forced to dig mass graves, which were quickly filled. Unless you have a strong stomach, I advise you to skip the next paragraph. Interrogation under torture was widespread. Many of the men were anally raped, using knives, broken bottles, rifle barrels, snakes and scorpions. A favorite technique was to hold a man upside down, his head in a bucket of water, while sand was rammed into his rectum with a stick. Women were gang raped by the guards. People were mauled by dogs and electrocuted. The British devised a special tool which they used for first crushing and then ripping off testicles. They used pliers to mutilate women's breasts. They cut off inmates' ears and fingers and gouged out their eyes. They dragged people behind Land Rovers until their bodies disintegrated. Men were rolled up in barbed wire and kicked around the compound. Elkins provides a wealth of evidence to show that the horrors of the camps were endorsed at the highest levels. The governor of Kenya, Sir Evelyn Baring, regularly intervened to prevent the perpetrators from being brought to justice. The colonial secretary, Alan Lennox Boyd, repeatedly lied to the House of Commons. This is a vast, systematic crime for which there has been no reckoning. McGee quotes John Nottingham. John Nottingham, a district colonial officer at the time who stayed on in Kenya, said compensation could not wait because the victims, 78, were now mostly in their 80s. What went on in the Kenya camps, the Kenya villages, was brutal, savage torture by people who have to be condemned as war criminals. I feel ashamed to have come from a Britain that did what it did. The word terrorism is perhaps inadequate to describe what Britain did in Kenya, as it does not reflect the level of organized massacres, looting and torture on an industrial scale. Mau Mau activists and today's workers, peasants, and progressive individuals are clear about the crimes committed by Britain in Kenya. But the ruling elite would rather the question about who is a terrorist remain unanswered, or even unasked. The question goes to the very essence of the Kenyan War of Independence and Mau Mau's role in it. Ignorance, misunderstanding and imperialist propaganda have created incorrect and misleading perceptions about both. Hence, it is necessary to see events and history based on evidence and facts so a rational and critical assessment can be made about the struggle in which thousands perished and millions are suffering even to this day. The colonial crimes against people of the world need to be seen in their totality, not as individual events. Richard Gott sums up the essence of British Empire. We now know that the British Empire was essentially a Hitlerian project on a grand scale, involving military conquest and dictatorship, extermination and genocide, martial law and special courts, slavery and forced labor, and, of course, concentration camps and the transoceanic migration of peoples. Whatever way we now look at empire, this vision must remain dominant. Kenya's experience of this Hitlerian project needs to be seen in its overall context of what Britain was up to with its tool of exploitation, the British Empire. Its impact on India is well captured by the Ruhr. Yet the atrocities of the British Empire itself need to be seen in the context of those of the other European colonial powers such as Belgium in the Congo and Germany in Namibia and Tanganyika. Taken together, all these provide a realistic history of how Europe exploited and destroyed countries around the world. This explains the rise of Europe as a world economic leader with innovative industries. But the raw materials, labor, 79, and resources came from the rest of the world, which was then condemned to centuries of underdevelopment. This is graphically illustrated in the case of India by the Ruhr. At the beginning of the 18th century, India's share of the world economy was 23%, or as large American Samoa all of Europe put together. By the time British departed India, it had dropped to just over 3%. The reason was simple: India was governed for the benefit of Britain. Britain's rise for 200 years was financed by its depredations in India. Britain's industrial revolution was built on the destruction of India's thriving manufacturing industries. Just as the British colonial depredation in Kenya needs to be seen in a broader perspective, in terms of actions in India, and also in the context of European plunder around the world, so does the resistance to these attacks need to be seen in their global and historical context. Mau Mau and the Kenyan War of Independence should be seen in the context of resistance to colonialism in Africa. The nearest comparison is the Algerian War of Independence, which took place at around the same time. Adeksun compares the approaches of FLN in Algeria and Mau Mau in Kenya. Mau Mau in Kenya surely was as revolutionary in its approach as FLN in Algeria. Differences certainly existed between the two, but these differences were of degree rather than of kind. And once the basic point is accepted that the Mau Mau activity and the FLN revolt were both examples of revolutionary wars, we can then proceed to analyze whatever similarities and differences existed between them. Adeksun continues. Both the Mau Mau and the Algerian revolts had one objective goal, which was to secure, through armed revolt, the independence of the territories concerned from the colonial and imperial power. 80. It is necessary, if one is to understand the reality of Mau Mau, to see it in its geographical and historical context. Clearing minds of colonial-inspired propaganda about people's resistance is the first step. The next step is to investigate facts and evidence to establish the reality of people's resistance to colonialism and imperialism. Documenting mass dissemination of crimes of colonialism, capitalism, and imperialism have become easier today with the use of social media, which are bringing to light hidden facts. Dissemination of facts about the atrocities and crimes committed by the imperialism, whether in Ireland, Malaysia, Vietnam, or Kenya, has become part of the daily dose of information available to the millions using Twitter and Facebook. Some examples on Twitter are crimes of colonialism, crimes of Britain, crimes of the US, crimes of France, empire exposed. They bring the reality of imperialist exploitation to a generation not taught the real history that has shaped their lives. The publication of the book, Crimes of Britain, the book in 2017 takes this information to the print medium. It is not only the crimes of colonialism that are getting wider publicity. People's resistance to colonialism and imperialism, hidden expertly by imperialism, is also now becoming part of people's consciousness. Among important media that have helped to reshape and correct people's understanding of their past, as well as the real meaning of the current exploitative workings of the military-industrial partnership led by USA, are Tele-SUR, Sputnik, RT, CGTN and Press TV among others. It is for this reason that many of these are under attack by imperialism. Imperialism tries to hide a real understanding of history of capitalism and people's struggles, as Petras and Veltmeyer point out. The history of capitalism is a history of class struggle. This is because each advance in the march of capital, every assault made on working people in the quest for private profit, the driving force of capitalist development, brings about a strategic political response in the popular sector, resistance against the destructive forces engendered by this development. An important aspect of people's resistance that imperialism seeks to hide is the role of trade unions in the fight for the liberation of workers from capitalist exploitation. What is often forgotten? What is often ignored or forgotten is the key role that the trade unions played in the War of Independence. Working class activism helped build anti-imperialist solidarity and gave an ideological framework that eventually became the economic and political demands of the War of Independence. The working class came from all parts of the country and from all nationalities, and their participation in the struggles made this a national struggle. It suited colonialism and imperialism, as part of the divide and rule policy, to ignore that the working class had anything to do with the War of Independence. And it is no surprise that Kenyan comprador governments after independence, reflecting imperialist interests, have similarly ignored the role of trade unions. Trade unions were early targets of the Kenyatta government. Indeed, the concept of class is all but absent from imperialist interpretation of colonial history. This then leads to a misrepresentation of the aims and methods used by the liberation forces. But Kenya is not alone in the role of the working class being ignored and underplayed. It is the same situation for the Cuban Revolution, where imperialism seeks to downplay this class resistance. As this is an important issue that affects perhaps all struggles against imperialism, it is appropriate to dwell a little on the Cuban experience, as it has many similarities to the situation in Kenya. First, Quinn provides the context. There remains surprisingly little documented and systematic analysis of the contribution of Cuban workers to the eventual overthrow of the detested Batista regime. Yet, as this engaging and meticulously researched book amply demonstrates, a militant and well-organized movement, often operating independently of union leaders, played a pivotal role in the victory of the Cuban insurrection, not only through the final coup de grace of the 1959 general strike, but in myriad actions that served to defend workers' interests, resist state repression, and materially support the armed struggle. Thus there was a third arm to the revolutionary forces, a movement, which has been consistently ignored by general public and historians of Cuba alike. Quinn then addresses another issue that is relevant to Kenya too. This is to do with the buying out of trade union leaders by imperialism in 84. Order to render the unions ineffective in resisting oppression. This aspect becomes particularly important in the post-independence history of Kenya, when shop stewards took over leadership of union activities. Many of the strikes and other actions by workers, as documented in Kenya's Register of Resistance, were organized and led by shop stewards when KANU imposed leaders favorable to itself on the trade union movement. In this context, Quinn reinforces Cushin's definition of organized labor. Steve Cushin's work calls for a broader definition of organized labor, looking beyond the formal structures of the trade union federation to include the multiplicity of unofficial, informal structures through which ordinary workers defend their interests. This includes the activities of shop stewards, independent-minded union officials, as well as clandestine networks of militants, all of which make up the wider labor movement and interact together to produce the dynamic of industrial action. Viewed within this expanded definition of organized labor, the record of working class in Kenya acquires a new perspective, particularly in the period before unions became better organized and led. Just as in the case of Cuba, as Quinn records, in Kenya also the final victory of the revolutionary forces should be viewed as the result of a combination of armed guerrilla action and mass support. However, the working class and Mau Mau in Kenya were overpowered by the British military presence and imperialism's use of its creation, the comprador class, programmed to prevent a revolutionary change. And yet the part played by the organized working class was crucial in driving colonialism out of Kenya and instilling ideas of anti-imperialist struggles among people. The missing link of the contribution of organized working class was the aim of Cushion when he says, "This book therefore challenges the notion that the revolution emerged from a rural guerrilla struggle in which the organized workers played no role and that the workers who did participate did as individual citizens rather than as part of an organized labor movement. It is my intention to give organized labor its due credit for the role it 85 played in the overthrow of the Batista dictatorship. And that is the challenge to all activists and historians, to give organized labor in Kenya the due respect for the role it played in the War of Independence in Kenya. And that can be done only within the context of class analysis and class struggles before and after independence. At particular times in Kenyan history, the class aspect was not the dominant one. But the involvement of working class in that struggle was partly an aspect of their struggle against capitalism, which imposed poor and life-threatening working conditions. Release from this capitalist bondage required, first of all, national independence. It was the all-important contribution of the trade union movement, and of Mackenzie in particular, that linked workers' economic demands with political demands as part of a working class agenda. British colonial policy and the white settler politics had both been focused on the need to ensure that cheap labor was regularly available for plantations, industries, settler farms, and colonial government needs. This fact has again not been given the significant role it played in the political development in Kenya. While colonialism needed to take away land from peasants, they also needed labor for the capitalist venture to survive and prosper. Clayton and Savage describe these aspects graphically. The history of a country can be likened to a rope composed of strands of several different colors. At any one section of the rope, one or two strands may appear on the surface, a third and fourth may lie below to reappear a little distance away. In Kenya's colonial history, three strands form the rope: land, labor, and the action and reaction of races to one another, expressed consciously in politics. All three strands are necessary for a complete understanding of Kenyan history, but while the land and racial political strands in various periods have been the subject of close study, the study of labor has not yet received the same attention. Thus land and labor issues in Kenya had a profound influence on Kenyan politics, not only in terms of what the Kenyan resistance forces did, but also what colonialism did and what policies they used to support their economic interests. Again, Clayton and Savage fill in the historical gaps in conventional telling of Kenyan history. 86. The need to induce Africans to work, to leave their tribal societies and customs and to hire themselves to immigrant, largely British, employers also produced the very widest consequences at the local level. The size of the tribal land units, known as reserves, was the subject of early controversy, European farmers pressing for small reserves with limited funds spent on their development in order to maintain a supply of men who were obliged to work elsewhere. Taxation, instituted initially as a normal feature of administration, was used as a tool to increase labor supply. Personal identity documents were framed with labor retention and discipline as their aim. African education for many years was planned only to equip men for the semi-skilled labor market, and for a long time social services of various types existed primarily to assist the labor supply. The degree of compulsion retained by the government for the supply of its own labor needs was on occasions planned with an eye to indirect assistance to the local private employer. Trade union, minimum wage, and workmen's compensation legislation were all introduced later than in other British African territories. Even relatively minor matters, the size of a proposed coinage, railway freight charges, restrictions on African dances, pass laws, and the appointment, promotion or transfer of colonial service officials were often influenced by the politics of the labor market. Britain introduced capitalism, and with it came classes, class divisions and, unintentionally perhaps, class struggles to Kenya. It created a vastly unequal society and then obscured the very existence of what they had created. The real beneficiaries of capitalism were well hidden thousands of miles away in London, New York and various Western European capitals. Their local allies, initially the settlers and later the black elite of independence, also benefited from this imperialist venture. The settlers were gifted land and were then able to use their unfairly acquired wealth to venture into other areas of the economy in manufacturing, import and export, banking and finance with the support of Western banking and finance. On the other side, Kenyan peasants and workers became the victims of these new class divisions, losing their land and being forced into either a serf-like situation in the countryside or as super-exploited workers tied to the settlers as cheap labor. In the earlier period they were physically tied down with the hated Kipandanine around their necks. South Asians communities were allowed to become petty traders, civil servants, and skilled workers in many industries as their skills were needed for capitalist exploitation. They became the buffers for European domination against the African population of workers, landless peasants, the newly created squatters and the underemployed or unemployed workers. It was this class formation that the British sought to hide from the people. They encouraged a color, racial or tribal interpretation of what was happening in the society, as these divisions were easier to exploit than divisions by class. This enabled them to divide Kenyan people along tribal lines as part of the new social setup, also encouraging the African peasants and workers to see the South Asians as their enemy. At the time of independence, they used this distorted interpretation of social reality to gradually incorporate the new petty bourgeoisie into the power structure as a way of defeating the ideology of Mau Mau and undermining trade union aspirations. The struggle of working class in Kenya has a long history and is linked with the politics of struggle for independence, and beyond. It is also linked to the input from South Asian Kenyans in terms of working class struggles from India. Gupta traces some aspects of this history and the links with India. Ever since its origin, the trade union movement in Kenya had a sharply pronounced anti-colonial character. It developed in the struggle for national independence, for political rights and freedom. During the absence of political parties, workers' organizations were the only mass organizations representing and defending the interest of the broad masses. Struggle for the rights of the workers tended to be the struggle against the foreign capitalists who controlled the means of production. For many years it was difficult to separate the trade union movement from political struggle against colonialism. During the post-Second World War period, particularly during emergency, many trade union functionaries developed into prominent political leaders and later became high-ranking statesmen of Kenya. Unlike many other Asian and African countries, trade unionism in Kenya originated under the influence and direct participation of Asian trade unionists, specifically Makan Singh. The African unionists learnt union activities and assimilated the ideology and methods of the Asians. During the emergency, i.e., 1952 to 1961, Kenyan trade union movement came under the influence of right-wing socialist and Christian trade unions of Britain and the USA. The International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, through finances and advisors, gained control over the movement. That explains the progressive period of the trade union movement before independence and its subversion by imperialism after independence. Organizing for economic and political rights. There are two key strands to Kenya's War of Independence, Mau Mau and the trade union movement. The contribution of both to independence and to the struggle for rights of working class have been hidden and distorted. While the two complemented each other and fought together to undermine colonialism, imperialism has managed to give them separate identities running parallel to each other, never influencing and supporting each other. The question raised later in the book is, why did Mau Mau succeed in getting independence when the earlier nationality-based resistance did not? Part of the answer is that class formation and class resistance were consolidated in the latter period. This resulted in the involvement of a militant trade union movement in the War of Independence, which then provided nationwide perspective lacked by the nationality-based struggles of the earlier times. In addition, the trade union movement brought the perspective of class and class struggle to the forefront, and this overcame the colonial-inspired divisions into tribes and ethnic groups. And yet workers and trade union activities were not confined to the rights of workers in terms of wages and conditions of employment. True, these were the essence of trade unionism, but they realized that these rights could not be achieved without active participation in the national political movement. Given the vacuum created by colonial laws which restricted nationwide political organizations, the trade union movement filled this vacuum too. 89. Give a boost to political demands of all Kenyans. In this way, workers' struggles were very closely linked to national politics and gave an impetus and guidance to national political movements. In addition, it supplied many leaders of national political organizations, who came with experience in trade unionism and awareness of classes, class contradictions, and class struggles. This was greatest contribution of the trade union movement to the War of Independence and to Mau Mau. While this book does not focus on trade unions as such, it is important to see their involvement in national politics and national political organizations so as to understand better the War of Independence and the activities of Mau Mau. It should be noted that working class activism began almost as soon as capitalism created working class in Kenya, as Mackenzie shows. Here it is important to look at some organizational aspects of organized trade union movement. The following section summarizes some national political organizational work of the trade union movement. Strikes in individual industries as well as general strikes were key tools for organizing workers politically, and this experience created conditions of national political activism. The following section is based on Gupta and aims to indicate the political aspects of trade unions and how it fed into the work of national political organizations and into Mau Mau. 1921. The Kenyan workers demonstrated their strength in 1921 by forming the first politico trade union organization, the East African Association, under the leadership of a telephone operator, Harry Thuku. The East African Association organized the resistance of plantation workers to fight against the employer's proposal, to reduce wages from 4 pence to 2.5 pence daily. There was also a government proposal to raise the poll tax. The Africans called their first protest meeting at Dagoretti on June 24, 1921 to protest against these proposals. This was followed by many meetings attended by thousands of Africans. In one meeting at Nairobi, 20,000 workers enrolled as members of East African Association. Encouraged by this response, the EAA gave a call for the first African general strike. The strike was a great success as thousands quit their jobs. Workers on European farms and plantations stopped work. Domestic servants, 90. Refused to cook and serve food for their British employers. 1930s. In the 1930s, the trade union movement amongst the African workers took a new turn. Under the leadership of Mackenzie, a Marxist, an Asian worker union was set up in 1934 on East African level, the Labour Trade Union of East Africa. Ever since the inception of ALTUA, Mackenzie attempted to unite African and Asian workers. This was a difficult task. Because the Asians were identified with the exploiters and were paid higher salaries. In most cases the interests of African workers clashed with those of the Asian workers. Naturally, the Asian-African workers' unity could not be achieved, but Mackenzie succeeded in making the African workers conscious of trade unionism. The Asian workers' struggle influenced the African workers. 1937. Various strikes led by ALTUA took place, including one for 62 days in April. A settlement was reached with employers agreeing to a wage increase of between 15 to 22%, an 8-hour week and reinstatement of all workers. In April 1937, all Indian artisans employed in the building works demanded higher wages, and to press their demands stopped all works on the new buildings in the towns. The Africans took keen interest in the struggle of the Indian workers. The Native Affairs Department annual report for 1937 recording this change states, "Natives have as yet no organized trade unions, but there is no doubt that they took a great interest in the Indian strikes, and not long after they would endeavor to form their own union." This struggle of the Indians helped the African political leaders realize the importance of trade unionism. So far their trade union activities were compounded with political activities. The KCA was active among workers as well. Soon they formed trade unions. Scattered workers in various industrial and service units were collected and 91. Organized under professional umbrellas. These groups became centers of class struggle, playing the historical role of economic emancipation of the working class. Initially, trade unions developed out of spontaneous attempts of the workers to fight for better living conditions and higher wages. Spontaneous general strike in Mombasa in 1939. 1939. Realizing the importance of labor organization, the KCA was cooperating with the Labor Trade Union of East Africa. African workers joined the union in large numbers. In 1939, Mackensen celebrated May Day. This was the first time that a workers' meeting was held on the Workers' Day. The KCA president, Jesse Kariuki, joined the meeting along with African workers and spoke on the occasion. Similarly, 3 months later in July 1939, some of the KCA leaders attended the Third Conference of the Labor Trade Unions of East Africa. Jesse Kariuki and George K. Ndigwe, secretary of the KCA, were elected members of LTUA. The most significant development in Kenya trade union movement was the August 1939 Mombasa strike. The strike began with the municipality workers for higher wages, and quickly spread to electricity, docks, post and telegraph workers in the town. Nearly 6,000 African and Asian workers stopped work. The strike was sponsored by the LTUA and supported by KCA. The LTUA and the KCA held a solidarity meeting of Asian and African workers in Nairobi. To break the strike, the government used all the high-handed methods. 150 workers were arrested. However, the strike was a success and ended in workers' favor. The African working class gained an invaluable experience from the Mombasa strike. It was reflected in the subsequent years' struggles. Mombasa workers provided most militant, bold, and far-sighted leaders capable of leading the working class in uncompromising struggle against imperialism and exploitation of both local and foreign capitalism. 92. 1945, post-Second World War developments. The trade union movement in Kenya grew faster after the Second World War. The anti-imperialist movement throughout the world had gathered great momentum and working class consciousness had greatly increased. During and after the war, there was a phenomenal rise in the urban population. Similarly, there was a development of industries and other new fields of employment. The changes increased the numerical strength of the wage-earning working class. On the other hand, paucity of land in the reserves pushed more and more Africans to towns. The 1940s also saw the growth of nationalist movement. The ideas of democratic reforms bred by British pronouncements during the war and accession to power of the Labour Party in England helped generate political consciousness and confidence. During this period, the African nationalism succeeded in overstepping the tribal limits. The trade unions, which helped in deviating the movement from taking tribal form, gained both in strength and membership. As Barnett points out, there was a good deal of overlap in both the leadership and rank-and-file membership of Kenya's African political, trade union and church school movements. Their cross-linking was tending to produce a single movement. The government reports also refer to the close link of trade unions and political movement. This can be seen in 1946-47 report of the African Affairs Department of Kenya. It is stated that for the first time Africans began to hold meetings, numbering frequently as many as 5,000 people, in the open spaces in the location. At first these meetings were concerned chiefly with labor conditions of Africans in Nairobi, but they gradually became more and more political and concerned principally with conditions outside Nairobi. Trade union leaders were not silent observers to Kenyan armed. 93. Struggle during Mau Mau movement. The Land and Freedom Army's General China commended their work. He writes, "At that time the trade unions had the most militant leaders and were the most active groups working for independence in the city." 1948-52. Despite the obstacles, there was a vigorous growth of trade union organizations in Kenya during 1948-52. The rapid development of the trade union movement made Kenyan government extremely nervous. Workers were posing threat to settlers as well as colonial system. European settlers charged that trade unions were being used as a weapon of political agitation and asked the government to check this tendency. Bills after bills were rushed through the Legislative Council to limit the possibilities of the growth of trade union organizations and activities. Arrests, sentences, banishment, frame UPS and the armed force were utilized by the imperialists in a vain attempt to crush the spirit of workers of Kenya. In 1948 the hands of the Registrar of Societies were strengthened through amendment to Trade Unions and Trade Disputes Act. The settlers were very worried. The trade union militants were dominating national politics. Their influence on struggle for independence was increasing every day. In September 1948, Makan Singh, the Secretary of Labour Trade Union of East Africa, organized a cost of living and wages conference, the first of its kind ever held in Kenya. Delegates from more than 16 trade unions and associations participated, representing more than 10,000 African and Asian workers. The British government struck at the trade union movement by the immediate arrest of Makan Singh. A deportation order was made out against him despite the fact that he was a legal citizen of Kenya, having been resident in Kenya since 1927 apart from a short stay in India. In January 1949 the government and railway administration workers were banned from taking part in political activity or joining political 94 association, which, in effect, seriously hampered their participation in trade union activity and organization. Importing of trade union journals and periodicals from Europe and other parts of the world was also prohibited. These restrictions had been introduced because the working class had become champions of national forces and was consistently raising the demand for loosening the fetters of British colonialism, for ending racial inequalities and privileges of the immigrant groups. The urban working class was becoming the leading factor in the development of nationalist uprising for independence. On the rural scene the landless farm workers were growing in numbers and intensifying the class contradictions. The rural and urban working classes provided the basis for the freedom movement, as they increasingly fought against colonial relationship and economic exploitation. The increase in the number of trade union membership pointed to a trend in political radicalism amongst the working classes. During this period trade union leaders expressed their preference for militant nationalism. They emphasized the need for a demand for total liberation and armed struggle to achieve it. Those who supported this trend associated themselves with Mau Mau movement and the others remained at the periphery of the national struggle with commitment for independence but not for armed struggle. Kenyatta belonged to the latter group. Bildad Kagia, Fred Kubai, Makan Singh belonged to the former group. The struggle against imperialism thus objectively became the primary aim of the Kenyan proletariat. To them imperialism was represented by the European farmers, businessmen, and bureaucrats. In Kenya the national liberation movement and working class struggle for the better conditions were interwoven and cannot be separated. Every struggle of the working class was struggle against colonial subjugation. During the emergency in Kenya trade union movement made most rapid strides. Unfortunately, the KFL's financial development was financially linked with ICFTU. The above section indicates the need for bringing the resistance against colonialism right from its first steps in Kenya so as to get a better perspective of the Mau Mau period of resistance. Classes and class struggle. While the British and settler interests may have helped to hide the class divisions in the Kenya they had created, the objective facts on the ground could not be denied. Workers of all nationalities and colors had acted in their class interest and fought the capitalist system so as to gain their rights as workers and as an exploited class. Trade unions, ironically, got their militant outlook and organizational strength from South Asian Kenyan workers, some of who were imported for their skills from colonial India to build the railways. Little did the colonialists realize that among the skills and experience that these workers would bring would include resistance to capitalism and colonialism. They came not only with their various skills needed by colonialism, but also with the ideology and experience from the struggles of the Indian working class against British and Portuguese colonialism in India. Thus capitalism created the proletariat, which, when organized as a militant force, became the source of a major challenge to colonialism, capitalism, and imperialism. When this force joined hands with the militant nationalist and political forces in Kenya, the end of colonialism became inevitable. Had the armed stage not been forced upon the people of Kenya by the declaration of the emergency, this new force would have carried on the anti-colonial, anti-capitalist struggle in Kenya, perhaps with different weapons and with different results. It is perhaps appropriate to ask why the earlier anti-colonial struggles of Kenyan nationalities did not succeed in defeating colonialism and why Mau Mau succeeded in doing so. After all, the former were fierce in their resistance, had the support of all people and had won important battles against colonialism. 96. What distinguishes the early resistance to colonialism from that in the 20th century is the entry of workers and their resistance, as a class, against colonialism. This resistance had a number of distinguishing features that proved critical in the struggle against colonialism and imperialism. First, the organized workers saw their struggle as not only against colonialism but against capitalism and imperialism as well. This clear identification of the enemy helped them to focus on key aspects of their struggle. They also benefited from ideas and experiences of struggles from USSR and India, among others. They learned from the earlier Gatter struggles in Kenya and worldwide, as well as participating in the Second Imperialist War. This gave them a class as well as national and an internationalist perspective. It provided them with links with international labor movements and organizations, which again added a new dimension to the Kenyan struggle. Another impact of the entry of working class into the War of Independence was that workers were spread all over the country and so could not be so easily isolated and defeated in one part of the country. Any attack on them became a national attack against all workers throughout the country. In addition, the lessons of organization and experiences in class struggles in one part of the country spread all over the country, with the railway network and railway workers carrying messages of worker resistance and strikes to workers all over the country. The aspect of trade union and Mau Mau communication systems is looked at further by Durrani, s. This gave the working class solidarity and a national perspective. It also meant that colonialism could no longer impose docile leaders on workers who had established the principle of democratic elections long before colonialism was forced to do so countrywide at a political level. At the same time, the working class movement had strong support from peasants who had struggled over a very long time against colonialism. On its own, peasant resistance had been isolated and suppressed by colonialism. However, when the peasant militancy was added to national working class militancy, the united resistance became a mighty force that colonialism could not contain. A new dimension in the countryside is plantation and farm workers who could no longer be isolated as they got solidarity and support from trade unions. 97. The trade union movement and Mau Mau also benefited from the nationality-based political work of earlier generation. Harry Thuku and later Cow leaders had addressed mass meetings and formed organizations that formed the basis of later struggles. They politicized people at mass meetings and through newspapers. The establishment of independent schools movement provided a new generation of young people who were literate and were able to play an active role in different ways. Similarly, independent churches had challenged the monopoly of Christian churches, which received the blessings of colonial administration. It is therefore important not to see the War of Independence and Mau Mau and the contribution of trade unions in isolation from these earlier strands of resistance. The earlier struggles, including the massive resistance of peasants, had provided fertile ground on which the new ideas, organizations, and leadership flourished. The working class movement's contribution to the national struggle was evident in other ways too. By its very nature, it was able to transcend the artificial enmity created by colonialism between nationalities, races, gender, and other divisive tactics. Workers came from all nationalities and included men and women and had national consciousness and could act nationally. Colonialism attacked nationalities and peasants by taking away their land. Workers had no land. Colonialism burnt and looted peasant properties. Workers had none. Colonialism confiscated peasant livestock and threatened their livelihood. Workers had no livestock. Colonialism's only answer to people's resistance was brute force and imprisonment in concentration camps of entire populations. While this brought much suffering to communities, it also exposed the real nature of colonialism and created a resistance mentality in people. Just as it had no answer to people's resistance and struggle for independence in India, colonialism had no answer when trade unions in Kenya used their class weapons to challenge capitalism and colonialism and joined hands with other forces opposed to colonialism. The only weapon in the colonial arsenal, which they used against workers, was brute force. But the workers' response began to hurt their profits. It would seem that imperialists learn no lessons from history as their solution to any of their perceived problems even today, as in Afghanistan, Iraq, 98, Syria, Libya, Somalia, is to use their armed forces rather than seek political solutions. This approach perhaps keeps their economies going via military spending, but causes untold damage to lives of people around the world, including in imperialist countries themselves. In the case of Kenya, the use of such military tactics before Mau Mau took up arms indicates that the British government had decided in advance to suppress people's demands for independence by force, as they did in Malaysia and other places. Referring to Mau Mau as terrorists was simply a way of hiding the colonial government's own military and colonial ambitions. But attacking workers in this way was counterproductive. It was like hitting themselves as, in attacking workers, they attacked their own economic interests. Their profits were based on exploiting the labor of workers, and if workers stopped producing, this also stopped profits for capitalists. Thus capitalism had created a weapon that workers could use against capitalism itself. The greatest weapon that the working class brought to the colonial battlefield, potentially more powerful than the colonial armored cars and planes, was the actual and threatened withdrawal of their labor on which capitalist exploitation was based. But these potential advantages that the resistance movement possessed were not enough, on their own, to weaken or defeat colonialism, which was strong and could not be overcome so easily. There was a need for critical ingredients, which could act as a spark to ignite a national liberation movement. And the trade unions provided this critical catalyst: working class ideology, organization, and experience from active struggles. As Singh says, Kenya's trade union movement has always been a part of her national struggle for resisting British imperialist colonial rule, for winning national independence, for consolidating the independence after winning it, and for bringing prosperity to the workers and peoples of Kenya. However, this truth about trade union contribution has not been accepted in many Kenyan history books. Malaba recognizes the link between trade union movement and the political movement for independence. 99. The political energies of Nairobi African residents was again aroused in 1949 with the formation of the East African Trade Union Congress by Mackenzie Singh and Fred Kubai. This union would be banned in 1950. The significance of this phase of trade unionism is that it led to a revitalization of the cow in Nairobi, the center of widespread urban discontent. This onslaught on the cow's complacency was led by two young trade union activists, Bildad Kagia and Fred Kubai. Both of these men were closer in temperament and radicalism to the youth in the Nairobi slums than to the established African elite in the cow, the churches, and the administration. Although Malaba comes closer to understanding Mau Mau than many earlier studies, he does not extend this to see the overall picture of the behind-the-scene impact of organized labor movement as an important contributory factor in the War of Independence. It was the trade union movement that saw the links between workers' struggles and national liberation as the only way of resolving the contradiction between capitalists and workers. Their awareness of the nature of their enemy is indicated in a 1936 leaflet by the Labour Trade Union of Kenya, reproduced below from Mackenzie Singh. The struggle between capitalists and workers has started in earnest. Our worker comrades, come forward. March ahead. If you do not march ahead today, then remember that you will be crushed under the heels of capitalists tomorrow. Workers should have a united stand and should stand up strongly against the capitalists so that they should not ever have courage to attempt to exploit workers again, nor to take away workers' rights from them. Note, the workers of M/S Carson Ladha have gone on strike for higher wages. It has been reported that the strike situation is becoming serious. This has now become a question of life or death for workers. Labor Trade Union of Kenya, November 1936. 100. But this was not the first strike in Kenya. Singh records some of the earliest strikes by workers, of all nationalities and races, in Kenya. For example, 1900, Railway Workers' Strike. Interestingly, this was initiated by European subordinate staff and later on probably joined by some Indian and African workers. The strike started in Mombasa and spread to other centers along the railway line. 1902, strike by African police constables. 1908, strikes of African workers at a government farm at Shiraz and those engaged in loading railway engines. 1908, strike of railway Indian workers at Kilindini Harbour. 1908, strike by rickshaw pullers in Nairobi. 1912, strike by African boat workers in Mombasa. 1912, strike by employees of the railway goods shed in Nairobi. 1912, persistent refusal by thousands of African workers on settlers' farms. There is perhaps no better record of the struggle waged by workers and their organizations than the two pioneering books by Mack and Singh. These books provide evidence of workers' militancy, which then fed into the liberation movement. It is a commentary of today's neo-colonial state of Kenya that instead of making the books part of the curricula in schools, colleges, and universities, they have been allowed to go out of print. Gotcha. He looks at the contribution of trade unions. Trade unionism among the African workers grew as a result of the appalling conditions that these workers found themselves in. The need arose to form a strong front that could represent the workers' interests effectively. In 1947 the African Workers' Federation was formed under the presidency of Cheikh Kibachia, an African veteran. 101. Trade unionist. Sporadic strikes continued right through 1947 with demands for better working conditions for African workers. These protests were flung countrywide, unlike other associations whose influence would only be strong locally. In that year, for instance, Mombasa was paralyzed when the entire African labor force downed its tools in a strike. Some highlights from the history of the labor movement may provide a better understanding of the role of the trade union movement in Kenya's liberation struggle. The Kenya Committee for Democratic Rights provides details of some action during the 1955 strike in Mombasa. 10,000 dock workers and others strike at Mombasa. Troops move into docks while police patrol town and docks. Troops unload military stores. Strike spread to oil companies, brewery, transport firms and aluminum companies. April 3, 55. European office workers help unload liner, Kenya Castle. 5-355. 200 striking dock workers stone European Mombasa Club and European cars. They also stop buses and force passengers to leave. Police reinforcements called out, 2 companies of the Royal Inniskilling Fusiliers leave Nairobi by train for Mombasa, and further police drafted into the port. July 3, 55. Such strikes angered employers, the colonial government and their capitalist backers. They relentlessly attacked worker organizations and their leaders. For example, Cheikh Kibachia was detained for 10 years for his trade union activities, as Maxon and Ofkinsky relate. Kibachia. Trade unionist. Born in Kiambu and educated at Alliance High School. In 1945, Kibachia came to national attention after he moved to Mombasa to work for the East African Clothing Factory. When a general strike began in Mombasa in January 1947, the African Workers' Federation was formed to articulate the demands of the strikers. Kibachia quickly emerged as its leader, first as executive officer and after March as president. As a 102. Result of Kibachia's leadership, Mombasa workers won an increase in wages, and the appeal of trade unionism and industrial action spread in the colony. In August 1947, Kibachia came to Nairobi to organize a branch for the federation there, but on the 27th he was arrested. He was detained at Kabarnet for the next 10 years. Clayton and Savage add a political connection for Cheikh Kibachia, that he had been a member of COW and editor of the African Leader, and that Kibachia told the Thacker Tribunal that he had read widely, including the works of Karl Marx. It should be noted, however, that it was not the leadership of the African Workers' Federation and the leadership of the Mombasa strike alone that made Kibachia the target of colonialist attacks. The colonialists' fear was that the workers might succeed in creating a nationwide trade union organization, as Kibachia and the African Workers' Federation had opened a branch in Nairobi and planned to open branches in other towns, including Kisumu and Nakuru. In order to scupper nationwide trade unions, colonialism came down hard on Kibachia. This eventually led to the end of active life of the AWF. Enter Makan Singh. And that is why the entry of Makan Singh in the trade union movement and in Kenyan politics became so important. While the overall history of the trade union movement remains outside the scope of this book, those aspects of its history that relate to its impact on the War of Independence are still relevant. And it is in these aspects that Makan Singh played a key role. Again, the life and achievements of Makan Singh have been dealt with in other studies, but this section looks at his work insofar as it influenced the direction of the trade union movement and in national politics. Makan Singh's background in trade union work and in politics helps to understand the overall stand he took. He was elected the secretary of the Indian Trade Union, which was founded in 1934, in March 1935, and influenced it to become the Labour Trade Union of Kenya, which was open to all workers irrespective of race, religion, and colour, in defiance of the divisive British colonial policy at that time. Having changed the Union. 103. From Labour Trade Union of Kenya into Labour Trade Union of East Africa, Makan Singh organized a successful strike of 62 days in 1937 and achieved a wage increase of between 15 to 25%. As a result of the successful strike, the union's membership rose to 2,500 in Kenya and Uganda. The colonial government was forced to accept the presence of the trade union movement in Kenya. It passed the 1937 Trade Union Ordinance, under which LTUA was registered. It is important to note that LTUA was an overall umbrella body, and the success of the strike encouraged unions to be affiliated to the LTUA. By 1948, 16 trade unions were affiliated to LTUA, whose membership now stood at 10,000 workers. The existence of so many independent trade unions in itself is an indication of the militancy among workers. This was a significant achievement on the part of the two movement. Makan Singh then had to go to India in 1939, and within 6 months of his arrival, he was arrested by the British government for his political activities and imprisoned for 2.5 years in India. He was further restricted for 2 years on his release in January 1945. During his stay in India, he studied working class conditions and the workings of the trade union movement. His work and experience in India equipped him for the coming battles in Kenya, as Durrani says. It was during his detention that he strengthened his links with communist, socialist and other revolutionary leaders from all over India. He then worked as a sub-editor of Jang-i-Azadai, the weekly organ of the Punjab Committee of the Communist Party of India, until he left for Kenya in August 1947. His exposure to new ideas, to experiences in organizational work and mass action in India had prepared him for the struggle in Kenya, both at the level of trade unionism and in the freedom struggle. The experiences with which Makan Singh came to Kenya enriched and developed the anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles in Kenya. Makan Singh was subsequently able to influence the trade union movement in Kenya based on his experiences and ideas he acquired in India. Among these, a few are mentioned by Durrani. Makan Singh saw class divisions and class struggles as the primary 104 aspects of resistance to colonialism and to ensuring that the interests of workers, peasants, and people of Kenya were in the forefront of an independent country. This was a turning point in the struggle for liberation in Kenya. Colonialism had succeeded in previous periods to divide people's struggles into tribal attacks on aspects of colonialism or limit them to specific locations or on specific issues, thereby dividing forces of resistance. Makan Singh was able to see through such divisive tactics. He had learnt lessons from his studies of Marxist literature and from his practice in India. He saw that the need in Kenya was to politicize the working class, unite them with other progressive classes and wage a struggle that would remove the causes of poverty and injustice from the country. A particularly important contribution that Makan Singh made, and which influenced the trade union movement as well as the War of Independence, was mentioned by Durrani, s. An important contribution that Makan Singh made to the struggle for liberation in Kenya was to link the two aspects of a liberation struggle that imperialism sought to keep separate. These were economic and political aspects. Makan Singh believed that in order to meet the economic demands of working people, it was essential to win political power first. It was only thus that foundations for an entirely different society could be laid. Makan Singh saw the connections between economic demands of workers and the struggle for national liberation. These and other revolutionary ideas and practices that Makan Singh introduced into the trade union and political movements then became the mainstream of political demands of the War of Independence. Chandan mentions one such link. By the 1950s, new unions were forming, strikes were frequent, and Makan Singh directed trade unionism towards anti-colonial nationalist struggle. Indeed, the labor movement effectively turned into a militant vehicle for African political aspirations. 105. Neusinger also sees the radicalization of the liberation movement as coming from the trade union movement. The movement was radicalized by a militant leadership that emerged from the trade union movement in Nairobi. Here the Transport and Allied Workers Union led by Fred Kubai and the Clerks and Commercial Workers Union led by Bildad Kagia were at the heart of the resistance. Most accounts of the Mau Mau movement either ignore or play down the role of the trade unions in the struggle, but the fact is that without their participation a sustained revolt would not have been possible. Similarly, Kagia examines the links between the trade union and the national political movements. People in Nairobi looked to the trade unions for leadership, not to the political leaders of KAU. Encouraged by this support, the trade unions decided to try and capture the political leadership as well. We would begin by taking over the Nairobi branch of KAU. For Makan Singh, Fred Kubai, and Bildad Kagia, the political role of trade unions was essential if the needs of working people were to be met. Clayton and Savage refer this approach in connection with the latter two. Both Fred Kubai and Bildad Kagia regarded the EATUC as a ginger group to prod the KAU into more dynamic political action. In practice, this meant that the Congress in the first 4 months of 1950 issued a stream of press releases and sponsored some 25 to 30 meetings, the tenor of which became more and more radical. It also meant that the Congress supported 3 important strikes in 1949 and initiated a political demonstration early in 1950 which culminated a few months later in a general strike in Nairobi. The strong links between the radical trade union movement and political organizations is what has provided strength to the War of Independence. The connection between economic and political activism, between peasant and worker struggles is highlighted by Lees. 106. A significant group of the radicals came from the trade union movement. D. Kali and Bildad Kagia had both worked with Kubai in the early 1950s, when a union-based group of Nairobi nationalists had tried to take over KAU. Dennis Akumu and Oo Makaniengo were younger men, both from the historically militant and predominantly Luo Dock Workers Union. Others reflected the problems of landlessness and insecurity in the countryside. This was certainly true of Kagia, whose following was among squatters and laborers in the Rift Valley and among the landless and smaller landholders in his home area in Murange district, which had been a particularly bad case of malpractice in the process of land consolidation and registration. More generally, the Kikuyu and Luo, besides being the 2 largest tribes in Kenya, had experienced underdevelopment more extensively and for longer than most other tribes, though in different ways, more or less forced labor, the decimation of those conscripted for the East African Campaign, restrictions on commodity production and trade, and a growing land shortage in many locations. It was natural for the nationalist movement to be largely led by Kikuyu and Luo, and equally natural for some of these leaders to arrive at a socialist position. And so it came to be that the trade union movement entered the political arena, which then fed into the broad movement of armed resistance, Mau Mau. It was this political work of trade unions that Kenyatta's government curtailed, as Clayton and Savage record. The advent of the Kenyatta government led to a curtailment, but not an abolition of the trade unions. The government moved slowly, its main object being to prevent the unions from becoming a quasi-political party in opposition to the authorities. This was achieved by transforming the KFL into COTU with direct role for the Kenya president in naming the leading officials of the federation. The bargaining power of individual unions was restrained by the creation of an industrial court. But that was in the future. In the period before independence, militant trade unions played a crucial role in the War of Independence, and that was the 107 reason that the Compreda regime came down on it so strongly. That is why the CIA invested heavily in sponsoring and training its own brand of trade unionism in Kenya. The CIA saw ETUC as an enemy to be eliminated. An indication of the position of the trade unions and the intensity of the ongoing class and national political struggles is given by examining the content of union publicity and communications. They also indicate the aspects of classes and class struggles that the working class introduced into the War of Independence. Another important contribution that trade unions made to the War of Independence was the establishment of links with international trade unions and other progressive organizations. These proved useful not only for developing support for Kenyan trade unions but for Mau Mau, whose struggles got a higher profile and support from such linkages. Singh mentions some of these relations. During 1938 the union established relation with the British Trades Union Congress, South African Trades and Labour Council and the International Labour Office. Such relations were in addition to those established by Makan Singh, Pio Game Pinto and other activists with organizations in India as well as with progressive British anti-colonial organizations. Many of these organizations carried out their own research on Mau Mau and the situation in Kenya and published important publications which alerted world opinion about British oppressive behavior in Kenya and on the struggles waged for independence by Mau Mau. Some of these publications are listed in the bibliography and references and include S. N. A. Aronovich, Philip Bowles-Over, Fenner Brockway, Frida Lasky, Richard K. Pankhurst and Leonard Wolfe. The publishers of such material include important political opinion makers such as the Communist Party, the Congress of People Against Imperialism, Fabian Colonial Bureau, Kenya Committee for Democratic Rights for Kenya, the Union of Democratic Control and World Federation of Trade Unions. In addition, those on the mailing lists of organizations such as the Kenya Committee for Democratic Rights for Kenya would have received regular newsletters, press cuttings, and updates. Many activists in Kenya regularly sent reports of happenings in Kenya, particularly Pio Gama Pinto, who sent regular news to his contacts in India, Mozambique, and Britain. 108. Where he sent these to Kenyans as well as to progressive British activists, such as Fenner Brockway. Aking Wanko, Joseph Murumai and Biokoinange and Yomo Kenyatta were also kept well informed while in London, and they passed on their new items to progressive British organisations. The full impact of these individuals and organisations on public opinion overseas regarding Mau Mau has not been fully understood. Those who claim that Mau Mau had no external support or avenues of communications forget that there were three pillars of the War of Independence: Mau Mau, the trade unions and progressive people's force. Each made its own contribution and, taken together, provide the totality of the War of Independence. Kenya's thus in the context of two struggles in Africa. Trade unions in Kenya cannot be seen in isolation from the activities and experiences of Africa-wide trade union movement. At the same time, these activities and experiences were aspects of resistance to colonialism and imperialism. Imperialism realized the essential contribution that trade union movements were making in the people's struggles for political and economic liberation and in weakening imperialist control. While progressive trade unions and trade unionists were being banned and detained in Kenya, a similar attack on progressive trade unions in other parts of Africa was also taking place. Thus, while imperialist historians failed to mention trade union contribution to the overall anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements in Africa, imperialism was fully aware of the two contributions. Thus they attacked not only the militant political movements but also the militant trade union movement in a silent acknowledgement of the essential unity between the two strands of people's struggles for liberation. So while on the one hand they downplayed the role of trade unions in the liberation struggle, on the other hand, they carried out covert and overt attacks on trade unions. In the case of Kenya, this involved detaining activists such as Chege Kibachia, Maken Singh, Fred Kubai, Bildad Kagia, and Pi Ogama Pinto, at the same time, banning Progressive II organizations such as the East African Trade Union Congress and African Workers' Federation. The other side of the coin was to promote individuals and trade unions which opposed radical trade. 109. Unions and were in more or less sympathy with the capitalist perspective on what trade unions' role should be. In the case of Kenya, this involved supporting trade unionists such as Tom Mboya and conservative trade union organizations such as the Kenya Federation of Labor. Imperialism, however, had its own internal contradictions which saw the gradual decline of British influence on African trade unions, which was then replaced by the influence of USA policies and aligned conservative trade union organizations, both national and international. Davies shows the intra-imperialist contradictions. Between 1953 and 1957 the Americans worked behind the scenes to erode the influence of the British in African affairs by increasing their own independent activity throughout Africa. During 1953 and 1954 the Mau Mau War in Kenya provided them with an excellent opportunity. The position of the ETUC in linking political with economic struggles was reflected on the African continent. Davies says, trade unionists in colonial Africa regarded the expulsion of foreign power as their primary purpose. He goes on to elaborate. The history of African trade unions to date is as much one of the reaction to imperial rule as to working conditions, and any study has to trace the major social changes introduced by European activity before discussing the role played in these by the unions themselves. However, the advice from the British TUC to Kenyan trade unions was to avoid linking political with economic demands. Davis indicates the British TUC position. A British trade unionist was employed in Kenya as an advisor in the Labour Department, but in 1952 he was advising workers that a trade union is not an organisation with political aims, it is an association which has as its object the regulation of relations between workers and their employers. This advice fell heavily on the ears of Kenyans whose political parties were banned and whose leaders were in detention, so that the only legal organisation able to make political 110 comments was the Kenya Federation of Labor. However, the Kenya Federation of Labor was heavily influenced by institutions and government of USA and did not support political role for trade unions. Davies explains how the USA support for conservative voice in the trade union movement was strengthened, once the progressive one was silenced by detentions and bans. From the Kenya labor leaders themselves the Americans possessed some distinct advantages. As representatives of the major non-communist power, they were in a position to compel respect from the British authorities. They had money, and had an impressive network of publications and platforms which would enable the Kenya Africans to put their case before world opinion. Tom Mboya pulled out all the stops, using the international trade union press for his articles on conditions in Kenya and astutely drawing on the help of the AFL, the ICTU, and the TUC to develop the organizational strength of the KFL and avoid a ban on its activities. Thus was settled the role of trade unions in Kenya and Africa. Removed from political struggles of people, it soon became a mechanism to ensure the smooth functioning of a capitalist state. Workers and peasants unite for armed resistance. It was the linking of trade union activism with the radical national political movement that provided the spark that changed the direction of the War of Independence. This led to the emergence of the armed resistance movement, Mau Mau, as the new approach to defeat colonialism and imperialism. The trade union movement provided ideological clarity and national organizational experience. The militant national political organizations provided political structures and mass support developed over a long period. The former brought the working class to the struggle, the latter brought peasants, creating a national movement of all the exploited and oppressed people. Together they formed an iron fist that colonialism fought hard to defeat. It was this combination of resistance movements that linked economic, political, and social demands of the people and decided on 111. The path of armed resistance as the way to achieve national goals. He provides a good overview of the role that the trade union movement played in the War of Independence and in Mau Mau. Another facet of the prelude to Mau Mau was the growth of militant and revolutionary spirit in the trade union activities under the veteran and radical trade unionist, Makan Singh. The role of the trade unions was significant because COW had faced a succession of failures in its bid to effect change. Out of this failure was created the Central Committee by men who interpreted this failure to mean that much more than a reformist approach had to be adopted. Radical Africans looked to the progressive and anti-imperialist trade union movement as a viable alternative because of its national outlook and the ability to deploy workers. This spate of strikes in 1947 was felt throughout Kenya, creating in turn, radical leadership for the workers in various urban centers. One of the advantages that the Mau Mau organizers received from this was the growth of the organizational ability among men who were to become chief architects of the Mau Mau movement, men like Fred Kubai, J. M. Munga, Bildad Kagia, and others. This radicalism in trade unions was not at first taken as an ominous sign by the administration, but was rather regarded as a nuisance to the smooth running of state affairs. Instead of recognizing this for what it was, a militant growth of African nationalism, they saw, instead, the growth of abnormal behavior among the Africans. Africans were not supposed to be capable of effectively organizing themselves. Corfield, for example, did not believe that Africans could have formed or joined trade union movements or political movements as an expression of political and economic protest. The coming together of the trade union movement and the radical politics provided the spark that was to ignite Mau Mau's War of Independence. Kanya T provides an appropriate summary of the contribution of the trade union movement to the War of Independence. The Etuk leadership is credited for deepening the anti-imperialist 112. Resistance among the working class and for producing the Mau Mau revolutionary leadership. It is, therefore, important to note that the driving forces of the Mau Mau movement were the workers, the peasants, and the patriotic petty bourgeoisie. On every level of the struggle, the working class and its proletarian leadership played the leading role. It suits colonial and imperialist-orientated historians as well as the Kenya establishment to bury the role of radical, organized trade unions in the liberation as they prevent the workers, the oppressed and the poor people in today's Kenya from learning of the militant past of the trade union movement and of Mau Mau. A final point to be noted is that while organized, urban militant workers were in the forefront of the trade union movement, they had active support of rural workers, including workers in plantations and in industries generated along the railway line. Such linkages provided a nationwide perspective to the working class struggles, as did the coming together of workers from different nationalities in urban centers. Gupta 1981, makes this clear. The urban working class was becoming the leading factor in the development of nationalist uprising for independence. On the rural scene, the landless farm workers were growing in numbers and intensifying the class contradictions. The rural and urban working classes provided the basis for the freedom movement as they increasingly fought against colonial relationship and economic exploitation. Just as the role of peasants in the War of Independence has been sidelined by official histories, so has the contribution of rural workers not been recognized. Creating a working class and authentic history of Kenya requires all these different levels of struggles to be researched, documented, and disseminated with active participation of all classes who participated in the War of Independence. 113. Part 2, Mau Mau, 1948 to 1960. The worst illiterate is the political illiterate. He doesn't hear, doesn't speak, nor participates in the political events. He doesn't know the cost of life, the price of the bean, of the fish, of the flour, of the rent, of the shoes and of the medicine, all depends on political decisions. The political illiterate is so stupid that he is proud and swells his chest saying that he hates politics. The imbecile doesn't know that, from his political ignorance is born the prostitute, the abandoned child, and the worst thieves of all, the bad politician, corrupted and flunky of the national and multinational companies. Bertolt Brecht 10. Mau Mau, the revolutionary force. Preparations for armed struggle. Soon after the Second World Imperialist War, the hopes of peaceful removal of colonialism from Kenya began to fade. The revolutionary line of armed, organized people's war began to emerge by around 1948. The lessons of the past struggles were clear to the advanced workers. The contradiction with colonialism and imperialism could not be resolved without an organized, armed confrontation. This realization began to be put into practice gradually as the subjective and objective conditions developed. It was becoming clear that in the meantime, intense working-class struggles under Mackenzie Singh and Fred Kubai had developed ideas and experiences of working-class struggles and organizations that added to the anti-capitalist arsenal at the disposal of working people. At the same time, social and political activists had decided that the formation of a new organization was necessary to meet new challenges of fighting colonialism. Thus was born Mau Mau. The name came later, but its organization, its ideology, its vision, its strategies were all decided by the conditions of the time in the struggle against a foreign power that had captured people's land, people's labor, the country's resources, and had created an unequal and unjust system to maintain their power, to exploit, to oppress and to govern. The requirement at the beginning was to organize secretly when the need for unity was paramount among the active combatants. One of the ways of achieving unity was to organize an oath for active fighters. Thus, thousands of people began to take the unity oath for Uhuru. By the end of 1950, over 140 had been prosecuted in colonial courts on charges related to oath-taking. The colonial government realized the strength behind the new organization and banned Mau Mau on August 12, 1950. Singh explains the aims and organization of Mau Mau in those early days thus. A major development in the period following the general strike was the rapid progress of a secret mass organization. The organization, which previously had been in existence for some time, could be joined by persons of any who took an oath according to their customs, traditions, and beliefs, pledging themselves to secrecy, dedication and sacrifice for the cause of land and freedom of Kenya. The aim of the Uhuru Oath organization was to unite and mobilize the African people of Kenya in the struggle for independence and to resort to armed struggle against the colonialists if and when it became obvious to the organization that there was no other way of achieving independence of Kenya. In the course of some court cases, which took place during and after June 1950, the Uhuru Oath organization began to be called Mau Mau. Later, when the organization had to resort to armed struggle against the colonialists, it began to be called the Kenya Land and Freedom Army. There was a period of transition on the political front as people began to realize that the moderate approach of peaceful petitions to gain rights and justice was not likely to lead to independence and the settlement of land and freedom issues. He indicates the role of the trade union movement in making this transition to armed resistance possible. The change of policy from petitioning to violence came with a militant, younger, and uncompromising leadership that had begun to emerge in the ranks of COW, having realized the futility of peaceful negotiations. This corresponded with the ban imposed on trade. 117. Union activities in 1950 after a general strike. Many staunch trade unionists found in COW a venue to vent their energy and militant attitude formerly exercised in trade union activities. They revived COW's Nairobi branch and its activities countrywide. From this there developed a very intricate relationship between COW and Mau Mau. An important development in the party occurred with these new and militant supporters who called not just vaguely for independence, but independence now. Three notable trade unionists, namely Fred Kubai, Bildad Kagia, and J. M. Munga, stood out and were easily chosen to lead the Nairobi branch of COW, with Kubai as the chairman, Munga as the vice chairman and B. Kagia as its secretary. These men were to bring with them into COW's new phase the discipline and trade union tactics that they were so familiar with. Violence, long simmering in African circles, began to find a new venue in COW. Clandestine oathing ceremonies that had started in the Rift Valley, where the squatters had sharply felt the effects of colonial rule, began to spread in Nairobi and its environs, taking an increasingly important role in the Union's main branch in Nairobi. This oath was different in the sense that it was different in form and context from the traditional oaths or those taken by the KCA members. In Olenguruan, this new oath called for freedom and participants were thoroughly lectured on the purpose and meaning of the oath. COW militants aimed at harnessing all oathing activities and, as a first step, intensifying it in the African locations in Nairobi and its environs. The decision by FQBI and Munga to take the oath and to bring some of their most trusted associates was significant in the development of the Mau Mau, in that from this group was to be formed the Action Group. The so-called trusted associates were at first 10 in number. Later 24 trade union joined and they all saw the founding of the Action Group. With the formation of this group, one begins to see organized violence and acts of terrorism. Particular groups of people were oathed and commissioned to carry out particular tasks. Taxi men, for example, were used for ferrying people to and from oathing places. Arms collection began to be accelerated, and according to FQBI, even Nairobi prostitutes had their role to play. He says, some 400 prostitutes from Nairobi African areas of Pumwani and Eastleigh were oathed and told to collect whatever. 118. Information would help the movement. It will be seen that workers not only provided the leadership of this new, radical movement, but also they were in the forefront of providing active support to the movement. Capitalism had created conditions for a mass dislocation of people who were left without adequate means of survival. From among those rose the Annika 40 organization, which was to play an important political role in the struggle for independence. Fuerti provides a background of the organization. The Annika 40 was founded by Dominic Gatu and a number of young, dissatisfied Nairobi Kikuyu. Its first members were the unemployed, petty traders, thieves, prostitutes and others of the lumpen proletariat of Nairobi. Many of the leaders were ex-soldiers and traders who felt that within the colonial system there was little scope for their skills and ambitions. Many of the leaders saw the 40 age group as the vanguard of the African nationalist movement. According to one of its leaders, we felt that KAU was going too slow and that the only way to change things was through violence. This was why we started armed robberies. Most of the Africans in Nairobi were behind us and they would not inform the police of our activities. The organization established links with the trade union movement as well as with the radical wings of COW. It played a central role in the movement which the government called the Mau Mau Fuerti and established links with working class people in Nairobi as well as in the so-called reserves created by colonialism. They continued to play an important role after the declaration of emergency, as Fuerti 1973 records. During the early part of 1953 their main activity was to supply ammunition, medical supplies, and recruits for the fighters in the forest. Fuerti concludes, they played a pivotal role in the organizing and financing of the Mau Mau throughout Kenya, and thus the role of the Nairobi populist movement in the nationalist struggle cannot be underemphasized. A study of the differing forms of organization of Mau Mau reveals that changing conditions at different stages of the struggle gave rise to 119 corresponding changes in the resistance organization accompanied by a refinement of ideologies, which then resolved the particular problems of the day. Thus the organization of the revolutionary movement was quite different in its early years from that which evolved after 1952, which again was different from that which emerged by 1955 and again by 1960. In the early years, new cadres were recruited and given political education in preparation for the time when they would become fully active in resistance. Prospective members were placed under observation, then given the first oath, that of unity. They were then given specific tasks to test their commitment. At the same time, they were placed in an underground cell structure and assigned to work at a democratic level in legal organizations. Many of these became part of the Mau Mau intelligence gathering network. The task of military preparation was not being ignored even at the early stage, although the time for armed struggle was not considered ready yet. Many cadres were being given military training in the forests and the procurement of arms and ammunition was also going on. As early as 1948, arms were being captured from enemy forces and kept in readiness for the time when conditions made an armed struggle inevitable. The particular form of organization of Mau Mau during this period reflected existing conditions. A somewhat decentralist organization was necessary so as to allow maximum security and room for building up leadership and organizational qualities among new recruits by allowing greater opportunity for local initiative. At the same time, it was still possible to operate without much harassment from the colonial armed forces, as they were not really aware of the extent of the preparations being made. Furedi looks at the transformation of the loose network of militant activists into Mau Mau when conditions required a stronger central organization. The transformation of a loose network of militant activists into the movement known as Mau Mau came through a process of experimentation and adaptation to the external environment. The breakdown of the uneasy alliance with the moderate wing of the KCA was a result of frustration with its lack of effectiveness. Since it appeared that the colonial government was in no mood to 120. Compromise, the militant option seemed the only way forward to the younger generations. The split with the moderate elements was consolidated through the establishment of separate committees of militant activists, an initiative that came from Nairobi. Their spread to the White Highlands in early 1950 indicated the close links forged with activists in Nairobi. Until that time the squatter movement had operated through area branches loosely linked together through the KCA. Now the formation of separate committees provided the organizational foundation for more militant forms of action. It suited the colonial interests to ignore such organizational developments and continue its propaganda that Mau Mau was an illegitimate, perverted force. The war begins. A new situation developed after 1947 under increasing activities by the trade union movement. There was a general strike in Mombasa on January 13, 1947 when over 15,000 workers took part and led to the formation of the African Workers' Union, later renamed the African Workers' Federation. The strike started with dock workers and railwaymen, and quickly spread to virtually all Africans including the Houseboys and sugar workers at Ramasi on the mainland, according to Clayton and Savage. Following the Mombasa strike, workers in other parts of Kenya came to the conclusion that unless they themselves went on strike, no notice would be taken of their demands. There were strikes in Kisumu, Kisii, Mason, Luanda, Asembo Bay and other towns. The colonial government was fast losing its control over events and people. It reacted by arresting the trade union leaders. In 1951, the working class replied by staging a boycott of colonial buses and foreign beer in protest against colonial repression, supported by Mau Mau. Mau Mau forces began to attack traders, home guards and other enemy targets. Fearing it would soon become totally ineffective, the colonial government declared a state of emergency in October 1952, thus acknowledging its inability to govern without open military suppression. Immediately, about 121 political and trade union leaders were detained. British battalions poured into Kenya and the British ship Kenya docked at Mombasa. As Makan Singh said, a new chapter had begun. A new imperialist colonial war was now on against the people of Kenya. Mau Mau had made some preparations for such an eventuality. It had already started early preparing for the armed stage of the struggle. It still had to adjust to this new situation and prepare for active resistance. It was no longer possible to be active in the above-ground movements. Although many of its activists had been detained, it had prepared for such an emergency. Every responsible cadre had a second in command who would take over the work if the former were detained. This enabled Mau Mau to continue its work in this new period. It is also true that to some extent, the declaration of emergency and the subsequent attacks on people forced many to become armed fighters and others to join people's forces. Many had no training for this new phase and this caused disruption to organizational structures and discipline in Mau Mau. The military aspect became the principal one in this period. All activities were geared to serving this new demand. This included more urgent procurement of arms and ammunition, a new network of cotters to ensure the safe conduct of cotters and supplies to the newly established forest headquarters, the supply of intelligence on the strength and movement of enemy forces, acquisition of technicians and technologies to establish armament and other factories and facilities in the liberated areas in the city and in the forest headquarters, the establishment of underground hospitals for the treatment of wounded guerrillas. All these and other urgent tasks demanded a close-knit, efficient organization. In addition, the presence of heavily armed enemy military occupation forces made it essential that security of cotters and organization itself were given priority. The changed situation resulted in organizational strengthening in Mau Mau. The basic level of organization was via a network of small cells of just a few members who, for security reasons, did not know members of other cells or any members at higher levels. A number of such cells, represented by its leader, formed the next unit. A number of such units then formed a locality unit, which again sent representatives to the district committees. At the head came the Central Committee, which oversaw the whole struggle. 122. Through various committees. In the meantime, there was a shift in the balance of power at an organizational level between the moderate cow approach and the approach of radical groups influenced by involvement in trade union and other progressive activities. The radical groups took over the powerful Nairobi branch of cow, but this was not happening only in the capital. It was fast turning into a national program, as Furedi shows. Under grassroots pressure, the cow men were forced to take on a radical posture. In Elbergen and Thompson's Falls, matters went further when the cow branches were taken over by young militants in 1952 during the months leading up to the declaration of a state of emergency. In these areas at least the very character of cow had changed as the old leadership lost control over the organization it had created. The developments below would not have been possible without this radical transition in the organization. The establishment of liberated territories. The years that followed the declaration of emergency by the colonial government saw dramatic changes in the political and military situation and the establishment of liberated territories by Mau Mau as seen in the following a brief review. Barnett and Anjama sum up the position by the first half of 1954. It was certainly true that after almost a year and a half of fighting, and with vastly superior weapons, the government seemed no closer to defeating the insurgent forces. In fact, guerrilla strength seemed to be growing, with Kenya Liberation Army units more active than ever in the reserve. A Nairobi Land and Freedom Army formed and was very active, supplies flowing from the city into the forests, and government apparently unable to launch a winning offensive against the guerrilla armies of Nyandarua and Mt. Kenya. Control, as seen by the British establishment. In June 1953 things were going badly in Kenya. Parts of Kikuyu land were virtually Mau Mau republics, and the great majority of the Kikuyu were passive supporters of Mau Mau. The gangs in the forests of the Aberdares and Mount Kenya were living fairly comfortably. They were well supplied with food and clothing, with stolen arms and ammunitions, with women to tend for them, and with information of the movements of the security forces. They had effective communications by couriers with Nairobi. They were able to raid, murder and to pillage over most of Kikuyu land and into the surrounding settled areas. Nairobi was a hotbed of Mau Mau. The greater part of the population of the city was intimidated, living in terror of the gangsters. Mau Mau were able to enforce a boycott of the buses, and on the smoking of cigarettes, and the drinking of beer. So successful had Mau Mau been that large areas of land and people had been liberated from colonial rule. These included not only the forest bases in Nyandarua and Mount Kenya which were impregnable to the army, there were semi-liberated rural areas in the settler farms and in the so-called reserves. In addition, there were liberated and semi-liberated areas in Nairobi itself, which was the center of colonial rule in Kenya. Large parts of the city of Nairobi were under the rule of the guerrilla forces, others were controlled by the colonial army by day but were taken over by the Mau Mau by night. The full extent of Mau Mau control in Nairobi became known to the colonial authorities towards the end of 1954 as the following reports show. A severe blow was struck at the Mau Mau movement by the destruction of their base in Nairobi during Operation Anvil. Since then, Mau Mau leaders and organizers had been unable to send the recruits, the money, the food, the weapons and ammunition, and the messages to the forest gangs and to those who belonged to the elaborate organization in African reserves and farming areas. At times a large roving gang could still strike a severe blow. 12. Another report indicated the infrastructure set up by Mau Mau in the liberated areas in the forests. Reports so far received. The significant feature of the first phase has been the large number of hideouts found, some considerable size and many were skillfully constructed. One consisted of 4 huts capable of holding 80 men and with a piped water supply from a waterfall 30 yards away. 13. The guerrilla forces established their own government in these liberated areas, controlled law and order in the interest of Kenyan people, ran an effective administration with its own legal system and a policy for financial control with its own taxes to finance the war effort. It was this tax levied in liberated and semi-liberated areas in the enemy territory that bought guns, ammunition, food, and other supplies for the guerrilla army. It established hospitals as well as factories for the manufacture of armaments and other necessities such as clothing. Some details of Mau Mau infrastructures are recorded later in the book. Mau Mau forces had liberated large areas even before the declaration of emergency. In fact, this was one of the reasons why the colonial administration felt the need to declare the emergency. This process of liberation was recorded in the Corfield Report. It admitted that by August 1952 in large parts of Central Province, which was the primary battleground in that period leading up to independence, colonial law and law courts had virtually ceased to exist. Their function had been taken over by the emerging Mau Mau administration, which established revolutionary justice for the workers and peasants of Kenya and carried out sentences against colonial officers, saboteurs, and other anti-people elements. Thus between May and October 1952 59 Home Guard traders, including the colonial chief Werahayu, had been sentenced by the liberation courts and the sentences were carried out by the armed forces of the people. As the armed struggle advanced after 1952, so did increase the areas that were liberated by Mau Mau forces. They began to control large administrative machinery, which had jurisdiction over vast areas with hundreds of thousands of people for whose economy, welfare, education, health, and security they were responsible. An official report admitted the control established by Mau Mau. It is our view based upon all the evidence available to us, both from official and responsible unofficial sources, that the influence of Mau Mau in the Kikuyu area, except in certain localities, has not declined, it has, on the contrary, increased. In this respect the situation has deteriorated and the danger of infection outside the Kikuyu area is now greater, not less, than it was at the beginning of the state of emergency. In Nairobi, the situation is both grave and acute. Mau Mau orders are carried out in the heart of the city, Mau Mau courts sit in judgment and their sentences are carried out. There is evidence that the revenues collected by, which may be considerable, are used for the purposes of bribery as well as for purchasing Mau Mau supplies. There is also a passive resistance movement among Africans, an example of which is a bus boycott under which Africans have for several months boycotted European-owned buses. In addition, Mau Mau's organization, structures, and influence had reached outside the borders of Kenya. Thus the government of Tanganyika declared a state of emergency in North Tanganyika, and Kenyans from North Tanganyika and Zanzibar were returned in increasing numbers for fear of spreading liberation ideas in these areas and to cut off the supply structures to Kenyan liberation forces. The Tanganyika government set up a detention center at Urembo in Tanganyika for Kenyan detainees. 14 Some other details on the situation are also recorded by Kenya Committee's press extracts. The Tanganyika government arrested and expelled Kenyans living in the Kilimanjaro area on the Kenya border. 15. Over 1,500 Kikuyus arrested in northern Tanganyika. A Kenyan officer taking part in the arrests had already been sentenced for the torture of captured Kikuyu. 16. Tanganyika government announces that Kikuyu women and children in the northern province, about 5,000 in all, would be sent to new restricted areas in the colony. 17. The Tanganyika government declares a state of emergency in the northern province. 18. 44 Wakamba were arrested in Tanganyika and returned to Kenya during a police roundup in the northern province. 19. There were Mau Mau cells in Mombasa, Pemba, Zanzibar, and other coastal regions. In Tanzania, the movement succeeded in winning over hundreds of Kenyan migrant workers. Mau Mau cells were established mainly in northern and Tanga regions where the bulk of these Kenyan migrant laborers worked and resided. In their attempt to contain the spread of the anti-imperialist resistance in Uganda and Tanzania, the colonial authorities in both countries banned the Mau Mau organization and severe punishments were meted out to those who were suspected of being members. In Tanzania, a state of emergency was declared in the northern and Tanga regions and police and army were ordered to round up Gikuyu, Mvu, Meru, and Kamba workers and put them in concentration camps. Thousands were arrested, tortured, and then deported to Kenya where they were further brutalized and then sent to Manyani concentration camp. In Uganda, all the GEMK students attending Makerere University were arrested, interrogated, and then deported to Kenya. The GEMK traders who had established business in Uganda were also subjected to the same brutality. Both colonies worked with the colonial regime in Kenya to fight the Mau Mau forces. They supplied the colonial Kenya with intelligence, men, and war material. 20. The Ethiopian intelligence is aware of what is going on in Kenya. Mau Mau and its causes are subjects about which they frequently ask questions. On the face of it there seems to be a parallel with their own mountain rebels, the Shiftas. 21. The 303 Enfield rifle, the Bren gun, and the Sten gun, and also in Mau Mau influence reached South Africa as well, as shown by a letter from A.J. Simpson who wrote, "I am on holiday in Africa where it is considered there is an underground movement by the natives to overthrow established government throughout Africa and this is certainly the idea of Mau Mau." 22. I was, like all the Mau Mau guerrillas, trained by a World War II veteran. His name was Mbitha. Was trained in the use of Gachrauharo a big gun to kill elephant. Once again, the history of Mau Mau lacks details about its military preparations, trainers, and gun and ammunition factories, which then leads to misunderstanding the armed resistance movement. The birth of Kenya Defense Council. After the declaration of a state of war in October 1952, 23 the stage of armed resistance began. In earnest. The guerrilla forces established their new military headquarters in the forests from where the armed battles were planned and executed. This military need was felt at the level of organization as well. Many small and large guerrilla units had entered the forests and waged battles against the enemy in their local areas. Mau Mau recognized the need to coordinate the activities of these different fighting units and to form an umbrella military organization that could control the overall strategy of warfare in the face of a well-armed and equipped enemy. After about 8 months of armed warfare, during which valuable military and guerrilla warfare experience had been gained, it was decided to call a representative meeting of the various units. The meeting was held in August 1953 near the Mwaith River and came to be known as the Mwaith Conference. After an exchange of ideas and long discussions, it was decided to form the Kenya Defense Council as the highest military and political organ of the armed struggle. In keeping with the needs of the armed struggle, the Kenya Defense Council resolved the contradictions between a central authority and the need for local units to have a certain amount of autonomy so as to become more effective in the war situation. Thus, as Barnett and Njama say, while the Kenya Defense Council had the power to formulate overall strategy and policy, enact rules and regulations and sit as the highest judicial body, the authority to implement and enforce its rulings rested largely with the individual leader members or section and camp heads. 24. The other important task of the Mwaith Conference was the election of the leadership of the Kenya Defense Council and also the organization of all the fighting forces into 8 armies. Kamatha was elected the president of the Kenya Defense Council, with Gen. Macharia Kamimia as vice president, Gen. Kahai Waitina as the treasurer and Brig. Gathaitu as secretary. Because of the particular needs of combining the military and political aspects of the anti-colonial armed struggle, there was a considerable overlap between the military and political leadership. Thus Kamatha was not only the country was turned into a huge prison. Innocent people, men, women, and children were herded into concentration camps under all kinds of harsh repression. Kinyati, President of the Kenya Defense Council, he was also the highest military authority as Field Marshal. The leadership was thus charged with the overall planning, organization, and execution of both the aspects of the struggle, military and political. The military force was divided into 8 armies as follows. 1 Ituma and Demi Army. Operating in the Nyeri district, commanded by Gen. Stanley Mathenge. 2 Gikuyu Irgi Army. Operating in the Murange district, commanded by Gen. Makaria Kamimia. 3 Kenya Inaro Army. Operating in the Kiambu district, commanded by Gen. Weruingi. 4 Mai Mathati Army. Operating in the MT Kenya area, commanded by Gen. China. 5 Mbarunjbo Army. Operating in the Rift Valley, commanded by Gen. Kimbo. 6 The Town Watch Battalions. Operating in all the urban areas. The fighters carried on normal civilian lives by day, but undertook active armed struggles at night or whenever necessary. Commanders varied from town to town and from time to time, in keeping with needs of warfare and security. 7 Gikuyu Na Mumbai Trinity Army. Operated throughout the country and consisted of all Mau Mau sympathizers, and also those who supported the struggle in different ways. It was this army that helped with supplies and information on enemy activities. The actual participation of members varied. 8 Kenya Liberation Army. A complementary army to the Town Watch Army, operating in the rural areas. The name implies the ideology of the freedom fighters, equality for all in society achieved through an armed struggle. 130. The Mwaith Conference was an important development. Not only did it put the armed forces on an organized war footing, it created a new united organization which became the central policy-making and administrative body with responsibilities covering the whole country, both over military and political matters. This was particularly important as the colonial regime had sought to kill the armed struggle by striking at the leadership and through them at the whole organization, without which the movement, they hoped, would just wither away. By the formation of the Kenya Defense Council, Mau Mau created a new democratic political and military authority, which organized all the freedom fighters, their supporters, and sympathizers. It was to the Kenya Defense Council that the struggling people looked as the new legal entity, which replaced the authority of the colonial administration. The Kenya Defense Council became the new beacon of hope for Kenyans under attack from a fierce, desperate enemy. It grew from the experiences of the previous years of struggle, suffering, imprisonment, torture, land and livestock confiscation and death. It also provided a foundation for the development of the future Kenya Parliament. Soon after its formation, the Kenya Defense Council assessed the political situation and took action to support forces fighting colonialism. There had been a lot of adverse enemy propaganda condemning the freedom struggle as a backward movement. In order to give the correct picture and to achieve a greater unity among the freedom fighters and its supporters, it published a charter, which set out its demands and aims. It was prepared by Kamatha under the authority of the Kenya Defense Council and came to be known as the Kamatha Charter. The charter, reproduced below from Singh, was widely circulated and it publicly and openly showed what Mau Mau and the people of Kenya were fighting for. Kamatha Charter: we reject colonialism. We demand African self-government in Kenya. 131. We demand an African magistrates' court in full authority which will judge lawfully and righteously. We demand to know who hands over the money for land from settlers and where the money goes. We demand to know why many different Christian missions with different laws are brought to Kenya. Can one mission not suffice? We demand authorities of gold, markets, roads, cooperative societies, and auctions to be in the hands of Africans. We claim the full authority of making firearms and various kinds of weapons. We demand that the European foreigners, rascals, troops, and police should be withdrawn from Kenya African reserves. We reject imprisonment over Mau Mau. We reject criminal or death cases to be judged by foreigners. We condemn the dropping of poisons from the air as the colonialists in Kenya are doing to the African population. We reject the foreign laws in Kenya, for they were not made for Kenya and are not righteous. We reject being called terrorists when demanding our people's rights. We demand a stop to the raping by foreigners of our wives and daughters, also female imprisonment and carrying of passes. We reject foreign attorney general in Kenya, for he deals with appearance rather than righteousness. We reject the colonization of Kenya, for in that state we are turned into slaves and beggars. The publication of the Kimathi Charter by the Kenya Defence Council proved of immense importance in mobilizing the people's forces to continue their anti-imperialist struggle. Thousands of workers and peasants had taken up arms against exploitation of their labor and stealing of their land and 132. The Kimathi Charter articulated their demands. The Kenya Committee for Democratic Rights for Kenya Africans records the following from British press. The publication of the Kimathi Charter was timed to coincide with an important mass struggle being waged by the Kenya Land and Freedom Army. This was the bus boycott, which was a protest against various aspects of imperialist control over the lives of people, and aimed at mobilizing popular support to advance and promote the armed struggle. 23-9-53. Singh sums up the importance of the Kimathi Charter and the bus boycott. The charter gave great encouragement to the people of Kenya. It also gave impetus to the great demonstration of national unity and national struggle that was taking place at that time in Nairobi. This was the bus boycott, which started on September 23, 1953. Initiated by the Mau Mau freedom fighters, the bus boycott involved all the patriotic people. It was a national protest against the oppressive emergency regulations, including the introduction of history of employment cards, keeping African buses out of many locations in Nairobi, closer control over all Africans by forcing them into villages surrounded by barbed wire with a police post in each village, cancellation of drivers' passes in the Rift Valley areas, restrictions on traveling, painting of names on bicycles, the order for yellow band marked taxis. Above all, it was a protest against the imprisonment and detention of tens of thousands of patriots, against government's refusal to release the imprisoned and detained national leaders, and against the policies of the European Settlers Organization and the Electors Union, the main point of which was to build a strong and prosperous state which will be a bulwark of the Commonwealth in British Africa, maintaining British traditions of loyalty to the Crown. The bus boycott continued for many months. Thus, by these various means, the Kenya Defence Council carried the 133 struggle in the military field as well as at the popular mass level to new heights. These led to many victories, which forced the colonialists to make token offers of reform, hoping thereby to divert the attention of the struggle. But the struggle continued. The Kenya Parliament takes control, Kimathi is Prime Minister. As the armed conflict intensified, new contradictions, both antagonistic ones against the enemy, and non-antagonistic ones within Mau Mau, developed. Certain weaknesses of the Kenya Defence Council also emerged. It was found that in an attempt to make the Kenya Defence Council more democratic and representative, it had been made too large to be able to function efficiently in a war situation. A meeting of the Kenya Defence Council was held in February 1954 in order to address these shortcomings. 800 delegates attended the meeting, and after intensive discussions, a decision was taken to replace the Kenya Defence Council by a new body, the Kenya Parliament. This was a change of fundamental importance. The Kenya Parliament was the first legitimate African government of Kenya. Its aims were to separate political and military aspects of the struggle, making the former paramount, to emphasize the national character of the freedom movement, to ensure the representation of all Kenyan nationalities, and to assume authority over liberated and semi-liberated areas and people. Militarily, It established its authority over all fighting units and prepared a new military offensive. It also formulated a foreign policy and sent representatives to foreign governments. 12 members were elected to the Kenya Parliament, and Kimathi was elected the first Prime Minister. Their first loyalty was to the Kenya Parliament and not to their former armies. A new Field Marshal was elected. He was Macharia Kimemia. Kimathi was now free to devote full attention to the political sphere and to the affairs of Kenya Parliament. In addition, all the 33 districts of Kenya were represented in the Kenya Parliament, thus making it a national body. One of the delegates at the meeting summed up the argument for the 134 formation of the Kenya Parliament and saw its potential role, as recorded by Njama. The thing we lack is a Kenya central organization which should be the government. I think it is high time we elected our Kenya Parliament members and let them run the country. The little we would have done would be of great importance in Kenya's history, which will that the Kenya Parliament was formed and maintained by warriors in Nyandarua for so many years. As the Kenya Parliament shall govern Kenya, the founders' names shall live as long as the Kenya independent government shall live. The following were the first members of Kenya Parliament: Kimathi W. Wasiri, Prime Minister Brig. Gen. Kahaiwaitina, Deputy Prime Minister Gen. Kimbo Mutuku, Minister for Finances Karari Njama, Chief Secretary Gen. Endarita Thuata, Deputy Chief Secretary Gen. Abdullah, Deputy Minister for Finance Major Vindo Gen. Kirayanya Col. Kahii Ka Arum Brig. Gathai to Wait Haka Gen. Murayam Buthia Major Omera Gen. Rui One major crisis that faced the Kenya Parliament was the capture of General China by the colonial forces and his subsequent betrayal to the enemy. The Kenya Parliament held a special session to discuss the crisis and to reply to the colonial government's offer to negotiate an end to hostilities. The reply is important for it sets out clearly the aims of the struggle and conditions. 135. For starting negotiations. The reply also demonstrated the strength of the armed forces. Among points made in the reply in February 1954 were: land and freedom now. We are fighting for our lands, the Kenya highlands which were stolen from the Africans by the Crown through the Orders in Council 1915, of the Crown Lands Ordinance which evicted Africans from their lands at present occupied by the settlers or reserved for their future generations, while landless Africans are starving of hunger or surviving on the same land as cheap laborers to the settlers who were granted that land by the Crown. Before we come out of the forest, the British government must grant Kenya full independence under the African leadership, and also hand over all the alienated lands to Kenya African government which will redistribute the land to its citizens. If we do not get land and freedom now, we will continue to fight till the government yields or the last drop of blood of our last fighter is spilled. Now it is wartime, and war means destruction of everything without recognizing children or their parents. War simply means taking away lives and wealth. The most civilized and advanced nations have failed to stop war as they believe that war is the only safeguard against slavery, oppression, and exploitation by others. It is now almost 1.5 years since the declaration of the emergency. Every day since then you have been trying your best to destroy us completely, using nearly 100,000 strong forces and dropping thousands of bombs on us from your jet fighters, Harvards, and the heavy Lincoln bombers. All your forces work day and night trying to finish us off, but you have not been successful, and you will not succeed. Though you think we are unarmed compared to your strength, we stand for right, we are confident of our victory. You may 136. Lose your empire in the course of impeding Kenya's independence. The formation of the Kenya Parliament and the installation of Kimathi as the first Prime Minister of Kenya were events of great historical importance not only for Kenya, but for Africa as a whole and for the anti-colonial struggle generally. Colonialism sought to suppress the dissemination of information about the formation of the Free Government of Kenya under Kenya Parliament from fear that other colonies would also do the same. Yet the example of the Kenya Parliament remains forever as the greatest achievement of the Kenyan people in their anti-colonial warfare. The events of 1954 in Kenya were a herald of the events to come in other colonies, the final independence from colonialism as a result of fierce struggles. That this new historical era saw its first expression in Kenya was no small an achievement, given that colonialism had seen Kenya as a country of permanent European settlement and colonial control. The freedom fighters of Kenya showed by their total commitment and sacrifice for the cause of national liberation, that no oppressed people can be exploited forever. Such was the magnitude of the achievement of Mau Mau forces. And Mau Mau's statement that you may lose your empire in the course of impeding Kenya's independence contained much truth, as events were to show. Venades provides an overview of Mau Mau. The whole movement was organized in great detail and was very complex. It had two main wings which were usually called the active wing and the passive wing. The former consisted of a number of fighting units forming together the Kenya Land Freedom Armies, which finally concentrated in three main areas, the Aberdares, Mt Kenya, and Nairobi. The passive wing comprised various committees which were scattered all over the Kikuyu land unit as well as the capital. The movement had its headquarters in a central committee situated in Nairobi. Mau Mau fighters and the people who worked with the armed forces sacrificed their property, the future of their families, faced colonial torture and suffered in colonial concentration camps, and many perished under 137 intense military attacks by the British forces. Their full history needs to be fully researched and made known to all. Elements of Mau Mau governance. The establishment of the Kenya Defence Council and particularly the Kenya Parliament with a Prime Minister and a Cabinet were not mere trappings of power. They reflected Mau Mau's power over territories, people, and institutions needed for exercising functions of a state. These included legal institutions, finance and taxation, communications, education, health and welfare of citizens, policing, security and military affairs, as reflected in the cabinet of the Kenya Parliament. Mau Mau needed constitutional and policy frameworks to ensure it was capable of meeting needs of the people it controlled as well as the needs of waging a war, in the same way as the colonial government needed these. Its policies were reflected by, and were implemented through, its ideology, organization, strategies and other related areas, which are examined below. These are the features that defined it as a civil administration as well as a fighting force. These two aspects, political and military, were clearly demarcated by the establishment of the Kenya Parliament. It is doubtful if the Mau Mau could have survived for years unless it has these essential elements of governance, which also looked forward to a post-independence Kenya. Alum and Gachahi reflect on the twin requirements of any revolutionary movement. For any revolutionary movement to succeed there must be plans both organizational and military. Mau Mau was no exception. It was a revolutionary movement against colonial oppression. The first phase of the movement involved establishing a network, contacts, and a support base. Afterwards, the revolt was gradually transformed into a military campaign. These two phases are inseparable. Indeed, the success of the latter depends on the former. Anti-imperialist ideology. The three strands of Mau Mau's ideological stand were anti-colonialism. 137. Intense military attacks by the British forces. Their full history needs to be fully researched and made known to all. Elements of Mau Mau governance. The establishment of the Kenya Defence Council and particularly the Kenya Parliament with a Prime Minister and a Cabinet were not mere trappings of power. They reflected Mau Mau's power over territories, people, and institutions needed for exercising functions of a state. These included legal institutions, finance and taxation, communications, education, health and welfare of citizens, policing, security and military affairs, as reflected in the cabinet of the Kenya Parliament. Mau Mau needed constitutional and policy frameworks to ensure it was capable of meeting needs of the people it controlled as well as the needs of waging a war, in the same way as the colonial government needed these. Its policies were reflected by, and were implemented through, its ideology, organization, strategies and other related areas, which are examined below. These are the features that defined it as a civil administration as well as a fighting force. These two aspects, political and military, were clearly demarcated by the establishment of the Kenya Parliament. It is doubtful if the Mau Mau could have survived for years unless it has these essential elements of governance, which also looked forward to a post-independence Kenya. Alam and Gachahi reflect on the twin requirements of any revolutionary movement. For any revolutionary movement to succeed there must be plans both organizational and military. Mau Mau was no exception. It was a revolutionary movement against colonial oppression. The first phase of the movement involved establishing a network, contacts, and a support base. Afterwards, the revolt was gradually transformed into a military campaign. These two phases are inseparable. Indeed, the success of the latter depends on the former. Anti-imperialist ideology. The three strands of Mau Mau's ideological stand were anti-colonialism. 138. Anti-imperialism and a proletarian world outlook in the struggle against capitalism. They thus represented the unity of workers and peasants and all those who were not allied to the colonialists. This stand was derived from peasants' anti-colonial struggles and from the trade union movement and working class struggles in the liberation struggle as well as from the nationalist forces resisting colonialism through political organizations over a long period. Different aspects of the ideology became dominant at different times and freedom fighters responded differently at different times depending on the particular needs of each period. Just as at the political level different organizational structures were created in response to specific needs, so at the ideological level, different perspectives came to prominence in keeping with the specific contradictions and needs in the struggle at the specific times. The ideological stand of the Kenya Defense Council and the Kenya Parliament were seen earlier. As time went on, there was a gradual shift in the struggle from an anti-colonial phase to an anti-neocolonial one. This change in ideology reflected a change in the material condition at the time. In the period leading to independence and the period after independence, imperialism, the main force that Mau Mau fought, changed from colonialism to neocolonialism. In keeping with this change, Mau Mau also changed its political and military priorities. The class stand of Mau Mau was clear right from the beginning. The enemy was not seen in terms of the color of their skin, as the colonialist propaganda had insisted, and in effect encouraged. Indeed, black Home Guard collaborators were prime target of revolutionary wrath. Kimathi explained in a letter he wrote from his headquarters in Nyandarua in 1953, "The poor are the Mau Mau. Poverty can be stopped," he explained, "but not by bombs and weapons from the imperialists. Only the revolutionary justice of the struggles of the poor could end poverty for Kenyans," as Kimathi stated in his letter to the Nairobi newspaper, Habari za Dunia. Thus the movement was not against European people or black people, but against colonialism and capitalism. It is also clear that Kimathi and the movement were taking a definite class stand. Mau Mau was aware of the dangers that face a society when a rich minority 139 sought privileges for itself at the expense of peasants and the workers. One high official in the Kenya Parliament warned of the dangers of such a situation, in a session in 1954. "Some of us may seek privileges, but by the time we achieve our freedom you will have learned to share a grain of maize or a bean amongst several people, feeling selfishness as an evil, and the hate of oppressing others would be so developed in you that you will not like to become another class of black European ready to oppress and exploit others just like the system we are fighting against." Thus the battle was against oppression and exploitation. It is a reflection of the maturity of Mau Mau and of its deep understanding of imperialism and its grip on countries in the South that it was able to foresee the danger of imperialist control over newly independent countries in Africa even as it fought colonialism. As the colonial phase was coming to an end, Mau Mau began to raise the concerns about its replacement by neocolonialism. This brought the ideological battle to the forefront. It became necessary to place before the people a correct analysis of historical events, and to emphasize the need to continue the struggle. This was done in the form of a policy document, which was widely circulated. It was also presented at the conference of the Kenya African National Union held in Nairobi in December 1961, where contradictions were developing about the need to combat neocolonialism. The document, entitled The Future of Kenya, was the clearest statement on the dangers of neocolonialism. It is reproduced in Appendix B with a note by one of the writers. A brief selected section below provides clarity about what the ideological stand of activists in the War of Independence was. The struggle for Kenya's future is being waged today on three distinct though interrelated levels: political, racial, and economic. It seems to us that we Africans are being allowed to win in the first two spheres as long as we don't contest the battle being waged on the third, all-important economic level. It is this ideological stand of the War of Independence and of Mau Mau that the departing colonialists and the arriving neocolonialists have sought. 140. To shut out from history books and from people's consciousness. It is the properly indoctrinated group of the right kind of Africans who are today overseeing the process of averting a genuine social revolution, but which still remains the goal of those struggling for liberation to this day. Barnett and Anjama sum up the importance of organization and ideology in a revolution, the two aspects of Mau Mau's work. Just as any revolution requires a certain minimum amount of organization, a people in revolt requires an ideology. Without a set of ideas and ideals, few people are willing to risk their lives in revolutionary action. In Kenya, it is unlikely that the revolution would have occurred but for the integrative ideology developed over a period of 30-odd years by numerous political, educational, and trade union associations which articulated and brought in focus various grievances and set forward certain political, economic and social objectives. Furedi looks at the links between a strong ideology and a strong organization that Mau Mau demonstrated. Interpretations which portray Mau Mau as a centrally organized institution find their strongest support on the level of ideology. All sections of the movement articulated a similar ideology. Public pronouncements and petitions used similar language and put forward shared objectives, whether from Nairobi, Nyeri, or El Bergen. It is this ideological stand and the organizational strength of Mau Mau that neocolonialism and the Comprador regime find difficult to accept. Organization. No struggle as large and facing a vastly superior military power as did Mau Mau could have existed without a strong organization. The organizational strength of the movement needs to be recognized. Edgerton provides a succulent summary of Mau Mau's organizational structure. 141. The Mau Mau movement was directed by what they usually called Mohimu, or the Central Committee. The Central Committee consisted of 12 men, including Kubai and Kagia, with Eliud Mutanyi as its chairman. When the police began to make arrests at oathing ceremonies, the Central Committee created another group, known as the 30 Committee, to direct oathing and to shield the true directorate from government detection. Under the direction of Fred Kubai, the 30 men on this committee were responsible for coordinating the activities of local leaders in the tribal reserves and townships. In addition, the leaders of Man Mau were advised by what they called the Cow Study Circle, a kind of brain trust composed of 4 or 5 Cow members and an equal number of outsiders who were sympathetic to Cow's stated goals. These men prepared background research on policy matters that the Central Committee might need to address in Kenya, as well as international concerns, especially ways of attracting foreign support. At the same time, Edgerton provides records that show that Mau Mau was more interested in their political principles and in working class interests rather than racial background in their organization or outlook. Curious as it may seem in retrospect, the leaders of Mau Mau allowed 3 non-Africans to serve on the study circle. 1. Pio da Gama Pinto, was a Gon. 2 were Europeans, Peter Wright, a former professor of history at Kanpuri, India, who served as a lieutenant colonel in the British Intelligence Corps during World War II, and John P. B. Miller, a former Royal Navy lieutenant commander, then a resident of Kenya. The study circle originally met in the Nairobi offices of the Indian National Congress, and later, as police surveillance tightened, in private homes. The formation of the Kenya Defense Council and of the Kenya Parliament indicates the importance that Mau Mau gave to organizations at national level. Its organizational structures at other levels have also been well documented, for example by Barnett and Anjama and Matthew. Further evidence of Mau Mau's strong organizational structure is 142. Provided by Edgerton. No rebels fought from forest camps. The rebellion also depended on the support of sympathizers in the reserves, and in Nairobi and other towns. Until mid-1954, the Central Committee and its War Council still purchased weapons, organized food supplies, and recruited new fighters for the forest armies. These new recruits were issued special identification cards in order to prevent infiltration by government informers. Meanwhile, men and women in the Kikuyu, Mvyu, and Meru reserves continued to supply money, information, food, and weapons. Many risked their lives as often as those who fought in the forest. In fact, much of the actual fighting was done by men and women who lived in the reserves, and in Nairobi or smaller towns. Units from the forests often entered the reserves at night, and spent the day sleeping in the houses of sympathizers or hiding in a secluded area, before carrying out their raids and returning to camp. But others who had never entered the forests were sometimes called into action by a local leader, usually with the approval of higher Mau Mau authority. Sometimes they were ordered to kill a Kikuyu trader, at other times to raid a home guard or police post for weapons. This is a far cry from the picture of Mau Mau painted by colonial propaganda of local white settlers who painted it as dark and satanic in content and inspiration. Strategy. The strategy that Mau Mau used against a militarily stronger enemy was crucial in its struggle. Mau Mau saw Kenyan people's contradiction with imperialism as an antagonistic one, which could not be resolved peacefully. It thus used the method of armed struggle, guerrilla warfare, and people's struggle against imperialism. But it made a distinction between the three aspects of the enemy. Against the colonial military forces, it used the method of guerrilla warfare and military battles, which included attacks on military targets, on prisons to free captured guerrilla fighters, and on arsenals to procure arms. 143. The other face of the enemy was white settlers, many of whom benefited from free or cheap land and who had taken up arms against the people of Kenya. The Mau Mau movement used another method to deal with this threat. The settlers' main concern was to protect their property on which their wealth depended. Indeed, their main aim in settling in Kenya was to appropriate, or acquire very cheaply, peasant land and labor and use it to produce wealth for themselves. The freedom fighters attacked them where it hurt most, the property itself. This served not only to threaten the very economic base of the settlers, it also helped the guerrillas to procure food and rations they needed to continue their armed struggle, thus providing the material base for the armed revolution. Mau Mau used yet another method against the third face of the enemy, the African Home Guards. Considering that many had been forced either by economic reasons or through force or ignorance to become collaborators, many of those considered capable of reforming were given advance warnings to stop betraying the cause of national liberation. Only when these were ignored was action taken against them, depending on the seriousness of their collaboration, but sanctioned by Mau Mau courts. In this way many who had initially sided with the enemy were won over to the nationalist side, and some of them then made important contribution to the anti-imperialist struggle. Many whose economic base was tied too strongly to imperialism refused to reform and had to be dealt with more severely in order that they did not pose a threat to the armed resistance forces. Another tactic used against the collaborators involved information warfare aimed at demoralizing them. An example of this was spreading favorable news about guerrilla successes in enemy-held territory. Pinning large notices on trees and walls near schools, police stations, and social halls was one such way. It was not only the message of these posters that put fear in the enemy, but the very fact that such notices could be placed in areas under colonial control. Despite the fact that strict security measures were taken by the colonial armed forces, the Mau Mau activists managed to reach areas in the very heart of the city to pin these posters, thus showing their strength and demoralizing enemy soldiers and civilians. It would be wrong to deny that there were contradictions among the ranks of Mau Mau fighters and among the people. These became sharper under 144. Enemy attack. But these were not antagonistic ones, at least at the beginning, and were resolved by the use of nonviolent means. In the main, democratic methods were used to resolve these contradictions. One of the aims of Mau Mau was to form a democratic society where everyone would have equal rights and duties and an equal access to the wealth produced by their joint labor. They put their ideas into practice in the liberated areas even as they engaged the enemy in a fierce battle. The democratic method involved the use of meetings, conferences, and congresses where free discussions could be held and ideas could be expressed without fear of persecution. After long discussions, decisions would be taken on basis of majority vote. Questions of leadership were settled through secret ballots and elections were held at every level insofar as war conditions allowed. An example of such a conference was the Mwaith Conference mentioned earlier. Elections were held, for example, when Kamatha was elected the Prime Minister. These democratic discussions and elections helped to formulate new policies and to resolve many contradictions. In addition, free exchange of ideas was encouraged to allow the people a chance to hear views of their leaders and to give their views to the leadership. Mau Mau's military strategy ensured that the military might of the greatest military power at the time was kept at bay for over 4 years. Some aspects of this are discussed in other parts of the book. Kagya, B, Leo, and Kagya, M sum up their achievements. In the battle Mau Mau soldiers distinguished themselves as great guerrilla fighters. General Sir George Erskine, a British general, advised his government that Mau Mau could not be stamped out by force. Although the general was soon to be removed from command, what he said was true and the government eventually had to accept it in practice. The British couldn't crush Mau Mau with all their sophisticated weapons. Considering the difficult conditions under which the Mau Mau soldiers fought and lived, it is impossible to ignore their greatness. They managed to fight the war for more than 4 years. Mau Mau's political and military strategy were well aligned to its 145. Overall vision of creating a nation free from foreign domination and with policies meeting the needs of its people, not corporations and settlers. Yotavyo Milia Kifo? A Mau Mau Song 25. Wadato wa Kenya Wishim Wituni. Wakani Eshua en Aimvua. Wakipata en Jat, Matso en a Baridi Niingi. Kwa Apendu wa Yodongo. Uui, Iyai, Uui, Iyai. Kyuwa na Tabu na Kyufungwe. Maraniingi. Je, Yotavyo Milia. Na Akina Nani Hawana Imbakwaso Kubwe. And Gambo ya Pila ya Mto. Waki Wambia Kago en Aimberia. Wadafutaji wa Haki. English translation. Are you ready to face death? Kenya's children live in forests, they are soaked in heavy rains, they go hungry, endure hardships, they live through cold days and nights, all because of the love of their country. Whoa! 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 Are you ready to endure all these hardships? Are you ready to face prisons and detention camps? Tell me, are you ready to face death? Whose are those voices raised in song from across the river singing praises of Kago and Beria, champions of truth, fighters for democratic right? Whose are those voices? Infrastructure. There is no doubt that Mau Mau was well organized as a military and as a political organization. The colonialists were aware of their abilities, as they had discovered many examples of infrastructure in towns and forests even as the War of Independence was going on. They deliberately chose to hide these facts and set out to destroy such evidence so as to continue their myth that Mau Mau was a primitive group of people who had nothing to do with the War of Liberation. Such structures included hospitals, libraries, social halls, as well as rules and regulations and records of civil and legal practice that guided the movement. Some such examples are given in the book. Additional ones, given below, are taken from the press briefings compiled by Kenya Committee for Democratic Rights for Kenya Africans. During Operation Epsom, a large encampment furnished as a high court, and also a well-built installation like a barracks, with numbered rooms and a well-equipped kitchen with accommodation for 60 people was discovered. 147. An army patrol following in the tracks of freedom fighters discovered a 40-bed hospital with complete medical kits. A government communiqué said the hospital was 5 miles east of Mount Kinangop. 13-7-54. A rifle brigade tracker team in the NA Aberdare discovered a thatched building with a notice Government House written on it, and found 25 bivouacs, a structure resembling a church, with seating for 90 people, and a hideout. 27-5-55. Security forces searching the Aberdare forest found a deserted hospital which had apparently been evacuated a few days before, also a council chamber with accommodation for about 150. June 6, 55. Newspaper and other reports build up a fuller picture, as quoted earlier in this book. Reports so far received. The significant feature of the first phase has been the large number of hideouts found, some considerable in size and many were skillfully constructed. One consisted of 4 huts capable of holding 80 men and with a piped water supply from a waterfall 30 yards away. 26. On the outskirts of Nairobi, Kikuyu guards and men of the Kenya Regiment killed 4 freedom fighters, destroyed a Mau Mau hospital furnished with a supply of medicine and food, and arrested 6 women food carriers. 27. A number of reports on Mau Mau gun factories, conference facilities, as well as housing and water supply systems in liberated areas were carried in newspaper reports. East African Command Headquarters announced today that a patrol of guards and police from the Meru led by Officer Harry Hind discovered and destroyed a Mau Mau arms factory in the Meru forest. 28. Police today discovered a Mau Mau gun shop and store in a part of Nairobi where the city's 200 street sweepers live. 29. In early days the terrorist camps were well built. The sites were laid out with solidly constructed huts of split bamboo, with kitchens and stores, quarters for women and children and signboards indicating the commander of the camp. From these camps, arms and ammunition, food, clothing and valuable documents have been recovered. 30. The Kenya Committee press extracts summarizes reports from contemporary papers about the destruction of Mau Mau hospitals by the British forces. An army patrol following in the tracks of freedom fighters discovered a 40-bed Mau Mau hospital with complete medical kits. A government communiqué said the hospital was 5 miles east of Mount Kinangop. 31. Asterisk. Security forces searching the Aberdare forests found a deserted hospital which had apparently been evacuated a few days before, also a council chamber with accommodation for about 150. 32. There are various accounts of Mau Mau gun factories and some of these are still available. Kanya T says, the Shrimoyo and Pumwani bases played a special role as KLFA gun factories. Karura Forest was the main KFLA gun factory in Nairobi. It was also a KLFA major hospital. There were many South Asian skilled craftsmen who helped the establishment of such factories and training Mau Mau cotters in gun making. One such person was Jaswant Singh, who was sentenced to death for illegally possessing 2 rounds of ammunition. As the London Times noted, this was the first time that the supreme penalty has been imposed on a non-African under the emergency regulations. 33 Kanyati, 2008, provides some details. Jaswant Singh was storing firearms for the movement. His house was a safe haven for the movement. In 1954, he was betrayed, arrested and sentenced to death for possession of firearm. Despite the savage torture he underwent, he refused to betray the movement. Durrani, Najmi, provides further information on him. Jaswant Singh lived in Molo. By profession he was a carpenter, mason, plumber, electrician, builder, radio and motor mechanic, welder, lorry driver, tractor driver and gun maker. He secretly supplied material to manufacture weapons, guns, and ammunition to Mau Mau fighters active in the Rift Valley area. Other reports of Mau Mau gun factories, conference facilities, as well as housing and water supply systems in liberated areas were carried in newspaper reports. East African Command Headquarters announced today that a patrol of guards and police from the Meru led by Officer Harry Hind discovered and destroyed a Mau Mau arms factory in the Meru forest. 34. Police today discovered a Mau Mau gun shop and store in a part of Nairobi where the city's 200 street sweepers live. 35. In early days the terrorist camps were well built. The sites were laid out with solidly constructed huts of split bamboo, with kitchens and stores, quarters for women and children and signboards indicating the commander of the camp. From these camps, arms and ammunition, food, clothing and valuable documents have been recovered. 36. These are but a few examples of Mau Mau infrastructures. Other can be seen in the narratives of many books written by Mau Mau activists as well as in official colonial records. Here is an important area for research, particularly among surviving Mau Mau activists, to provide a fuller picture of this important aspect of Mau Mau organization. Politics of Information. 37. Mau Mau's information and communication strategy reflects different aspects of its overall work. Each of the elements of governance mentioned above, such as ideology, organization, and strategy, required effective flow of information between different units and parts of the resistance movement. This flow was the lifeblood of the organization. This is essential in peacetime in any organization, but was of particular significance in an underground movement facing a war situation against a heavily armed enemy. Survival depended on this life-giving process of flow of information and communication. And yet this was difficult to achieve in the war situation created by the imposition of the state of emergency by British colonialism, which relied not only on its military and political might but also on its experience of oppression in its other colonies, particularly India and Malaysia. The difficulties for Mau Mau were compounded by the absence of global networks such as the Internet and information embargoes by colonialism. Experiences from the resistance forces in India and other countries were not easily available to the resistance organization. It was to prevent the availability of such information that the Kenya colonial government banned various progressive publications, including many from USSR, People's Republic of China and India, as mentioned in Durrani, s. That Mau Mau managed to develop a sophisticated information policy and practice is a reflection of its strength as an advanced 20th century resistance movement. This is again another area that requires much research. This section attempts a brief overview of its information and communication strategy. Communications. Mau Mau realized that any serious confrontation with a technically superior power required good organization and planning. A key requirement to meet this was the establishment of an efficient and effective communications strategy. The information and communications structures had to be strong. These had to be created in secret and on a national scale. The task was made more difficult as the enemy they faced had the resources of its whole colonial empire. As the number of people involved in the anti-colonial struggle was very large and spread out over a vast area, the problems of communications had to be solved first. An organization of this vast magnitude could not function unless its various components could communicate with each other. The leadership needed to get intelligence and other reports from the smallest units and pass down instructions for action. At the same time, contacts with sympathetic masses of workers and peasants had to be maintained, together with links with nationalities from all parts of the country. Different methods of communication were developed and used at different stages of the struggle and in different areas of the country, depending on the intensity of struggle in each area and on whether the area was liberated, semi-liberated or under British control. Mau Mau developed an information strategy, which included the following aspects: 1. Oral communications. 2. Revolutionary publishing. 3. Use of pamphlets and handbills. 4. Establishments of a people's press. 5. Information gathering and dissemination. 38. At the time of the declaration of emergency, the need was to organize secretly. The colonialist regime had kept Kenyan nationalities in isolation from each other by banning Kenya-wide nationalist movements. This had been overcome at one level by various nationality-based organizations working closely together. but one of the first tasks of Mau Mau was to develop new communication links with all people of Kenya, and to do it secretly. Mau Mau, using its organizational network which was based at Mathare Valley, a working-class residential area in Nairobi, solved this problem. Since the largest concentration of workers was in Nairobi, communications and organizational networks reaching all parts of the country were organized from here. Workers of various nationalities were recruited from here. There were close links between the militant trade unions and the central command of Mau Mau. The advanced workers recruited in Nairobi acted not only as cadres in the city but they helped to set up powerful links with the peasants. Workers of different nationalities became in effect links between peasants, plantation, and urban workers and Mau Mau. Particularly important was the information collected by workers in domestic service, offices, and plantations. Workers in government departments were particularly important as they collected information from conversations, official files, newspaper, and other reports and passed these on to Mau Mau using oral means of communication. It was this flow of information that enabled Mau Mau to be more effective in all its work. Without such links the resistance movement could easily have been crushed by imperialism in a short time. Historical studies that see Mau Mau as a peasant movement only, miss this important aspect of working class input into the War of Independence. The process of communications was made easy by using the central position of Nairobi as the transport hub of Kenya. The railways provided links from Mombasa to Kisumu and messages could be passed on by workers on the railways all along the path of the railway. Within urban areas, taxi drivers provided well-developed means of communications. In addition, Mau Mau developed bicycle networks to supplement other means of communicating and connecting its various support structures. Such an approach developed on the practices developed by the trade unions that had used such methods to gain strength during their strike and other activities and for recruiting members, as described by Mackenzie. Kenya's experience in using transport facilities and workers involved in running them, taxi drivers, buses, trains etc., has a parallel with the experience in Cuba, as recalled by Quinn. 153. Taken together, the workers' struggles provide a compelling account of how organized labor contributed directly and indirectly to help shape the course of revolutionary struggle in 1950s Cuba. As Cushion depicts so vividly here, workers provided valuable material support for the rebel guerrillas in a number of ways, including organizing significant strike action in support of the Granma Landing and armed uprising in Santiago. Workers in shops, warehouses, and distribution depots proved valuable by large-scale pilfering of essentials. Railway workers were able to move those supplies under the noses of the police, and bus drivers formed propaganda distribution networks, while telephone operators eavesdropped on police conversations, providing vital intelligence for those more directly engaged in the armed struggle. Others organized clandestine networks involved in acts of sabotage such as derailing an armored train carrying soldiers sent to protect the vital railway system, and helping disaffected soldiers to desert. Such actions depended on a high degree of organization that reached its apotheosis in the Revolutionary General Strike of January 1959. Overlooked in much of the literature, this strike is reassessed here for its decisive contribution to the triumph of the revolution. Thus, for Cushion, the final victory of the revolutionary forces should be viewed as the result of a combination of armed guerrilla action and mass support. Of course, the situation of working class and the level of class struggles in Kenya were quite different from those in Cuba. Yet it is true that in Kenya, as in Cuba, resistance forces worked as a partnership between armed guerrilla units and mass support. Lessons in analyzing Kenyan history can be learned from the Cuban experience. Similarly, understanding the role of peasants in the revolutions in Vietnam, China, and Cuba can find parallels in the experience in Kenya. The struggle against colonialism and imperialism is universal in many countries, but the particular manifestations of these struggles vary from country to country. Within these boundaries, understanding the forces of resistance and oppression can help in learning lessons not only in how to conduct anti-imperialist struggles, but also how to understand and communicate information and history from a working class perspective. After the declaration of emergency by the colonial authorities, it became 154. Necessary for Mau Mau activists to go underground, but the movement functioned very efficiently as an organization. This is shown, for example, in its communication activities. The colonial administration took over total control over all the mass media upon declaration of emergency. Until then, Mau Mau had been publishing over 50 newspapers in Kiswahili and in various nationality languages, as well as a large number of struggle songs and other anti-colonial material. The emergency measures were now used to suppress all these publications, which had functioned as important means of communication with the supporters of Mau Mau. Mau Mau soon found alternative methods of communicating not only with the active fighters, but also with the masses who supported it and whose armed fist it was. Oral media were extensively used. Established printing presses, particularly those owned by progressive South Asian Kenyans, were used. Cyclostyling machines were installed at their Mathare Valley headquarters. All these were used to issue handbills, posters, and newspapers. Mau Mau published the High Command, which was issued regularly between 1952 and 1957. Asian Kenyan cadres and supporters of Mau Mau initially printed this, as they could initially escape colonial suspicion. Later, it was printed at its Mathare Valley printing works. High Command was anti-imperialist in content and circulated underground among the 35,000 freedom fighters and provided a basic forum for the politicization and advancement of the combatants. It informed them on the ideology, the organization, the strategies, and activities of the revolution. One task facing Mau Mau was that of ensuring the political and ideological development of its cadres. The other was to demoralize the enemy troops and their white settler supporters. Many handbills and posters were issued and posted at prominent places in enemy areas. One pamphlet was issued just 3 days after the declaration of emergency. It was sent to many settlers and posted on trees and walls in many areas of Nairobi. This shows the organization commanded of the resistance forces. While the colonial armies were busy creating a reign of terror, cadres were printing and distributing important communications under enemy gunfire. One such pamphlet is important also for its content, which shows the clear understanding of the situation by Mau Mau. It was addressed to the murdering colonialists and was entitled "Fascism Has Come to Kenya." It read, 155. Fascism has come to Kenya. You must feel very happy at the outward success of your cruel operation. You arrested our leaders and a lot of other people. Thousands of Africans leading a normal life have been stopped, searched, beaten, humiliated, and arrested. Creating the emergency, you have brutally treated us, and now you cannot claim democracy and freedom. Fascism has come to Kenya. We have been robbed of all freedom. You have destroyed our press by arresting our editors and suppressing our newspapers. But you cannot suppress the voice of the people. The brutality and oppression, the show of force and the rule of gun will not stop us from our goal. You cannot end our political wish by arresting our leaders. We have many more men with brains and will continue to fight you and achieve our freedom. This is the voice of New Africa. We have been forced to go underground. If we are known, you will murder us. We are not afraid. We ask how many of us you will imprison, how many of us you will kill. We are 6 million and power is in our numbers. We shall retaliate in the method you have employed. We shall not forget the bad treatment we are suffering. When our time comes we shall not show mercy, because you do not know what mercy is. We will kill you like you are murdering us today. This is no threat. It is how we are feeling today. Africans unite. 39. Oral communications. The use of oral communication systems was well established before the colonial government declared a state of emergency. Fred Kubai explains how this developed. In November 1951 the colonialists and white settler newspapers stopped covering cow public meetings. The militants started mouth-to-mouth bush radio information service. Songs were composed carrying revolutionary and subversive messages and were sung by both young and old. Kinathiamugia of Olengurwan became champion in the composition of new Kikuyu songs. J. Gakara, among others, printed the songs into hymn books. Kikuyu and Kiswahili newspapers and pamphlets were started. I revived the official cow organ, Sauti ya Africa. Other militant papers included Afrikambia, which was edited by Kagia, Hindi ya Gikuyu and Muthamaki, which were edited by Victor Wokabi, Muramati, Mumanirari, Kayukayambu, Yhuj, Gikuyu na Mumbai. The content of these publications reflect a high awareness of what imperialism meant for Kenya. For example, Kanya T quotes from Muthamaki, which explained the conditions which gave rise to Mau Mau in an article in July 1952. Mau Mau will never be destroyed by the imposition of fines, imprisonment or torture. Mau Mau is the product of the exploitation and racism which our people experience in their daily lives. Eliminate exploitation and racism and there will be no Mau Mau. There was a need to organize secretly against colonialism. This was achieved by using oral communication, a method developed during an earlier period when the colonialist regime had banned Kenya-wide nationalist movements, in order to keep Kenyan nationalities in isolation from each other. The problem of how to communicate effectively, but secretly, was solved by Mau Mau, using its organizational network, centered at Mathare Valley in Nairobi. Since the largest concentration of workers was in Nairobi, a new communication network was organized from here. Workers of various nationalities were recruited in Nairobi. One aspect of their work was to act as links with their nationality areas. Thus the worker-organized Mau Mau movement established deep roots among peasantry, without which the whole movement could have been crushed by imperialism within a short time. 157. This early organizational work, together with the task of establishment of communication links with the rest of the country, was done so secretly that it was almost 5 years before the colonial government became aware of the movement and were forced to declare a state of emergency, in effect a state of war, against Kenyan workers and peasants in October, 1952. Before the emergency was declared, the nationalist and the worker forces had been using the legal press to organize and communicate, although this had to be done in coded languages which outsiders could not understand. One aspect of the political work was to organize mass political meetings, which could both organize people and give direction to the political movement. It was thus necessary to communicate times and places of such anti-imperialist meetings to the people who were ever eager to be active. Barton examines this early period to assess how the communication needs were satisfied. The mushrooming of the African press was an important factor in fostering political action in the urban centers of Kenya after the Second World War. Publications appeared in several languages and also in English. Most of these were printed in Nairobi, although Mombasa had the Coast African Express and on the shores of Lake Victoria, in Kisumu, there was the Nyanza Times. All were nationalist and highly militant, expressing bitterness at colonial discrimination and poverty and insecurity of the African against the affluence of the settlers. The Kikuyu papers around Nairobi were the most successful, and the most influential was Mumanirari. This was a weekly edited by the Kenya African Union's Assistant General Secretary, Henry Muria, and with a sale of 10,000 was probably read by 6 times that number. As the tension grew, which was to ignite finally in the Mau Mau, it became more and more uncompromising in its nationalism. The colonial government had banned political meetings, but Mumanirari was regularly referring to tea parties in the shanty. 158. Towns around Nairobi, which were, in fact, occasions for the secret oathing ceremonies. Kanya T gives even a higher estimate of the circulation of Mumanirari. As channels of political communications, and using our own languages, these anti-imperialist newspapers were vital in developing anti-imperialist consciousness amongst the Kenyan masses. Some of them were widely read and had great political influence in the country. For instance, Mumanirari was the most popular paper in central Kenya and the squatter areas of the Rift Valley, with an average circulation of 20,000 copies. It played a patriotic role in agitating against British colonial land and labor policy, vehemently opposed white racism and cultural imperialism, and supported the underground movement. After the declaration of emergency by the colonial authorities, it became necessary for the Mau Mau to reorganize as an underground movement. But it continued to function very efficiently as an organization. This is shown, for example, in its communication activities. The colonial administration took over total control over all the mass media upon declaration of emergency. Until then, the Mau Mau had been publishing directly or indirectly over 50 newspapers in Kiswahili and in various nationality languages, and had published a large number of liberation songs and other anti-colonial material. The emergency measures were now used by the colonial power to suppress all these publications, which had functioned as important means of communication for the liberation forces. When the British colonial administration became aware of the full extent of the organization with its specific ideology and strategies for liberation backed by a political and military power, it began to investigate the background and organization of the movement. Leakey had this to say about Mau Mau's intelligence gathering, and its development and use of the oral medium. The value of good intelligence system has always been appreciated by 159. The Kenyan people. The Mau Mau organized a system of getting their own followers into key positions where they could find out what was happening and report to their leaders. Chosen men obtained positions as house boys and chauffeurs in the household where there was the greatest likelihood of being able to learn things about the plans of security forces. Others were encouraged to get jobs in government offices, in the police, and in the home guards and telephone service. Since the Kikuyu have always supplied a very high proportion of the employees of these categories in normal times, and since there are generally loyal Kikuyu in such jobs, it was and still is very difficult indeed to distinguish between the spy and the genuine loyalist. Moreover, by no means all those employed on such intelligence work were drawn from the ranks of the Kikuyu. Enough members of other tribes had been won over to the Mau Mau cause to make it possible to use members of these other tribes in this intelligence organization. It is interesting to note that when the colonial authorities wanted to minimize the national significance of Mau Mau, their propaganda described Mau Mau as purely a Gikuyu movement, yet, as the above clearly indicates, the national spread of the movement is freely acknowledged by colonial sources. Oral communication was considered a safe means of communication by the liberation forces because of the high security risks in written communications. It was common for a team of 2 or more Mau Mau activists to carry messages from the Mau Mau High Command in the heart of Nyandarua to different Mau Mau centers, and its armies, or to the progressive workers and peasants throughout the country. The art of the progressive Wakamba wood carvers depicts the scene. 2 couriers carrying orders from the Kenya Defense Council are caught in the enemy ambush. One courier rushes at the enemy so that the other may escape and deliver the orders. The dying fighter digs deep the soil and exhorts his companion to continue. The courier crosses many ridges and valleys across Kenya. These activists performed many tasks: soldiers, librarians, social workers, and hunters. The soldier information workers avoided carrying any written material on their bodies. They had developed their memories and could carry detailed instructions in their heads. They were under specific instructions that should they meet the enemy, they were not to risk their lives but ensure that their messages were delivered. Many brave soldier information workers gave their lives during the struggle while ensuring that communications lines were kept open. The Mau Mau movement had developed a large number of such soldier information workers who knew the land routes for safe travel. At the same time they had developed a network of small libraries and archival units in the liberated areas which contained much useful information. The colonial authorities found details of advanced Mau Mau practices in the course of one of their mass arrest campaigns, as quoted by the Times. Arrests made in Operation Broom. The search revealed that the Mau Mau had begun to use as couriers persons not likely to be suspected, among them a large number of young boys and old men. One deformed elderly man who was identified as a collector of funds had 40 pounds hidden among beggars' rags when arrested. Again, the Times reports. Brigadier Boyce, General Secretary of the Save the Children Fund, said that in the reserves there are children whose fathers have been killed, others whose families had left their homes, and many more whose fathers had gone away. In Nairobi, it was estimated that there were up to 1,000 such children. Many of the orphans and homeless boys are acting as food carriers and couriers to the Mau Mau gangs, and eventually become recruits to Mau Mau, he added. Oral communication was used in other areas as well. It was particularly useful in working with the masses, for example, in passing messages about meetings or plans about specific military engagement. It was in this way that active and progressive workers and peasants passed on news about 161. Enemy movements to the military command. Children and women played a central part in this as, initially at least, they were not suspected to be Mau Mau activists. The use of resistance songs continued in detention camps. The Kenya Committee press extracts records. Most of the women showed quite openly their support for the freedom fighters while detained in screening camps. At one camp the women danced and sang Mau Mau songs. When some of them were escorted to the trains they hurled their rations of tinned meat, milk, and biscuits at the railway staff. The colonial administration was so concerned about singing of Mau Mau songs that it sentenced people to solitary confinement for this crime, as the following report in the Manchester Guardian shows. Cases which Miss Eileen Fletcher described yesterday included one in which Kikuyu women were given 16 days solitary confinement in small dark cells made of corrugated iron, for singing Mau Mau hymns. Another aspect of Mau Mau's guerrilla and communications strategy was to feed incorrect information to the colonial forces. They also deprived the colonial forces of information altogether, so that often the colonial forces acted in total ignorance about Mau Mau movements, force strength, and plans. This obviously could not have been achieved without the support of the masses in towns as well as in the countryside. This was acknowledged in the Kenya Police Annual Report for 1954. The year opened with the initiative in the hands of Mau Mau which had virtually put a stop to the flow of information to the authorities. The vast majority of the Kikuyu was either actively or passively assisting the Mau Mau movement. This was confirmed by the British parliamentary delegation, which visited Kenya. Its report, published on February 23, 1955 and quoted in the Times, contrasts the use of information as a weapon by the two opposing forces. 162. The delegation considered that insufficient use is being made of the weapon of information and propaganda. To some extent, the Mau Mau by using the traditional African channel of spreading rumors, the Bush Telegraph held the initiative in this field. Mau Mau also used creative communications as a way of achieving their political and military aims. They forged symbols of colonialism to infiltrate enemy lines. Their members with special skills supported them in this. The Kenya Committee provides details and commentary, which provide a glimpse into this aspect of Mau Mau strategy. African tailor, making white armbands similar to home guards, arrested. Bands used by freedom fighters as disguise. New emergency regulations making it an offense for anyone to wear naval, military, Air Force, police and other official uniforms without authorization. 40. A number of fishing boats operating from villages on the Kavirondo Gulf have been the subject of a report to the authorities. The name Jomo Kenyatta is painted on one boat, another bears the name, Mau Mau. The Kenya government announced today that a Kikuyu woman who had been crowned Mau Mau Queen on Coronation Day, June 2, had been imprisoned for 10 years for taking the Mau Mau oath and for being chair of a women's terrorist movement. Language of resistance. The need for oral communication led to the development of a special language of resistance that only the liberation forces could understand. It thus became possible to pass on oral messages even in the presence on enemy forces and to use enemy-controlled or censored newspapers for the same purpose. Even the colonial sources admitted the skillful use of such methods, as Leakey observes. In view of the risk of written messages being intercepted by security forces, documentary methods were only seldom used, and when they were nearly always so worded as to be seemingly innocuous. To this end Mau Mau developed a most complex system of everyday words to indicate things other than what they seemed to mean, and these code words were frequently changed. Examples of these code words are makara, which normally means charcoal, for ammunition, muti, which normally means a tree, for a gun, kamwaki, which means a little fire, for a revolver or pistol, and kiai, which means an overgrown boy, for a gunman. Constant communication was maintained between the army in the forests and various councils at upper level in Nairobi and elsewhere, responsible for collecting food, supplies, etc. An organization was set up, mainly with women as couriers, to make and maintain contact with detained leaders in detention camps. As a part of the arms business, it became necessary to have all sorts of special code words, so that the verbal and written messages could be sent about the hiding or distribution of firearms, that would be clear to the recipient, but not appear in the least suspicious to the ordinary security investigator. Further examples of the development of language to suit the needs of waging an armed guerrilla movement are given by Barnett and Anjama, most of these dealing with military terms. Bunda guerrilla terminology for homemade guns. 164. Babeta. Derived from the Swahili term pepeta, meaning to winnow or sift. It was the guerrilla term for stand gun. Gathisi. Literally, sharp instrument. It was the guerrilla term for home guard, derived from the fact that home guards were initially armed with spears. Gathigo. Literally, throwing weapon. Guerrilla term for home guard. Gadamu. Literally, small spear. Guerrilla term for home guard, derived from the fact that home guards were initially armed with spears. Gachuohoro literally, the decider. Guerrilla term for bigamy shooting guns ranging from .375 to .450. Kikakuri. Singular of ikakuri, meaning heavy pitchfork. Guerrilla term for any government personnel or European. Giconio. Protruding navel. Guerrilla term for British bombers, derived from the impression conveyed by the open bomb doors. Eicia mighty to forest boys. Guerrilla term for warriors. Kamwaki small fire. Guerrilla term for pistol. Karadiguru it is up. Guerrilla term meaning that an airplane was approaching. Kenya. Ngiambe. Guerrilla term for Kenya regiment personnel, derived from the fact that Ngiambe was the KR symbol. Kurihano and Direra. A guerrilla signal to camp guards signifying that one was not an enemy. Makara charcoal. Guerrilla term for ammunition. Mbusai. Guerrilla terminology for a camp, derived from the English bush. Mohimu. A code term for the Mau Mau, meaning most important in Kiswahili. 165. Muingi community or people. A term used by the Mau Mau for workers and peasants. Murigo a clear forest path. Nakambora the destroyer. Guerrilla term for brand gun. Niajikonyo the bearer of a protruding navel. Guerrilla term for the Lincoln heavy bomber. Niamua. Andaitua the heavy animal. Guerrilla term for the Mau Mau. Taitais. African white-collar worker, a pejorative term for Europeanized Africans who were least likely to assist in the revolutionary struggle for land and freedom. Refers to those who wore ties, a symbol of foreign culture. The Town Watch. Battalions. The guerrilla term for all those who fought in the towns, most of whom carried on their normal jobs during the day and fought at night. Communication in detention camps. Mau Mau activists in detention camps developed the use of oral communications further. The living conditions were very harsh, and lack of proper food, poor housing conditions and hard labor made the lives of the inmates even more difficult. They were also deprived of contact with the outside world. No newspapers, radios, or any news from outside the detention camp were allowed. But the detainees developed their own oral news services and oral newspapers, with regular news, and were thus able to communicate with each other and to get news about the struggle outside as well as world news. Kariuki describes some of these oral information services. In many ways the most important nourishment we had was from the two news services that we operated. 166. The Manjani Times was the news that was known to be true, which had been picked up from newspapers by those cleaning in the warders' lines or had been heard on a wireless by someone working near an officer's house. We were extremely cunning at obtaining news without being seen to do so. The Waya Times was the news that was largely speculation, rumors, or light relief. In the evenings, after food, each club in every compound would send a representative to the barbed wire partitions to get the news. We were extremely lucky in compound 13 since we could converse with 5 other compounds. Anyone who had any news would stand up and say Gaidio, which is Kikuyu for respect, and brought instant silence all around him. Then he would say, "I now begin my words of Manjani Times, which are that." This immediately told his listeners how much credibility to place in what was coming. Waya Times news items might include the dismissal of the governor, the date of independence, the revocation of unpleasant regulations by the Commissioner of Prisons, our imminent release. The warders disliked our news service intensely, and whenever they saw us eagerly listening to it, someone would throw a few stones to break us up. The evening news hour was also used for throwing tobacco to friends in other compounds. Other detention camps also had similar communications network, for example the Kamango Times at Sayasi Detention Center and the Makoma Times at Lodwar Detention Center. Pio Gama Pinto and Ramaji Akian Wanko's contribution to the development of oral communications in detention camp is also significant. Wanko gives an interesting insight. There came a time when the authorities had begun to engineer confusion in the camp in order to demoralize us. We realized that if we did not organize countermeasures and propaganda, many of us would be wrecked. We therefore started a counter-propaganda move. Pio was one of the editors and played a big role in a well-organized network. It was his job to dish out information to the lower camp. 167. By word of mouth to our own propagandists. To the astonishment and surprise of the camp administration, the morale of the detainees was restored and we remained hard and impenetrable. It is noteworthy that the detention centers came to be known as Mau Mau universities, as there was a well-developed program run by experienced cadres to educate new inmates on the ideology and world outlook of Mau Mau. They also acted as recruitment grounds for new members. McGee reveals yet another use of oral tradition in detention camps as a form of resistance and records the brutality with which the colonial regime treated such resistance. The incident below took place at the Mui Detention Center. Mr. Gavayan explained, however, that there had, in past intakes, been more persistent resistors who had been forcibly changed into camp clothing. Some of them had started the Mau Mau howl, a familiar cry which was taken up by the rest of the camp, representing a concerted and symbolic defiance of the camp authorities. In such cases it was essential to prevent the infection of this oath spreading throughout the camp, and the resistor who started it was put on the ground, a foot placed on his throat and mud stuffed in his mouth. In the last resort, a man whose resistance could not be broken down was knocked unconscious. 41. More information about such atrocities by the occupying British forces are coming into public domain as part of the war crimes inquiry launched by the Scotland Yard following the move by the Mau Mau veterans to start a potentially huge legal action for compensation for atrocities during the War of Liberation. Songs. Revolutionary songs were another aspect of Mau Mau's use of people's oral culture. They served a number of purposes. Songs became a powerful expression of people's culture in the struggle against colonial culture. They broke the colonial monopoly over means of communication and took the 41 Maki. 168. Anti-colonial message right into people's homes. The content reflected the political needs of the struggle. Songs were tools of organizing people against colonialism, a rallying point for people to identify with. They encouraged people to oppose a common enemy in an organized way and as a united force. Songs became a source of information and a record of history, which was passed on to the new generation. New songs were made to record Mau Mau activities and events. For example, General Kariba soldiers of the Kenya Liberation Army composed and sung songs to commemorate the Battle of the Tumu Tumu Hill. Songs were used to propagate ideas about liberation, which could not be openly published due to colonialist censorship. Describing the July 26, 1952 cow meeting at the Nyeri Showgrounds, attended by over 30,000 people, Anjama says, "The organization was given considerable publicity because most of the organizers of the meeting were Mau Mau leaders and most of the Mau Mau members. They were given the opportunity to circulate Mau Mau propaganda songs when both coming and leaving the meeting. As I was pushing my bicycle uphill towards Muthuai School where I was teaching, I enjoyed many Mau Mau songs which were sung by the crowd as they left the meeting. There were still other types of songs, the Mareri, which were warrior songs encouraging the people to fight for their rights. The Mau Mau published many such songs when the movement began to spread over larger areas. One Mau Mau song was used by the Tamatuni players. Yotavyo Milia Kifo? Watato wa Kenya Wishim Wituni. Wakani Eshua en Amvua. Wakipata en Jat, Matso en Baridi Niingi. Kwa Apendu wa Yodongo. 169. Uui, Iyai, Uui Iyai. Kyuwa na Tabu na Kyufungwe. Maraniingi. Je Yotabu Milia? En Iakina Nani Hawana Imbakwaso di Kubwe. En Gambo ya Pili ya Mto. Waki Wambia Kago en Amberia. Wadafutaji wa Haki. Uui, Iyai, Uui Iyai. Kyuwa na Tabu na Kyufungwe. Maraniingi. Je Yotabu Milia? Are you prepared to face death? Sons and daughters of Kenya live in forests enduring thunder, starvation, for the love of their soil. Uui, Iyai, Uui Iyai. Enduring torture and jailings time after time, are you prepared? And who are those on the other side of the river singing in fearless voices praises and exploits of Kago and Beria, seekers of our rights? 170. Uui, Iyai, Uui Iyai. Enduring torture and jailings time after time, are you prepared? Kanya T discusses the importance, purpose, and content of songs and oral medium as used by the Mau Mau. He identifies three aspects of oral communications, which developed during the changing contradictions of the times. Within a span of 5 years, the Mau Mau produced most formidable political songs which were used as a weapon to politicize and educate the Kenyan worker and peasant masses. This helped heighten the people's consciousness against the forces of the foreign occupiers, and, in the process, prepared them for armed struggle. The role of these songs in educating the workers and peasants against the dictatorship of the colonialists was an undeniable catalyst in the development and success of the movement. Consisted of detention and prison songs from the early war years. They highlight the suffering in the camps and prisons. They express the people's bitterness against the home guard traders who were hunting, spying on and torturing them in the camps and who superintended their eviction from the settlers' plantations. The songs make it clear to these traders that they will pay with their lives for their treachery. Some of them also eulogize the Mau Mau guerrillas in the forests of their heroism and express their confidence and faith in Field Marshal Dedan Kimathe's leadership. Finally, they articulate the people's optimism that they will win the struggle against the forces of the occupation. Lyrics by guerrillas. One can sense the very flames of war in them. They glorify the revolutionary aspects of the movement, its dialectical relationship with the worker and peasant masses on the one hand and its principal contradiction with 171. British colonialism on the other. One of the Mau Mau guerrilla songs reproduced by Kanya T shows the freedom fighters' awareness of the sufferings of the people under colonialism. It mentions the fact that colonial laws were used to ban Kenyan newspapers, and the leadership's call to unite and fight, and the heroism of the people against the foreign enemy. The song is entitled Declaration of War in Kenya. When the war was declared in 1952, our country was turned into a huge prison. Innocent people, men, women, and children, were herded into concentration camps, under all kinds of harsh repression. Our livestock were confiscated. And our crops in the fields were destroyed. All public markets were closed down. And all people's newspapers were banned. Meanwhile, Kimathi in Nyandarua called for total mobilization, he told people to unite and fight these foreign murderers with heroism and drive them out of the country. In spite of harsh enemy repression, the revolutionary flame was maintained and developed. And people's hatred towards the British oppressors grew day by day, and proudly they declared, "It would be better to die on our feet than to live on our knees." Many songs were written by Kinathaya W. Mugia, Muthi W. Chech, Gakara W. Wanja, J. M. Kariuki, Karari W. Wanja, and Mohammed Mathu. These 172 songs were then circulated to people as orature. Many were also printed and published as booklets by activist organizations such as Gakara Book Service. An example of a songbook is Witaksho, which became extremely popular. Others were printed and distributed as individual cyclostyled sheets. The effectiveness of the oral sources of information was proven when the highest level of confidential British information reached the Mau Mau before it became public knowledge. This happened, for example, when the colonial government declared a state of emergency. The news had already reached the combatants through the organization's well-placed activists, even before an official announcement was made. The Kenya Committee Press Extracts records the events. On Monday, October 20th, the state of emergency was declared. Over 100 African leaders were arrested. There was one hitch, however, in the government's elaborate plans. News of the impending arrests leaked out, causing the government to advance the arrests by 1 hour. In spite of this advancement, many Africans on the list for arrest were warned in time to make their escape, most likely to the forests. This was also the case when the colonial authorities made a surrender offer to Mau Mau in 1955. The London Times expresses colonial frustration at the ease with which information reached Mau Mau combatants before it was officially sent. In both cases, as now, there has been a breach of security, and the news of the impending offer has leaked out ahead of schedule. The fact that such leakages can still occur scarcely inspires confidence in the ability of the authorities to handle these surrender offers in the best circumstances. Publishing. Revolutionary publishing of this period was aimed at satisfying the communication needs of the guerrilla army to maintain links among themselves, as well as with the masses which provided it support. 173. Different levels of publishing activities were used in keeping with the particular conditions of the time. These were: 1. The use of existing legal newspapers which were sympathetic to the movement to pass on their messages to the people and to receive intelligence reports through coded messages. 2. The establishment of many new publications which functioned legally for a time before the colonial government suppressed them. Others would then be started to replace the suppressed ones. 3. The third level was the establishment of Mau Mau's own publishing industry with its own printing works, editors, reporters and technical experts. They developed a network of printing presses in liberated and semi-liberated areas, which were under the control of the people's forces. An independent distribution network supplemented this. Legal publications. Legal publications were newspapers, books, and other printed material, which were published under colonial laws. The colonial government was not, however, aware of the real purpose served by these publications. Although the intelligence branch of the colonial police censored these publications very strictly, the liberation forces managed to pass on much information to its supporters and also used them to create anti-colonial consciousness among people. An example is the use of Mumanirari to pass on messages about anti-imperialist meetings to its supporters under the guise of tea parties. These legal publications developed in contradiction to the colonial-controlled publications. Specifically, they helped the liberation forces to counter colonial propaganda broadcast over radio stations, newspapers, books, and educational systems. It was the specific conditions of this period which shaped the publishing activities of this period. It is important to realize the close cooperation during this period between progressive South Asian press workers and their African counterparts on the liberation front. Spencer records their contribution. 174. There were other Indians who did even more but whose importance has been overlooked. These were the men in the newspaper business, printers, publishers, and editors, whose machines produced the African papers. It would be difficult to overstate the significance of these new publications. All these papers helped build a political awareness that had not existed before. Because European printers obviously would not touch them, and since, for several years after the war, no African could afford to publish them on their own, it was left to the Indians to print these new African papers. The use of the existing publications was one way in which the revolutionary forces communicated with their supporters. Mau did not control these, but they managed to use whatever openings there were to pass on their messages through the columns of local papers. But given that they controlled large administrative machinery which had jurisdiction over vast areas with hundreds of thousands of people, other methods of communication had to be developed. One such method used by Mau was the establishment of legal newspapers. This was possible in the late 1940s and early 1950s. By 1954, about 50 such newspapers were established by the liberation forces. As soon as the colonial administration became aware of the reality that Mau controlled them, they were banned. Most of these were in one of the nationality languages or in Kiswahili and supported Mau and the independence movement. They were in fact, directly or indirectly, controlled by the Mau High Command through its Mathare Valley headquarters in Nairobi. Some of these are listed in Durrani's. Newspapers were started by Mau for political reason, to give publicity to their political demands and to organize the masses behind Mau ideology and program. Mass meetings organized by Cow were becoming very popular with thousands attending. One way in which the colonial administration tried to stop these meetings was to cut off any publicity for them. The European-owned newspapers would not report these meetings, and there thus developed an information gap, which needed to be addressed by Mau. It did so by launching a number of newspapers in nationality languages, all indirectly controlled by the High Command and run by individuals who were not known by the government as belonging to 175 Mau. Thus the organization was protected from being known by the colonial administration, and even when many newspapers were banned, the organization remained intact. Among papers started by activists were, Inoro Ria Gikuyu, Afrikambia, Gikuyu Na Mumbai, Wyhuj, and Wiyuthai. There were many songbooks, such as Witakesho, all of which were spreading the same message. They gave a political interpretation to events and also publicized cow activities. Around this time, the old contradictions between the two ways of achieving independence sharpened. On the one hand were those who favored petitioning the colonial government to grant independence, on the other hand were those who maintained that the only way to remove imperialism from Kenya was through an armed struggle. The latter started preparations for an armed struggle soon after 1945 and represented the worker consciousness of the Kenyan proletariat. It was this line, which merged with militant nationalists and trade unionists to become Mau. Kagia records the conditions of the time. My newspapers and the others founded during 1951 and 1952, catered for politically conscious readers. It was the period of great strides in oath administration. It was a period of change, when people were beginning to lose their faith in gradual constitutional progress. Many young initiates were very impatient. They were always asking when we were going to take up arms and fight for our rights. The newspaper editors had to write for this audience, even if it meant being prosecuted. We had only one aim, to arouse people to the point where they would be ready to do anything for Kenya. We didn't consider our own safety or welfare. The activities of the African press had begun to worry the colonial authorities as early as 1946, from which time they sought to find ways, legal or otherwise, to suppress Kenyan publishing. A meeting of provincial commissioners held on October 26, 1946 discussed the issue of newspapers and recommended that the following points be sent to the Secretary of State in Britain as recorded by Corfield. 176. That the present trend of the press constituted a grave menace to the future of the colony. That certain newspapers were being financed and influenced by seditious-minded Indians and that their object was purely anti-government and anti-European. That, as regards freedom of the press, liberty was being mistaken for license, and that in addition to deliberate distortion of facts, many of the articles in such newspapers contained a most dangerous and pernicious form of anti-European propaganda. Asking for information as to what legislation existed in any other British colony for the control of the press, and suggesting consideration of the possibility of some form of supervision or censorship. In the following months, even more local publications emerged, and the message they carried became even more anti-imperialist and militant, demanding even more urgent changes. The colonialists' concern was voiced by the acting chief native commissioner to the member for law and order and the deputy chief secretary on February 20, 1947, quoted in Corfield. In my view, the general tone of these tribal newspapers since the date of the provincial commissioners' meeting in October last year has steadily deteriorated, and the situation which was urgent enough then is worse today. As you are aware, 18 months ago there was practically no press, with the exception of the Baraza, which is run by the East African Standard and which is, broadly speaking, moderate in tone. Since that date a number of newspapers edited by Africans and published in English, Swahili, and the vernacular languages has sprung up. To my mind, a serious cause of this cleavage is the continuous stream of lies, misrepresentation, and color consciousness which is pouring out from vernacular presses, and which is inspired by a few Africans, abetted by the owners of the Indian presses who produce these papers. In my view, if we are unable to control this unpleasant stream, we are bound to have trouble in this colony, and 177. I do not think it is going too far to say that those troubles may well lead to bloodshed. If we are to avoid trouble, we have got to fight this deliberate attempt to drive a wedge between the African peoples and the Europeans in this country. Thus the liberation forces face the enemy not only on the battlefield. The powerful enemy propaganda machinery kept up a continuous attack to misrepresent the national struggle. The cause of the freedom fighters and their supporters was deliberately distorted by the colonial propaganda. This presented Mau Mau as a savage atavistic movement. The 1950s was a period of war of independence in Kenya, but the colonial administration presented the events as acts of barbarism, as happened in all anti-colonial wars. Odinga takes up the aspect of colonial propaganda against Mau Mau. The sensational anti-Mau Mau propaganda of the period is a gross insult to the leadership of Dedan Kimathi and the brave men he led who defied death in a guerrilla army for the freedom cause in Kenya. The propaganda against the Mau Mau as a savage atavistic movement, from sensational press reports to government and army handouts and the British government Corfield Commission, was so fierce, the emergency was a time of revolutionary war in Kenya. For almost a decade in the 50s only one side in this battle was able to present its case and its account of events. For its part, the Kenya Parliament, established by the liberation forces, continued to interpret events from the point of view of Kenyan masses and made it very clear what the fight against imperialism was all about. We are fighting for all land stolen from us by the Crown through its orders in Council of 1915, according to which Africans have been evicted from the Kenya highlands. The British government must grant Kenya full independence under African leadership, and hand over all land previously alienated for distribution to the landless. We will fight until we achieve freedom or until the last of our warriors has shed their last drop of blood. 178. Dedan Kimathi explained in a letter, quoted by Odinga he wrote from his headquarters in Nyandarua in 1955 to the Nairobi newspaper Habari za Dunia that the poor are the Mau Mau. Poverty can be stopped, but not by bombs and weapons from the imperialists. Only the revolutionary justice of the struggles of the poor can end poverty for Kenyans. The Mau Mau High Command gave much importance to the communications aspect of the struggle. As Barnett and Anjama record, in January 1955, when a secret meeting was held to make important organizational changes, various committees were formed with one of them being made responsible for information and publishing. The Secret War Council, which had the overall responsibility for coordinating political and military activities, had its headquarters at Mathur in Nairobi in the mud and thatch houses among the trees. It was here that Mau Mau publishing and printing activities were located and from where its national publicity was organized. The early period of active revolutionary anti-imperialist war saw the buildup of armed forces, which assumed control over a large part of the country. We saw earlier how some areas in Nairobi came under full control of the liberation forces. Many people like Corfield had to admit that by August 1952, in large parts of Central Province, which was the primary battlefield, colonial law and law courts had virtually ceased to function. 42 Their functions were taken over by Mau Mau revolutionary courts, which established justice for workers and peasants and carried out sentences against colonial officers, saboteurs, and other anti-people elements. Thus between May and October 1952, Home Guard comprador traders including Chief Warahayu had been sentenced by Mau Mau courts, and the sentences were carried out by the armed liberation forces. It was in this atmosphere that Mau Mau established over 50 newspapers, which were all banned by the colonial government using the emergency powers after 1952. Intelligence gathering and communications. Mau Mau organized an efficient intelligence gathering system right from the beginning of the struggle. It was only later that the colonial regime came to realize the full extent of this system. Collecting information was only one aspect of intelligence work, another was ensuring that information was available to the Central Command and to the fighting units. This was also organized by Mau Mau. One of the most important methods was through oral communication, which was the safest, given the increased enemy surveillance activities. It was based on the orature developed over many generations by the people. This led to the development of special language that only the patriotic forces could understand. Thus it became possible to pass on oral messages even in the presence of enemy soldiers, or to pass on written messages using enemy-controlled newspapers. Not only was a constant communication system maintained between the army in the forest and the various councils at upper level in Nairobi and elsewhere that were responsible for collecting food, supplies, etc., an organization was also set up, mainly with women as couriers, to make and maintain contact with detained leaders in detention camps. Paul Maina explains the working of the Kenda organization set up by Mau Mau for its intelligence gathering activities. For the purpose of concealing Mau Mau activities in Nairobi and elsewhere, an elaborate intelligence service called the Kenda organization was formed. This consisted of from all walks of life in and around Nairobi. Its agents were the taxi drivers, European house servants, men working in big government offices, and even beggars who sat at street corners all day. All information of value was passed on to the Kenda organization and then to the Central Committee. As a result of the success of the Kenda, Mau Mau activities went undetected in Nairobi until late in 1952. Another aspect of information work was that of dealing with the training of cadres who would undertake politicization work among the masses. This was an essential part of Mau Mau's work, as without it, it would be difficult to continue receiving the people's support in their work. At the same time, it helped to train cadres who would assume important work in the years to come. Kagia explains the importance of this work. 180. Other active groups of young men and women played equally important roles in our organization and recruitment. These were the propagandists who went round telling people about the aims of the movement and selling our literature. Besides newspapers like Inoro Ria Gikuyu, Gikuyu Na Mumbai, Waihuj, Wiyuthai, and others, there were the many song books, such as Witaksho, all of which were spreading the same message. All these had to be advertised and sold. Through the work of these dedicated people, as they dispensed literature and organized dances, many young people who would otherwise not have been uninterested in politics were brought into our movement. So important was this work of distribution of political books and politicization of the masses that many Mau Mau leaders had at one time or another undertaken it. Kamathi himself had been involved in it. This was in connection with the distribution of Witaksho Wa Gikuyu Na Mumbai, which was published by Gakara Wa Wanja, who was detained by the colonial regime from 1952 to 1959. Gakara recently recalled how his publications passed from hand to hand under the cover of darkness in the jungle among the guerrilla fighters and in cities and towns. One such publication was Witaksho, with its message of inalienable land rights of the people. It was printed on a 4-page card and was selling at 25 cents each. It was intended only for those who had taken the oath of unity. It was this publication which Kamathi helped distribute. This was in the months of September and October 1952, when the colonial administration declared a state of emergency. At this time, Kamathi managed to take about 15,000 copies of Wittikshow in large baskets to the Rift Valley people within a period of 2 weeks. Leadership. All the aspects of governance, the actual conduct of warfare, the political aspects of Kenya Parliament and other actions mentioned above were not spontaneous acts happening in a political, social, and military vacuum. There was a guiding force behind them all. And that force was Mau Mau leadership, which is often ignored or minimized by historical studies. Mau Mau leadership needs to be seen in a dynamic level in all its aspects. 181. It is not possible to see Mau Mau leadership in the sense that one sees the leader of a Western country personalized in the person of a president or a prime minister. The reality of fighting against the superpower of the day with limited resources dictated that a different model of leadership had to be found if the movement was to succeed. At the same time, the War of Independence in Kenya was not directed by an organized political party as happened in Mozambique under Frelimo or in Namibia under SWAPO. As seen earlier, forces in Kenya were coming together to form such a political military organization before British colonial government preempted the development with its excessive use of force under the guise of an emergency. Of necessity, Kenya's War of Independence was led and organized in a way that suited local conditions. At the same time, as seen earlier, there were a number of aspects that came together to form the various strands of the War of Independence. These included the trade union movement, the nationalistic forces active over a long period, the peasant movements that had a long history of anti-colonialist struggles as well as members of public including taxi drivers, publishers, doctors, and lawyers, not organized as trade unions but acting in sympathy with progressive forces. All these specific forces of resistance had their own leadership in terms of organization and individual leaders. In a broad sense, these gave organizational, ideological, and individual leadership to the War of Independence. A comprehensive history of Kenya's War of Independence would probe the leadership at all these levels. It has become customary in history under capitalism to see leaders only as those who stand at the top of political movements and parties. Whereas the reality in movements such as Mau Mau and Kenya's War of Independence was that there was leadership at every level of organization, with the smallest unit of organization having its own leaders. Thus at the level of trade unions, shop stewards led many strikes in Kenya and were thus leaders in their own right. So were the leaders of the unions as a whole, with the overall body such as the East African Trade Union Congress leaders forming a national umbrella body of trade unions. The same can be said about Mau Mau. While Kamathi and other leaders in the forest were no doubt leaders of the movement, it is not possible to ignore leaders at divisions, provinces, and cell levels who propelled the movement. 182. It is appropriate to see history in terms of the spirit of the question posed by Brecht. Questions from a worker who reads. Who built Thebes of the 7 gates? In the books you will read the names of kings. Did the kings haul up the lumps of rock? And Babylon, many times demolished. Who raised it up so many times? In what houses of gold glittering Lima did its builders live? Where, the evening that the Great Wall of China was finished, did the masons go? Great Rome is full of triumphal arches. Who erected them? Over whom did the Caesars triumph? Had Byzantium, much praised in song, only palaces for its inhabitants? Even in fabled Atlantis, the night that the ocean engulfed it, the drowning still cried out for their slaves. The young Alexander conquered India. Was he alone? Caesar defeated the Gauls. Did he not even have a cook with him? Philip of Spain wept when his armada went down. Was he the only one to weep? Frederick II won the 7 Years' War. Who else won it? 183. Every page a victory. Who cooked the feast for the victors? Every 10 years a great man. Who paid the bill? So many reports. So many questions. Leadership of the complex war of independence in Kenya, if it is to do justice to every level of leadership, is a vast topic that needs to be examined in much greater detail than is possible within the scope of this book. At the same time, those who planned, fought, and died in the course of the war cannot be forgotten. Kagia, B. Lium, and Kagia, M. mention a few leaders whose records need to be written fully. Besides Dadan Kimathi, whose leadership and influence kept the war going all the time, a number of truly great soldiers distinguished themselves by any war standards. I will mention only a few: Stanley Mathenge, Jitamatanjagwo, Ihura Kareri, Menyeki Wangam, Kagomboko, Mberia Kamu, and Wera Hiwaidat. These men were greatly revered by their fellow Mau Mau soldiers and by all Africans in general. They were feared by the British government soldiers and their helpers. Leaders such the ones mentioned above are essential in any social movement. Without them, Mau Mau could not have fought the strongest force in the world. A movement of all people. One of the long-term and intense damaging effects that colonialism engineered in Kenya, as in other places such as India, is the creation of artificial antagonistic divisions among people based on issues that had not divided people before colonialism. One such division was ethnic differences, which were not antagonistic but were rendered so by colonialism's tribal policies. Other divisions that colonialism used were based on regions. 183. Every page a victory. Who cooked the feast for the victors? Every 10 years a great man. Who paid the bill? So many reports. So many questions. Leadership of the complex war of independence in Kenya, if it is to do justice to every level of leadership, is a vast topic that needs to be examined in much greater detail than is possible within the scope of this book. At the same time, those who planned, fought, and died in the course of the war cannot be forgotten. Kagia, B. Lium, and Kagia, M. mention a few leaders whose records need to be written fully. Besides Dadan Kimathi, whose leadership and influence kept the war going all the time, a number of truly great soldiers distinguished themselves by any war standards. I will mention only a few: Stanley Mathenge, Jitamatanjagwo, Ihura Kareri, Menyeki Wangam, Kagomboko, Mberia Kamu, and Wera Hiwaidat. These men were greatly revered by their fellow Mau Mau soldiers and by all Africans in general. They were feared by the British government soldiers and their helpers. Leaders such the ones mentioned above are essential in any social movement. Without them, Mau Mau could not have fought the strongest force in the world. A movement of all people. One of the long-term and intense damaging effects that colonialism engineered in Kenya, as in other places such as India, is the creation of artificial antagonistic divisions among people based on issues that had not divided people before colonialism. One such division was ethnic differences, which were not antagonistic but were rendered so by colonialism's tribal policies. Other divisions that colonialism used were based on regions. 184. Religions and gender. Capitalism was to add a yet more divisive factor along class lines. Colonialism faced united opposition of all the people and nationalities to its rule. It had no weapons in its arsenal to face people's demand for liberation. Its strategy of dealing with this opposition was divide and rule, which it had used in other parts of the world. Furedi explains this further. Although the administrators of Kenya were consummate practitioners of the policy of divide and rule, ethnicity only emerges as a political factor in the 1950s. In the White Highlands, an area of heterogeneous ethnic mix, there is evidence of ethnic identification throughout the period under consideration. However, it is only in the late 1950s that tribalism emerges as an important political influence. The evidence from our investigation suggests that tribalism is not the natural or inevitable consequence of ethnic identification. In the case of Kenya, a tribalist consciousness was strengthened through the implementation of policies designed to fragment nationalist politics. The expulsion of Kikuyu squatters became an invitation for other ethnic groups to take their place. When Kikuyu squatters returned to the White Highlands, they were portrayed as intruders on the welfare of other ethnic groups. These local tensions were part of a national pattern. What colonial policies achieved was to create the impression that the interests of one ethnic group could only be enforced at the expense of another. It is therefore important to see Kenya's War of Independence as a movement of all the people for liberation and not to fall into the colonial traps of artificial hostile divisions created by imperialism. This section looks at some aspects of people's unity in the War of Independence. The need for instruments of governance mentioned earlier implied that Mau Mau controlled the lives and territories of people in large parts of the country. The Kenyan War of Independence, led by Mau Mau, was a national movement for liberation. It served British colonial interests to present the movement as a tribal one and create the myth that it was not a national movement in which many nationalities participated. Nor did they want to show the reality of the involvement of workers from all nationalities and the 185. Trade Union Movement. While it is true that not every part of the country participated equally actively in the active stages of the struggle, this is by no means unique to Kenya. Resistance develops from small sparks where the pain of colonial exploitation is the greatest and where the oppressed people are in a position to struggle actively. However, it served British interests to further divide Kenyan people into the so-called Mau Mau and non-Mau Mau on the basis of those who fought for independence and those who did not. Yet evidence suggests many nationalities were active in the struggle. For example, Egerton. When Kenyatta said that we all fought for Uhuru, he was repeating a politically expedient slogan, not a fact. Still, in reality many more Kenyans gave their support to Mau Mau and its call for freedom than the government liked, or wanted the world to realize. Information relating to the spread of Mau Mau was classified, and although some of it leaked to the press, the magnitude of the threat was not known to the public. Mau Mau attacks now took place anywhere in Kenya from Mombasa to Kisumu on Lake Victoria. While the spread of Mau Mau was indeed a threat to the colonial power and its local supporters, it was no threat to the majority of Kenyans who had nothing to lose but their colonist status. This brief section gives just a few examples of some groups who participated in the War of Independence. A complete history on this aspect also needs to be researched and written. Women. In spite of such violence, or perhaps because of it, women played an active role in the War of Independence in many capacities, including active participation in almost all aspects of the armed struggle. They also enabled the struggle to continue over so many years by ensuring support for families where men had been detained or were on active duties in the forests and towns. Again, their military role landed many of them into colonial concentration camps. It is regrettable that the important role of women in the War of Independence has not been fully understood or fully recorded. Allam notes this point and adds a possible reason for the lack of coverage of women's involvement in the struggle. Women's testimonies and autobiographies reveal extensive participation in the Mau Mau insurgency. Interestingly, there are certain silences in the narratives of women's roles in Mau Mau. There are gaps and contradictions not only in official discourse and insurgent accounts but also in male insurgents' accounts as well. Women in colonial Kenya have had a long tradition of resistance against colonialism, which, unfortunately, quite often remains unaccounted and hidden. Women played critical roles in a number of areas that made Mau Mau sustainable. These include tasks that built and sustained Mau Mau's organization as well as key duties in the forest as barriers and as activists in other work needed for survival in the forests. He provides a useful record of women's involvement in Mau Mau. She gives an overview of women's contribution. These women were assigned duties that were decisive in engagements between the Mau Mau fighters and the well-armed British forces, and especially in rallying the support of fellow women. Thus in the Mau Mau there emerged women leaders who organized fellow women to act as contacts with the other fighters. Zealous Mau Mau supporters were also found in the bulk of peasant women who shouldered heavy 189 burdens and executed dangerous tasks in the name of the movement. These are the women who fed and supplied Mau Mau contact groups with weapons and other provisions usually purloined or wrenched from the enemy. Other important tasks that these women carried out for the movement included smuggling such vital provisions as medicine and clothing while acting at the same time as couriers of information through many hazardous routes. In addition to the specific roles mentioned above, women played their part in the War of Independence in many other ways as part of people's resistance. Thus they joined hands with men, children, older and young people whose united support for resistance provided the bedrock of resistance that Mau Mau built its strength on. Gotcha. He mentions yet another level of support that women and children provided to Mau Mau. Wives and daughters in emergency villages became vital providers of food, shelter, and information. All these people formed a formidable support group which nurtured the comparatively small number of combatants in the Nyandarua and Mount Kenya forest regions. Indeed, the colonial government realized that to crush out Mau Mau meant crushing out this support. The government, therefore, adopted a broad policy in the Kikuyu reserves to force, entice, the passive element into a change of heart. As a tacit conspiracy between the supporters and the fighters had already been firmly established, there was little prospect that the government would succeed by enticement, and consequently, a lot of force was used. It is this support group behind the Mau Mau which reveals, to a great extent, why such a relatively poorly equipped group of freedom fighters under such stringent conditions and pressure from the government were able to sustain the struggle for at least 4 years. Bruce Lockhart records the establishment of women's concentration camps by the colonial authorities in specially created concentration camps. From 1954 to 1960, the British detained approximately 8,000 women under the emergency powers imposed to combat the Mau Mau rebellion in Kenya. Kamatai Detention Camp was the main site of women's incarceration, and its importance has been widely 190 acknowledged by scholars. However, new documentary evidence released from the Hanslope Park archive since 2011 has revealed the existence of a second camp established for women at Gidamayu, created in 1958 explicitly to deal with the remaining hardcore female detainees. However, it is important to understand the multiple dimension of women's resistance. There were specific conditions under colonialism that affected lives of women and which made them active in the struggle. Connects these conditions for peasant and worker women. Peasant women in their role as producers for subsistence were particularly affected by the changes brought about by colonialism. The forced migration of men led to changes in the pre-colonial division of labor between men and women, the women taking over a larger share of shamba labor and marketing. Thus, peasant women were overburdened by having to carry out their domestic tasks in addition to doing the work previously done by men and producing for the domestic and international market. As land became scarce, peasant women were forced to seek work on farms and as domestic labor in European homes. Thus colonialism led to the emergence of women workers. Women were also forcibly recruited as laborers under the guise of awaiting substitution by their male relatives. The conditions under which women worked were appalling. Apart from the exploitative low wages, women workers lived in deplorable housing, were provided with inadequate medical facilities and were denied all rights. Kenyan women's role in the resistance to imperialism, therefore, has to be understood within the context of peasant and workers' struggles against imperialism. Umoja goes on to give a good number of examples of women leaders and activists in Mau Mau. These include the following. Field Marshal Muthoni, who joined Mau Mau and went to the forest because she believed that the people had to get back their land from the white men who had grabbed it from them. Muthoni's bravery. 191. Dedication and qualities of leadership earned her deep respect among her comrades and she rose to the rank of Field Marshal. Salome Oiyeri from Ugenya, Shaya, was a committee member of the Kenya African Union, the treasurer of the East African Federation of Labor and was active in the struggle and would organize secret delivery of food to those arrested for taking part in the freedom struggle. Salome was detained numerous times for her activities in the liberation movement, was tortured and beaten in an effort to force her to reveal the secrets of Mau Mau, but she remained steadfast. Some of the women held in Camp No. 9 at Kamatai, the women's detention camp, were Rebecca Njiri, Sira Sarai, Cecilia Wanjiku, Wangui Gakuru, Priscilla Wambeki, Niajisarumbot, Flora Wanjigo, Miriam Wanjiru Ndigwe, Wanjika Gordon, Nyamakeka Kagandu and many others. In all there were more than 200 women detainees in this camp alone. Among them were wives of Mau Mau leaders like Mukamai Kamatha, Muthani Wa Mathenge Miragai and many others. These women are an inspiration for their dedication and courage in the struggle. Muthani Mathenge was born in 1926 in Kiom Gitagai village, Nyeri. Her involvement in the struggle commenced during the oath-taking, which was done first in her compound and later in the forest. She mobilized women, men, and children into joining the movement and urged them to take up arms and fight. She also mobilized young women and trained them in the methods of acquiring guns and bullets from the enemy and passing them on to the fighters. She was also involved in the administration of the oath and in composing Mau Mau songs that were used to mobilize people. Muthani Mathenge was subjected to brutal torture by colonial police who wanted her to reveal the whereabouts of her husband General Mathenge. Some of the torture methods included the insertion of a glowing cigarette into her ear. This did not deter her and she went into the forest where she continued the struggle. She prepared food for the fighters and supplied them with medicine. Muthani was arrested and detained at Kamatai prison in 1955. She spent more than 4 years in prison. 192. Hannah Kungyu was another woman fighter who devoted her entire youth to the struggle for independence. She was greatly influenced by her father Kungyu Wagishia, who was himself an active freedom fighter and used to make guns at his home from water pipes. These homemade guns were then smuggled to the KLFA in the Mt Kenya and Nyandarua forests. Hannah took her first oath of loyalty while still a young woman. Hannah was active in mobilizing people to sign petitions for the release of their detained leaders. Collecting signatures involved traveling the country and mobilizing people to support the campaign. She was also involved in the various demonstrations called in protest at the imprisonment of people's leaders. At one such demonstration, the pregnant Hannah was kicked by colonial police, causing a premature birth. Hannah also acted as a courier carrying guns and food to the freedom fighters. She provided cover for the freedom fighters in her house. Hannah was jailed for her activities in the freedom movement. Some of the women in the detention camps had been arrested for their activities in publishing underground resistance papers. One such woman was Judith Nyamurwe Muria, who had continued the work of publishing Mumanirari after her husband Henry Muria was sent on a nationalist delegation to London. Nyamurwe was arrested in the offices of the newspaper and was taken to detention camp with her baby son Kinyanjui. Next to the women's detention camp at Kamatai was the women's prison for those Mau Mau women fighters who had been tried in court and given life sentences for their active participation in the War of Liberation. Among the prisoners were guerrilla leaders like Wanjira Wa Kimatai, Wambui Gakanja, Muthani Wa Gakuru and others. Their punishment involved burying convicted Mau Mau guerrillas. In one last act of defiance, they used to bury their executed comrades with full military honors, facing Mount Kenya where they believed the god of Mau Mau resided. Despite brutal beatings by jail guards who were trying to prevent them from carrying this last act of honor for their fallen comrades, they persisted defiantly and their jailers were forced to concede defeat and let them carry on. 193. Women combatants proved to be as good as the men in the forest. A good example is provided by the attack on Kenyatta post at Kiamariga in Nyeri district. In July 1953, a woman, Wamwiagakuru, successfully led the attack on this post. The detention camp was completely demolished and 200 Mau Mau prisoners were freed. People were full of admiration of Wamwiu's commanding ability and were particularly impressed with her use of the Sten gun. Wanjika Waringu, also known as Mama Kamanj. She served on the Mau Mau War Council, responsible for providing food, shelter, concealment for fighters in Nairobi, and transportation when they had to move to new bases. The Kenya Committee for Democratic Rights for Kenya Africans gave some more examples of women Mau Mau activists, some reproduced in the section on Mau Mau infrastructure. Such records in women's involvement in the War of Independence are not part of the history as it is taught in schools and colleges, nor are a majority of people aware of this aspect of the struggle. Yet this is an essential ingredient of social and political liberation. As Umoja says, the involvement of women in the Mau Mau War of Liberation clearly shows that it is only when women are active participants in struggle against imperialism that the women question can begin to be tackled. At another level, many nationalities were active in the War of Independence, a fact that has been obscured by colonial propaganda that the War of Independence did not take place and that Mau Mau was a tribal affair. The following section therefore provides brief glimpses from available literature about activism from different nationalists. The Kamba nationality. The involvement of the Kamba nationality in Mau Mau secures their place in the War of Independence. Their involvement was not only in terms of their nationality issues, but in their part of the Mau Mau movement. This makes it impossible for anyone to claim that only the Kikuyu nationality 194 were involved in the War of Independence or in Mau Mau. The following section from Edgerton provides evidence of Kamba involvement in Mau Mau. During the first half of 1954, while large Mau Mau units battled security forces around the forest's edges, the government was alarmed by evidence that Mau Mau was spreading, especially to the 600,000 Kamba whose lands stretched south and east from the Kikuyu Reserve. In May, Kenya's new police commissioner warned that the Kamba were drifting toward active Mau Mau involvement, and in June the Blundell-led War Council's greatest fear was the threatened spread of Mau Mau. After Operation Anvil cleared Nairobi of most Kikuyu residents, more than 20,000 Kamba moved to the city, becoming its majority African population. Many of these Kamba took Mau Mau oaths. In the past the Kamba had been enemies of the Kikuyu, but by 1952 they had come to share Kikuyu grievances against poverty, land shortage, population growth, and white racism. Several hundred young Kamba formed themselves into Mau Mau units, killing pro-government chiefs and headmen in the Kamba reserves, while others joined combat units in the Mt Kenya forests. Still, the great majority of the Kamba population watched and waited to see how the rebellion would succeed. When government security forces had little visible success in defeating Mau Mau during 1953, the Kamba became more restless, and, by 1954, many thousands had taken the Mau Mau oath, and thousands more were openly on the verge of committing themselves to armed rebellion. The prospect of the Kamba was particularly frightening to the government because Kamba soldiers and policemen formed the backbone of both the KAR and the Kenya police. If these men with their military training and their weapons had joined the rebels, the result for white Kenya could have been disastrous. Many of these armed Kamba discussed joining Mau Mau, and some considered turning their weapons against their white officers, but concerned Kamba loyalists alerted the government and Bering wisely chose to respond not with threats but with benefits. 195. As the conflict developed, Mau Mau leaders quickly moved to recruit Kamba members. This recruitment was achieved through the Mau Mau Oath. Kau Nairobi branch, which had been run by Mau Mau militants since 1952, though dominated by Kikuyu, included members drawn from other ethnic groups. Paul Ngi, Assistant Secretary of Kau, was Kamba and a member of the committee. Nag invited politically minded Kamba to Kiberi House to take the oath. Thousands of Kamba took the oath. Corfield details that when, in March 1954, security forces arrested a significant fighting force of Kamba Mau Mau, 10 of the 17 arrested were railway workers. Later that year, the government identified 253 known Kamba members of Mau Mau who were employed as railway workers. As 1953 drew to a close, officials were concerned about the increasing penetration of Mau Mau among the Kamba.